Good morning. Okay, I am still old school with this. Does anybody just think that's super weird? I was like, I feel like I should be more high tech, but thank you. Thank you for coming. Welcome. I cannot believe the last time we did Talent Forward in person in this room was 4 years ago, 2019. So I'm just thrilled that we're all here together again, and today we're going to hear from innovators and leaders in both the public and private sectors about how we're tackling some of the most pressing challenges in education and workforce. And frankly, it really is the mission of the Chamber Foundation on display and in action. We harness the power of business to solve problems in America and around the globe. Hosting an event like this would certainly not be possible without the collaboration and partnerships of many folks in this room, and I just want to, before I say another word, acknowledge those sponsors and thought partners: Walmart, Accenture, the National Association of Realtors, Pearson, Transfer, and Cengage Group. And before I get started with just a few sort of opening remarks, table setting, I want to do a little bit of housekeeping. I need to mention, so this is a first that has never happened to me before, but there's going to be a FEMA emergency alert test at 2:20 today. It's going to go to every single one of our phones. It's just a test. Don't be scared. I don't know what's happening at 2:20 on this stage, but we'll all have to stop and acknowledge FEMA at that moment. As we make our way through the day, you can track the agenda and communicate with other attendees through the event app. And in the app, you'll find a place where there will be tons of resources that are mentioned, not mentioned today, tools, sites, other things that you might want to have access to, so just know that all of that is available to you there. And if you haven't already done so, be sure to use the QR code. That's where you can view the full agenda, speakers' bios, all that good stuff. We'll have a couple networking breaks. You had breakfast already, there's lunch, there's going to be a reception at the end of the day. I hope everyone will stay and join us for that. I think next door you might have noticed different exhibit hall setups. Please do spend some time with the programs that we have at the Chamber Foundation. Talk to staff. We'd love more partners in all of that work. And do not miss the Transfer virtual headsets. This technology is being applied in classrooms and many training environments, and we hope that you're able to experience it today. So, now to get started with just a few sort of table setting sort of thoughts or reflections. We're close to 9 million unfilled jobs, and the need to match businesses with the right people, with the right skills, has really never been greater. And it feels as though we're at a bit of a crossroads. There are sort of two paths we can follow. One path is that of a shrinking workforce with increasing inequality, record debt, career misalignment, and more barriers to opportunity. The other one is of optimism, one that leverages the progress and innovations made possible by public-private partnerships. It includes more people with more opportunities, powered by systems that actually meet their needs. Quality education with rigorous academics and connections to careers. Employer-led workforce development that leads to aligned training programs, a larger pool of talent with the skills to succeed in work and life, modern workforce data with which we can make better decisions about what's working and what to invest more in. And I think we all want that second path. It's certainly the path that we're on here at the Chamber Foundation, and it's what we hope to put on display for you all today. There's really no more important asset to our country, to our communities, to companies than talent. But the systems we've relied on for decades really were built for another time, another place, another economy. So our hope for today is to showcase better ways to prepare our talent for the jobs of the future, better ways to invest in their skills, because there is certainly more than one pathway to a great career. Better ways to support economic mobility and opportunity by recognizing the skills every single person in this country possesses and empowering each learner and worker with the data that will allow them to communicate what they know and are able to do. Better ways to bridge the communication gaps between employers and educators. Better ways to ensure working parents have access to a quality, affordable childcare so their children are safe and thriving while they're on the job. Our nation, our economy, our workforce cannot move ahead if we're standing still, and we need constant energy and innovation to remain on that second path. So thank you so much for being with us today and every day as we commit to long-term systems change. We've accepted the challenge, and we certainly hope that you will join us in that work. Thank you so much. I am going to take a seat because we're going to have our first discussion today on K-12 learning loss, some thoughts about moving forward. So I'm going to welcome my colleagues to the stage, Mike Petrilli and Maya Cottigan. Thank you. Maya wants me to say this, but she literally just landed and raced herself over here, so we could not be more appreciative of you being here. I didn't even get to say hi before or thank you for being here. So I'm just going to dive right in and let you all first introduce yourselves a little bit, talk about your individual organizations and why this issue of learning loss and the future of public education is so important to you. Maya, you want to go first?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Maya Martin-Cadogan, and I'm the founder and executive director of PAVE, which stands for Parents Amplifying Voice in Education. And we work here in the District of Columbia to bring parent voices to our education policy making and our systems leaders. Our parents fight for the policy priorities that they identify every year. They have seen huge increases in per pupil funding, facilities funding. For charter schools, they have fought for new schools, including Bard Early College High School east of Anacostia River, which is the first application high school east of the river in more than 50 years, along with a new charter school on Joint Base Anacostia Bowling, which is the first intentionally diverse school that is a combination of military and Ward 8 and east of the river students. And so they do the work to identify what they think needs to change in the system and to push for those changes that they think will benefit not just their own child, but all children.
Thank you. Mike.
Great. Well, hello. Hi, Mike Petrilli at the Thomas B. Fordham Institute. First of all, thanks for having me, Cheryl. And I like what you've done with the place.
I mean, we upgraded.
I was going to say, you took advantage of the pandemic. I like the renovations.
Yes.
Fordham is a national education policy think tank. We also do work on the ground in the great state of Ohio, if there's any Ohio folks out there. And we track all the big education policy issues of the day, which of course today is a lot about learning loss and the terrible place we find ourselves in after this awful pandemic. And I know we're going to get into this, but it's bad, everybody. It's really bad out there right now. The pandemic and the closures and kids being out of school for, in some cases, a year and a half, 2 years, it wiped out 20 years of progress that we had made in education reform. And it means that kids, in many cases, lost a year and a half or 2 years of learning. And we've got estimates from Eric Hanushek at Stanford and others that this is going to equate to trillions of dollars in lost growth in our economy and lost wages for those people because, young people, if they don't learn what they otherwise would have learned, it means that they're going to have less opportunity to go to college, complete college, get good paying jobs, take those jobs that your employers have out there. And yet we're not doing nearly enough right now to help those kids catch up.
That is for sure. And I couldn't think of a better way to start a essentially conversation all day about workforce than to talk about K-12 education. We say it all the time, which is everybody is more than happy to have a workforce conversation, but you cannot ignore the first 18 years of life. And if we just continue to sort of hope something's going to change, we are never going to address these sort of broader systemic challenges. So you addressed some of the sort of the bad news around this. Are there any like sort of key data points or NAEP or anything that would sort of help set the stage for folks in the room who might not be as familiar?
Well, first, I think it's important to start with what I said, that we erased 20 years of progress. But let's focus on that progress. We don't say this enough. We were making a lot of progress in this country around education. And oftentimes, I know we come to meetings and we kind of wring our hands, and we've all heard about, the challenges of our public school system for so long. But, from the 90s into the 2000s until the early 2010s, remarkable progress, especially for our lowest achieving kids, for our low-income kids, Black and Hispanic students, dramatic gains in math and also some gains in reading. And we know from research that part of that was from the accountability from the No Child Left Behind era. We've seen strong results for charter schools. A lot of the reforms, they didn't work perfectly, but they did work, and things did get better. But then, even before the pandemic, we started to see some of those achievement trends starting to plateau or even start going in the wrong direction again. And then they just went off a cliff with this pandemic. The worst news, though, and I want you to think about this, is last school year, when you look at how much progress kids made from the fall until the spring in reading and math, they made less progress last year than students typically did in the pre-pandemic years. So not only are we, do we have a lot of catching up to do, we're still digging a hole. We're still going backwards. And we can talk about, why that might be, what the business community might do about it. But it's bad. So, and unfortunately, we don't see enough national leadership right now talking about this problem and making this a priority.
Something that you said sort of struck me, and it just made me think, policy really matters. I mean, it matters what happens at the federal level. It matters what happens at the state level. We cannot, programs implemented all over the country will get us so far, but policy really does matter. Maya, you lead a parent organization. What are your parents saying about this?
Yeah, I think our parents, are frustrated, right? I think that we closed schools for way too long in DC and a number of other cities across the country. What that meant for a lot of kids is that they didn't have the strong relationships that they need in order not just to want to go to school, but to enjoy learning. We have a lot of our young people who don't have positive adult relationships that are fostered and nurtured in schools. And so we are seeing right now in our schools in DC that what Mike is talking about in terms of the academic data can be perfectly correlated to our attendance data, right? Our students are not showing up to school. You can't learn to read if you're not in a classroom getting reading instruction. And so I think one of the things our parents are really experiencing is that we have to figure out a way to bring kids back and to loving learning, which means we've got to think about school differently. It is not just about the traditional 8 to 4 school day, but it's about what are the programs after school, the summer programs, the programs that we're offering inside of schools. One of the issues our parents picked for this year were specialized school programs, which meant that a diversity of school models should be offered to students in every community in which they live. A one-size-fits-all approach to education doesn't work. For any of us who are parents, all three of us on the stage are, we know that every one of our children is different, and what's going to set them aflame and make them excited for their futures looks different. That means you need STEM programs, you need arts programs, you need different kinds of apprenticeship programs, you need college prep programs, you need early college programs to reduce the debt burden of college. And so I think one of the things our parents are saying is that the way we were doing things before the pandemic certainly wasn't working. The pandemic blew that up and told us that that was really inadequate. And part of what we've been doing in returning to school is doing more of the same. And so I think what parents are really asking right now is how are we going to do things differently? And how are all of our leaders going to put aside all their differences and their particular areas and beliefs to say, what is it that we all need to do together for all kids? And I think that is what always impresses me about our 6,000 strong parent leaders at PAVE, is that yes, they get inspired to be policy people because they care about their child, but when they're picking issues, they pick it as a collective because they're asking what's right for all children. And so when they pick issues like school-based mental health, every parent is not someone who's like, this is my child's number one issue, but they know other children in their child's school community who need it. And so they're trying to identify what is it that we need for all kids. And I think that's really like something that all of our leaders need to put a focus on. Instead of trying to do what they want to do, the question is, what do kids really need?
So Mike, you have been leading an effort that both Maya and I and a lot of other folks have been engaged in over the past, I don't know, what was it, like a year and a half now, called Building Bridges. I'd love for you to share with everyone in the room a little bit about that effort, what you hoped to accomplish with it, and sort of where do we go from here, and how do we hopefully bring all these people along with us.
Yeah, well, it's not news to say that things are rather polarized in our country right now. And that has certainly been something that's impacted the education sector as well. And so we had this notion a couple years ago. We said, wow, we have been through a lot. You know, there was just the polarization probably started in the late Obama years, went up to 100 in the Trump years. Then we have this awful pandemic. We're in crisis mode. Among other things, that means that we can't see each other in person, while we're suddenly, trying to make connections over Zoom. And then in education, we're in the middle of these culture wars that break out, right? We're fighting over books and how we teach American history. All of that made it very hard for people to come together, left, right, and center, bipartisan, to get things done for kids. And so the basic notion of this effort was just to get some people together, again, diverse, in every way, including ideologically, politically, and just spend time together again and rebuild some relationships and see if we still had common ground and a common agenda around key issues in education policy and practice. The good news is, first of all, yes, we do, and it is possible to rebuild relationships. It's like the old cliche stuff about everything I learned in kindergarten. If you want people to find common ground, you got to get them together in person, in the same room. You don't find common ground over social media. That's very hard to do, right? In fact, that pushes us apart. But if you're in the room together, actually listening to each other, trying to understand your different perspectives, you might find that, yeah, there's still some things we agree on. And look, this group, all education advocates, but with very strongly held views and some very different views, right? I mean, we came in really seeing the world differently in many ways, and we still do. But I think at the end, still seeing that we agree that we need a much greater sense of urgency around this current generation of students. We need a new system going forward, that we saw during the pandemic. Our school system is not the responsive school system that we need. And I think it gave at least me a lot of hope that there is going to be a path forward. It's going to, it might need to wait until some of the crazy politics settle down, at least at the national level. But, we're going to be ready when that happens to keep pushing forward.
I think, you sort of referenced this, but I think ultimately we all we were driving toward the same thing, right? We all wanted a quality education for all kids, regardless of background, regardless of circumstance. But that didn't mean how we were going to get there was necessarily all the same. So it definitely wasn't an easy sort of year plus. Maya, tell me, or tell the audience sort of your perspective and how did you come away with it and you feel good about next steps?
Yeah, I mean, I think building bridges was one of my favorite things that I did in this past year. And I think part of that is because I'm an old school Democrat, right? The first thing I volunteered for in high school was Bill Clinton's second inauguration, and I managed one of the tents. My first job was on the Hill working for a congressman from Alabama who was a part of the CBC. And so I've been a Democrat as long as I've been alive, essentially. But I think that when I look at, and we're in a Democratic city at PAVE, right? The majority of our folks are left center or center left. And so we basically have a one-party system here in the District of Columbia, and that's where I grew up. I'm a sixth-generation Washingtonian, so this is what I know. But when I got into that room with Building Bridges, what I really appreciated was hearing about the perception of the world from different people's vantage points, right? And I think that's something that many of us today don't get to do. We're stuck in our geography, we're stuck in our party, we're stuck in our community group, and we often don't get outside of that. And so I think it limits our worldview in terms of not only what is right for all kids, but even what is right for our own kids, because you can only imagine the world once you can see it from different people's perspectives. And so what I appreciate about building bridges is that everyone was from different parties. There were urban folks and there were folks who were from more rural areas. There were folks from every corner of America, coasts and people in the middle, right, and the South. And I think it was just so important for all of us to get in a room together at this point in time where we know our kids are struggling. And that was true across all of those identities. Like, even when we talked about who was struggling the most, no one could say their kids weren't struggling wherever we were. And so I think it was really important for us to be able to come together and to say, if we know that's true, let's put aside our individual needs and our individual desires to say, what is it that we want for all kids? And that's the way we do the work at PAVE. We set a collective agenda. And when you do that, it makes people so much more bought into the work that they need to do ahead, and then you have a better coalition that can work together on behalf of students. And so I think we've just lost a lot of that, it feels like, in the past few years. And I don't know, where this will go, as Mike said, because we have a very polarized country. But it gave me a glimmer of hope as an American that we can get a group of people together who are so different and so disparate, and who are willing to compromise, right? But don't compromise on your values. I don't think any of us, based on what we believed, felt like we gave up something that was our core belief in signing this. We agreed with the words that we put on the page, and we wordsmithed hard, right? You have a bunch of education advocates in the room. Every word mattered. And that is actually important, that when that document came out, it was something that we all said, based upon my values, this fits with my values. This fits with what my parents at PAVE tell me I need to do. This fits with what Mike's constituency at Fordham tells him that he needs to do. But it also is something that we can all agree on together, and it just was such a beautiful and powerful process, because I think too much of what we do today is just sit in our same groups of people, and we don't hear other viewpoints, and then we don't come together to serve people in a way that's really powerful.
So Maya mentioned the document.
Yeah,
so tell folks what it is and sort of what it, where it lives, and the fact that it is a open to all sign-on document.
Yes, so we did come out with a call to action, called it A Generation at Risk. Of course, a nod to the famous Nation at Risk report. You can find it online at buildingbridgesaneducation.org, and we encourage others to sign on, and quite a few have done so already. And I think when you see that, again, it's got this strong focus on what we have in common, but also the need for urgency and urgent action right now for this generation and for a very different system going forward. And there's some big ideas in there. We fought over a lot of the ideas that, all the things that we have always fought over, right? School choice and how far does that go? And, now there's these education savings accounts that are bubbling, and are we in favor of that or not? And, all of that kind of stuff. And in the end, coming up with where the common ground is. And look, I think for me, I'm reminded by some of these polls that have come out in recent years showing that for all the fighting and polarization, most Americans are the exhausted majority in the middle. And I suspect in your local communities, again, in education, we're having all these fights. School board meetings have become these, food fights and people screaming at each other about all kinds of things. And yet, most parents, most citizens, most voters are probably in the middle saying, can we just get back to trying to improve our schools, right? And the hope is if maybe we can do more of these sorts of things at the local level, at the state level, we can understand that there's a lot of us out there who want to roll up our sleeves and solve problems, and we can find a way to maybe cut off the oxygen to the conflict entrepreneurs that are out there who just want us to be screaming at each other.
I do think, and this is not groundbreaking, leadership matters, right? Leadership in this town and across the country, and our political leaders really matters. Do we have leaders out there? Education's always hard. We're about to enter an election year, and it never seems to be anywhere on the radar screen or the agenda. You'll remind me if it was on Obama's. The last one I remember was George Bush in 2000, where education was a pillar, and which ultimately led to No Child Left Behind, but it's generally not top of the list. And so it feels like, I don't know what it's going to take to get that leadership again, or what it would take the folks down the street. What do we need in terms of our leaders?
I think part of it is that we've let the conversation get distracted by people who are not the majority, as Mike said, right? Like a lot of the conversations that you see in the media is repeating them because they sound interesting and they get people riled up, but that's not actually the majority of conversation that's happening on the ground and what parents and community members are talking about. And so I think because of that, because of the way we let that narrative be the dominant narrative and we don't counter it with things like a generation at risk, what winds up happening is that education for many leaders feels like a losing issue, right? It feels like something that if I am on the forefront of that, I am just going to get attacked. And that shouldn't be the way. Our education system is the core to our entire society. If we cannot build students to be able to read, to write, to do math, to be able to have critical thinking skills, to be able to understand how to work through problems, then they're not going to be the workforce we need in the future. They're not going to be the community members and leaders that we need in the future. So if there is anything that we should all put every molecule of our being behind, it should be education. And yet that's not the way it's presented on a national landscape and then even our local media. And so I think the question is, how do we reset the conversation? I think so many times we wind up going down the road of getting in arguments with that very loud but very small group of people. And I think what was important about A Generation at Risk is that, yes, we argued over the policy components, but we did not get bogged down in those other conversations, right? We did not let ourselves get caught in that. And I think that's actually critically important so that we're actually getting to solutions instead of constantly talking about the problems. And so I think part of it is that we need leaders who want to put everything that they have on the line for our kids, and we have to demand that as leaders in our communities, as parents, that is what we want leaders to do, because that is what we know will build our future.
And I do think that the story is more optimistic at the local level, at the state level. I mean, there are governors out there who are, working very hard on this issue. In Ohio, Governor DeWine has been great on education, including on the science of reading. The science of reading movement to help teachers know how to teach reading, so fundamental, right? I mean, I would argue the most important workforce issue right there to get kids off to a good start. And it's happening in red states and blue states. Nick Kristof at the New York Times, liberal columnist, praising Mississippi for its reading reforms and the incredible progress that they have shown in the Deep South. You got Governor Polis out in Colorado who's doing great things. So, I think this is going to be still a moment where it's got to come kind of from the bottom up.
I love that you mentioned reading and the fact that, back to the comment about everybody wants to have a workforce conversation. We're constantly hearing, we don't even know what jobs are, we're preparing kids for jobs that don't even exist today. But I can tell you, they're going to need to read.
Right. Yes.
And we haven't done that well.
Yes.
So can we not forget how important that piece is? I do want to say one thing, Meyer, ask you, it feels like that the constituency, we at the Chamber, our Chamber Foundation, are focused on the business community and the employer community, and that's a really important constituency, and they have voice and they have leadership. But it feels like parents are at a really sort of interesting moment where their voice and their power is really being listened to. Comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, parents are voters, right? So for most elected officials, they have to listen to their constituents or they don't get back in office. And I think some of it is that some parents have discovered that that's true, right? And are doing a very good job of mobilizing around that. And I think the important thing, though, is that making sure that all parents know that that's true, right? There is not an equity of voice in terms of making sure that every parent who wants to be a part of our education system and process and understand what is working has that ability to do so. And it starts at the base level, right? Like every parent should know whether or not their child can read, write, or do math on grade level. And right now, if you ask a lot of parents in America, they cannot answer that question. They can tell you about the development of their child because they know their child in that regard, but they're not an instructional leader, right? They don't know, and so they rely on the school to give them that data. Are we making sure that at our local level, we're giving assessment data to every single parent so they know where their child is? A lot of times we have crazy moments at PAVE where when parents discover that, when we're encouraging them, here's what you are supposed to be given by the system, and they look at it, they're like, I didn't realize my child was 1 or 2 grade levels levels behind. How do I fix this? And then that's the second piece, is that then the system has to respond to that by providing the learning opportunities and experiences to allow students to make up that gap that Mike is talking about, which doesn't look like doing it the same. It looks like doing it differently, and doing it differently for every child. And so I think parents, if they understood the depth of the problem, which I don't think we've made clear to enough parents, would get really riled up. And if they understood that then they could take that and use that power to change the system, they could do so much. And that's what we've seen at PAVE. Like, our parent leaders are majority low income. They are almost all Black. Many of them are on receiving different kinds of services, but they are the people that can get the mayor and all 13 members of our council in the room together to make decisions. The council literally takes statements of belief that our parents write around policy and then turn them into legislation. And not because our parents asked, just because they got in their face to tell them why it was important and to make them read it. And it's been so interesting to watch how you can shift the dynamics of power and then what that means for a system. Our greatest example of that is around school-based mental health. Like, that's something people started talking about in the pandemic because we realized this was exacerbating for our kids. PAVE parent leaders started talking about that in 2018 because parents already knew that it was an issue that needed to be addressed. And so DC actually has the highest school psychologist to child ratio in the country because our parents actually made sure in the pandemic that every single school had the budget for at least one school psychologist. That's huge. I don't know a lot of other places that can say that. We still don't have all of the people that we need given the level of need. But it's a very different conversation when every school, charter or traditional, has someone in their building who serves that need. And then what our parents fought for last year was giving charters the autonomy to hire their own staff. So they didn't have to go through the Department of Behavioral Health because they had a logjam for hiring applicants. And so they were able to get the money directly in order to hire people onto their team, which is also very different than working from the government and being sent to a school. So, that is the kind of change that parents can make if they can do that work. And because of that, they become a force. And the elected officials, every time they want to do something here in DC, are like, what do PAVE parent leaders think? And they call me, and I'm like, I'm not PAVE parent leaders. I'm the executive director of PAVE. You need to sit down and meet with them and ask them and talk to them about that. And I think if we would empower people to realize that they already have that power because they have the power of the vote, something that my family imparted on me so much in terms of, there were members of my family that I grew up with who didn't have the ability to vote. And so for us, it was so important that we use that and we went to the ballot box to change the way that our policy looks.
Okay, I'm going to let Mike have the last word. I cannot believe we're done. I could have this conversation all day. Tell folks what they can do in terms of building bridges or signing on, or one thing that you would want everybody to take away, and then sadly we have to wrap up.
Yeah, let me just say, I think at the local level where you can exert some leadership from the business community, probably the most important thing is to set some goals around recovering from the pandemic. When should local schools in your area be back to where they were before the pandemic, and then start being beyond where they were? Set those goals, get the community together, get parent input, around achievement, also addressing the mental health crisis and the other challenges out there, chronic absenteeism, and then hold elected officials, including those school board members, accountable for making progress. That would be hugely transformative, and I think it's something that you could do tomorrow.
It sounds really easy, but we can help with that, and state and local chambers all over the country can help with that too, in sort of harnessing, again, the power of business in local communities. Thank you, guys. Join me in thanking. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thanks.
Jamming on the job. Jamming on the job. I'm Christina.
Y yo soy Andrés.
And we play music all over the state. We jam and learn with people who work in jobs they love to do. If we get stuck or something goes wrong, an expert helps us.
And we write a song.
Go boombox. Jamming on the job. Jamming on the job.
Listen now on the PBS Kids video app or anywhere you listen to podcasts.
Good morning. I'm Deb Sanchez, Senior VP of Education at the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. CPB stewards taxpayer funds annually to support more than 1,500 local public television and radio stations in small towns and urban communities across our country. We also fund content and services that strengthen our knowledge economy and our civil society. It's really my pleasure to be here this morning to share how public media is engaging children, youth, and families in the world of work and introducing them to possible careers in new and exciting ways. You just saw a clip from Jamming on the Job, the newest podcast from PBS Kids, funded by a U.S. Department of Education Ready to Learn grant. We are proud that the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation is an important partner with CPB and PBS on this work, which aims to provide educational media resources to children who need it most. Jammin' on the Job is not your ordinary podcast. It is a multi-generational and music-inspired adventure that invites young learners and their families to explore a rich tapestry of careers, visiting different workplaces, and meeting professionals who are passionate about their professions. But they don't just talk about them, they sing about them. And they sing about some of the most interesting careers that they feature in the first 8 episodes, including a robotics engineer, an airport operations manager, and a farm animal veterinarian. CPB is also supporting the next wave of workers by engaging teens and young adults with our initiative, American Graduate Jobs Explained. Jobs Explained leverages popular social media platforms with engaging short-form videos that feature some of the most high-demand jobs in the country today. The videos are designed to pique curiosity about possible career pathways that young people might pursue and link them to local education, training, and job opportunities within their own communities. Most importantly, they are fun. Hosts from local public media stations across the country, from Idaho to Ohio to Florida, invite youth to learn more about jobs in fields like construction, shipping and logistics, and healthcare, to name a few. Let's take a look at Matthew from Idaho Public Television introducing American Graduate Construction Jobs Explained.
So there's a hidden world all around us. There's art and science everywhere, from skate parks to buildings, and bridges to roads. You might think you know what construction work's all about, but it's a lot cooler than you realize. I'm Matthew, and in this series, we'll get to know the people who are building our world. And if you're willing to get your hands dirty, I'll show you how you can be a part of it. Follow me at Construction Jobs.
So pretty fun, not a typical public television show, as you could see, but it's something that we're doing to really engage this next generation. And we're so pleased, and I wanted to thank everyone here at the U.S. Chamber Foundation for inviting us here to share this work with you, and really how it's spurring innovation for us and for the industry to really engage young people and children and their families in the exciting possibilities that their future holds for them. So thank you again for listening to this presentation.
Oh, we're starting. Hello. The music ended.
When did you all get here?
Hey, Hi, I'm Carrie Byron. I am the director of the National STEM Festival, and I have the honor today to start this conversation and moderate these two amazing gentlemen. I will let you guys introduce yourselves.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chike Agu. Recently left the U.S. Department of Labor as the Chief Innovation Officer and currently a Senior Advisor at the Project on Workforce at Harvard University.
Great. John Bailey. I wear a couple different hats. I'm a fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, a fellow at the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, also an advisor here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, well, this is an important conversation that we have been having continually. I would like to ask you guys, I know both of you have heard that statistic, that 65% of students in the classroom right now are going to enter careers that don't even exist yet. That's a crazy idea for me. With the rapid evolution of technology, what specific skills and knowledge do you think are indispensable for students to thrive in future careers?
I see we're asking easy questions this morning.
It is an easy question. I've been answering this one all day.
So here's the way that I think about it, and I think about jobs in kind of two halves. They're what I call the just-in-time skills and the timeless skills. And both are going to be really important for students in the future. When I say the just-in-time skills, this is about mastering these new cutting-edge technologies and tools that are going to be a part of every single job. Every job is now a technology job. A question is how much and what types. And we have to recognize that and make sure that we prepare students for that. One example that I always use is, right now, any of you who hire people would not hire someone who could not use Google search. You wouldn't. You would say they're not job ready. In 18 months or less, ChatGPT will be that ubiquitous. You will not hire someone who cannot use that tool to do better on the job. So there are going to be more technologies like that over time, and we have to make sure the students are prepared for them. Then there's what I call the timeless skills, and these are the things that some people call human work, some people call soft skills, that my old boss, Stan McChrystal, will just call leadership. They are these things that human beings have been doing for thousands of years, from leadership to communication to problem identification, that will actually become more important as these technologies happen, because as time goes on, technology will do more and more things. And human beings are going to have to get really good at only the things that human beings can do. And it's going to be those things. So we have to make sure, as we seek to prepare students, we're not looking at one or the other, we're looking at both, because it's that combination that's going to make those students indispensable, particularly those who are coming from areas of disadvantage, neglect, and underserved.
Yeah, I mean, that's such good points. I would just emphasize all those things and just say, not only is every job now a technology job, every job that is created is slightly higher skilled. And it's higher skilled because of technology. It's definitely going to be higher skilled because of AI. And so as a result, it just makes it more important that we have a lot of the fundamentals, particularly as you just heard with the science of reading that Mike was talking about. STEM is going to increasingly be important. You just look at where all the job growth is, particularly in broadband jobs, climate jobs. They all have some aspect of STEM to it. And then I think it's this last point. It's not so much that AI is going to disrupt and totally eliminate jobs. It's just, it's going to creep into different types of tasks that we do in our jobs. And what that means is that it's going to make what we do as humans, and not AI, slightly more skilled, and that's going to be a lot of communication, it's going to be a lot of problem solving, it's going to be a lot more sort of collaboration. But that is like a skill in itself that has to be taught. That's called soft skills, 21st century skills, critical skills. There's so many different language for it, but that's going to be increasingly important as we prepare students just to be flexible to adjust to all these different types of changing trends that we can see, but also a lot of trends that we can't see on the far horizon.
All of the students today are cyber natives. They've grown up with technology being a part of every aspect of their life in some way or another. But especially because of the pandemic, I feel like that gap in achievement has been exacerbated. So how do you bridge the gap to create more equitable opportunities?
So I'm really worried about this. I think you heard that on the last panel too. But I mean, you're all business leaders. If you look at the education indicators right now as economic indicators, you would think we're in a very deep recession. Chronic absenteeism is way up. Achievement levels are way down. We've lost 2 decades of progress in math. We're seeing this right now, that if you think about it, today's third grader, they were kindergartners when the pandemic first started. And so they have literally not had a single year of school that has been normal. And those are critical years for fundamentals. We know that if you're not able to read by the 3rd grade, that is a predictor of a lot of other issues later on in high school, whether you go to college, and your success later in life. We know that these students are also lacking in a lot of social skills because they just haven't had time to be around other students and other people. And so it's a national emergency in a way that's just not getting covered. We've almost become sort of numb to every single new story that comes out or indicator that comes out that says like kids are X number of months or years behind. We're seeing some states move very aggressively with high-dosage tutoring, critically important. Virginia just announced a new high-dosage tutoring program. Tennessee has been a leader, especially with a nonprofit that I'm on the board of called Zern Math, in terms of getting kids just-in-time math support. We need a lot more energy there in order to help kids catch up, because if we don't help them catch up, we're going to be feeling the economic pains of that later on for us as society and industry, but also for them in terms of their individual prosperity.
So, Chike, as someone who's played a pivotal role in fostering innovation at the U.S. Department of Labor, how do you believe the federal government can contribute to equipping and teaching essential skills for students now that's going to help them, especially in a system that has been not so great to the historically underserved?
This week has not necessarily instilled the greatest confidence in the federal system here in DC. But in my time in government, the federal government is actually good at a couple of things. And I'll use one example, just as a historical context. If you go back to the mid-'60s and you look at desegregation after Brown v. Board of Education, in 1964-65, I think 17% of schools in the South were desegregated. If you look at the combination of federal enforcement, federal law, that went to about 84% of schools being desegregated by like 1970. So the federal government, when it puts its mind to it and deploys capital, creates incentives, can actually make things happen. And so when we think about what the federal government can do, what is it really good at? Creating the box. Here's the box that you operate in. Here are incentives to help you operate within that box to full effectiveness. And so when we think about it in this sense, I'd say a couple of things. One, and my old boss, Julie Sue, would talk about this, who's now the acting Secretary of Labor. One, we have to get the most in-demand skills to the most in-need people. There are a couple of reasons for that. Number one, because it's the right thing to do. As Joe Biden would say all the time, the workforce of America should look like America. The second reason is actually much more practical, and this is for business leaders. And I like to say this a lot when I talk to business leaders. All the computer science majors at MIT and Stanford have already been hired. All the people who are from the places that you've always looked, they've already been hired. You have to go to communities now to fill the billets that you have in communities you've never looked in. And this means going to communities of color. This means going to folks who are immigrants, folks who are poor, folks who are rural. Because frankly, demographically, there is no other choice. Because we are in a historically light labor market. And in fact, the Financial Times wrote recently about the forever tight labor market. Because demographically, at least in America, we just don't have the people that we used to. That's just a demographic reality. So the question is, if we make that, and the federal government makes that a North Star, how do we do it? And here's where you see a big push around new types of training and skill acquisition, like, for example, apprenticeship. Apprenticeship is valuable for a couple of reasons. One of which is to get at these human skills that John has talked about and so many other people have talked about. It's hard to just learn those in a classroom. It is hard to learn how to lead from reading a book. It's helpful as that's the way you start. It's a different thing to go on the job, sit with someone who's done this before, learn in real time, screw up, and learn, hey, here's how you lead a team. Here's how you write that email. Here's how you should have said this in that meeting. Here's how you fabricate this thing in real time. But we have to provide more and more of that. That's why you see the administration putting a ton of money toward apprenticeship and encouraging apprenticeships in new fields like advanced manufacturing, healthcare, high technology. So if we think about, the federal government setting that North Star of we need to get the most in-demand skills to the most in-need people. And then secondly, let's provide incentives, money, regulation, otherwise, to get new ways of doing that. That's how I think we can begin to move that needle. And the last piece I'll say is this is just critical because the federal government just invested $1 to $2 trillion in 3 critical needs industries: infrastructure, green technology, and semiconductor fabrication. None of those have the people that they need. I know because I sat with the leaders of those companies for 2.5 years when I was in government, and I listened to them ask me, what are you going to do to help me get those workers? And so this economic and the geopolitical stakes are really critical, and this is where I think the federal government can hopefully unleash innovation on the local and the state level to make that happen.
So how does the private sector engage?
Let me talk about companies and let me talk about capital. I think those are two ways to think about it. On the capital side, meaning I'm sure there are people in here who have capital that they are deploying to early stage companies. Invest in companies who are looking to solve different pieces of the problem around this. Whether it's companies who are looking at new ways to reskill people, like for example using XR to help reskill people who might have disabilities who normally wouldn't have access to a workplace. For the private company side, I would say, think about how you are bringing people into your company. Meaning, do you have arbitrary degree barriers where the degree doesn't actually relate to the qualifications of the job? More and more companies are realizing that it's putting a cap on the amount of talent that can come in. Are you creating easy on-ramps into your company from high-quality training programs? I see one of my old bosses, Kathleen Delaski, who's been working on this for years. When you have quality training programs, do you make it easy to go from that training program through HR into a job? Some companies think they do, but they don't. I think the last piece here is a bit of evangelism, talking about talent is everywhere and opportunity is not. I think we all say that, but do we actually live it? And in our companies, more important, frankly, than any CSR, any grants that you can give, change the way that you hire and then change the way that you deal with that labor once you have it, and that will make the biggest difference in the world. And that's something that companies can do right now, today.
So I understand skills-based hiring is important, but how do you do that? How do you do that in the private sector, and how do you get the culture to change to implement that?
Yeah, again, we're asking only easy questions.
Sorry.
We're asking only easy questions here, and I really want to hear John's thoughts here. I'll say a couple of things. One, and I take this from my old colleague Matt Siegelman at Burning Glass Institute. If you want to do skills-based hiring, you need companies to be really clear on the skills that they need for each job. I have sat with companies, and I have asked 3 people at the same company what the skills are for a job, and I get 5 different answers. And so companies being really precise about what those skills are, most jobs are 32 separate subtasks. Are we that precise on what we're hiring for? Then secondly, what is the assessment that we are going to use for that? Again, right now the assessment is, do you have a college degree or not? In some cases that makes sense. In other cases it doesn't, and the question is, how do we make that not simply an arbitrary default, but actually a precise, we want this degree because we need it for this reason versus something else? I think the last piece is how do we update that over time? We're talking about how technology and STEM is going to grow and change. Prompt engineering as a job didn't exist 18 months ago. In 18 months, there'll be other jobs we didn't hear of, and some other jobs are going to go away. How up to date are we staying inside a company of what those jobs are going to be and how those skills need to move and change along the way? That's where I would start as we think about skills-based hiring. John, I'd love to hear your thoughts here.
No, I mean, this also goes back to the previous question too. Skills-based hiring is having, if you zoom back out of the sort of the chaos in DC right now, there is some areas of agreement that were started during the Trump administration and Obama administration, Trump, and also carried through with Biden. Skills-based hiring is one of those. It's happening with government. A number of governors have introduced that. We know a number of employers have. It's so vitally important, and Chike's right, that you have to be crystal clear about the skills that are needed for these different jobs. What's happened is that we've used degrees and years of experience as sort of just a crutch. It's just given us a pass and a little bit of a laziness, and it screens out a whole bunch of untapped labor pools. Those labor pools we have close to 39 million people who have some college but no degree. So they started college but dropped out, life circumstances or other institutional issues. But this offers them a pathway back in. We have second chance hiring coming out with criminal justice reform that the Chamber's been a huge leader on. But again, we need, those are people with amazing skills that need a pathway and being crystal clear on the skills. And then also, what Chike was saying too, apprenticeships. Apprenticeships are having a moment, a huge bipartisan moment. They're embedded into a number of the Inflation Reduction Act climate change programs. So there's a huge demand side. But we need you as employers to help on on the supplier side. And that, again, is like working with your employees, figuring out the skills, and then figuring out the ways for some of these prospective employees to get that training on the job, as well as some skills through colleges, community colleges, and other skills-based providers.
Do you think AI can help in teaching skills to kids today?
Oh, yes. Yeah. I mean, I'm a huge... I don't think we've scratched the surface yet on what AI can do in terms of helping, but it's amazing. We were just here yesterday, and I just showed a demonstration of how 6 sentences can turn ChatGPT into an adaptive tutor. For any student, any subject, any language, it connected to any student's interests. So if it's John, 6th grade, fractions, and I'm interested in Star Wars, all the examples are Star Wars. You play that out, and I've crafted prompts that allow ChatGPT to be a mock job interview, asks a question, I give it a response, and then it grades that response and gives me some tips on how to do it. I had someone, I won't say her name, but she was briefing President Obama 2 weeks ago, and she was very nervous about it. And so we created a President Obama simulator that would using ChatGPT, that would ask questions in his style, in kind of his way, to kind of help her just get into the rhythm of how to prepare for that. So I think we're just scratching the surface there. Combine that with also something else Chike say, like I'm very bullish on VR in the long term. I think as the hardware gets better and cheaper and a little bit more comfortable, it's going to be more widely adopted. But the early use cases that are so powerful are in job training. So company Striver is working, if you think about engineers that have to work on airplanes, it's dangerous, it's also expensive. You don't want to just shut down part of the tarmac and have engineer students go out and sort of learn the different parts of the plane. So they have, JetBlue is using this as a way of helping to train their engineers. Walmart is putting all their associates through this. It's an immersive experience, and it works so well in so many different job training situations. So I think, again, you're going to be on the cutting edge of using some of these new technologies because of the needs that you have for reskilling or upskilling or bringing on new employees, but I'm super bullish and excited about it.
Do you know any success stories that we can talk about preparing students for the future?
One that I think about, and then I'll probably broadly kind of the opportunity youth angle, is actually using XR, which I think is a really powerful example. Is if you go to the University of Maryland at College Park, not too far from here, there is something called LASER, the Lab for Applied Social Science Research, run by Dr. Rishan Ray. And what he has done is actually taken XR and used it for job training, actually in prison and jail settings for folks who are going to be released shortly. And he trains folks on 3 things, and you actually simulate an interview. So basically, it's an XR scan. You put it on, you're in a room, and the engine is a job interview engine powered by AI, and you learn to do 3 things. You learn to do a job interview, because many folks have never done a job interview. These are folks who are 16 to 24, who have never done a job interview before, likely first time. Secondly, to get a house. Hey, here's how I go and find housing. And then lastly, getting a vehicle. We know those are 3 big determinants of people when they come out actually having a quality career, particularly when they're very young. And they've actually done this in Tennessee, as well as a number of other states behind the 4 walls, and actually have gotten to a price point of $150 a head to actually deploy this for 4 or 5 months behind those 4 walls. Really high quality use case. The other ones that I've seen are actually for workers and students with disabilities who have IEPs, particularly who it may be hard for them to get into an office setting. And so that's one particular example of combining these emerging technologies. And we don't talk enough about the intersection of these technologies, but when you combine an XR with AI, it's very powerful. Because then you actually have an immersive experience where you actually have someone, imagine if they had been wearing a HoloLens headset when you did the Obama simulator, and they actually were in their room with President Obama, quote unquote, to do this, how much powerful and more prepared they would have been, even on top of what had been done. One other thing I'll say on AI is we talk a lot about what it can do for students. As someone who started their career as a 2nd grade teacher, the power it has for the adults in the system is also powerful. If I were to go to my time and look at the amount of my time that I use for instruction versus, frankly, administrative work that had to get done, but frankly, I wasn't the best person to do it, writing emails, filling out certain forms, things like that, what a Bard or a ChatGPT can do and put that time back in teachers' hands to do what they're really best at is transformative. And also, I think it actually be a key to keeping more teachers in the profession, because they can spend more of their time doing what they love and hopefully less hours overall.
There's work in inspiration. That's really why they want to be there. And I think if we're going to create a robust and diverse pipeline into the workforce, we need to be teaching critical thinking. That is the most important thing. Before kids can learn anything, they know how to do it critically. We need to teach empathy. They need to be inspired into wanting to help each other. And I think that we need to give them confidence that they're able to use science, technology, engineering, and math, because I think that especially when you're talking about underserved areas, they don't have the access that can give them the confidence that they feel like they belong in STEM jobs. I'm just going to throw this out here to you guys. This year, we have started an initiative called the National STEM Festival. It's a nationwide challenge for kids 6th through 12th grade. We are asking kids to come up with a project. They can invent, ideate, research, come up with some sort of project that will make the world a better place, have a positive impact under themes that kids think about every day, like environmental stewardship, tech for good, powering the planet. It's all things that kids think about all the time. So right now, this nationwide challenge open today. Submissions are open for the next month. We're looking for corporations to actually jump in and help here because we really want to create confidence, that catalyst moment when a kid goes, oh, I figured out this problem and I belong in STEM. This is so important, and we're trying to get the word out to all of you guys because we're also looking for reviewers to help do a blind review of the kids' projects so that corporations, CEOs, STEM adjacent, and STEM leaders can give real-time feedback to every kid. Every single kid that puts in a project can get some feedback by somebody in industry so that they can see that pipeline. They can see how they can go from their school and their education into the jobs of the future. So if you would like to go to the nationalstemchallenge.com, you can find all the details and deadlines. You can sign up to be a reviewer, and please help us get the word out. And if any if any corporate sponsors want to come in and help us get these kids here, we're trying to erase the barriers, like I can't afford to go to DC. Yes. We want to fly all the kids in so that it isn't just the kids that can afford to be here, but kids everywhere in the territories, the states, DOD, BIE schools. That's one way that we are trying to encourage the STEM generation with the Department of Education. We'll be presenting the STEM Festival here in DC in April. So there's how you guys can be part of the solution. I know that John's actually on our advisory board, so.
Definitely do this. Go back,
Absolutely.
talk to your CEOs, and get involved in this. It's really exciting.
I mean, what are other ways that we can really encourage kids to feel like they can go into these incredibly new and exciting fields? I mean, how do you encourage a kid to get into jobs that don't exist?
You first have to show them that the jobs exist. I mean, that it's a very basic thing, and it starts here, doesn't end here, but literally, I think about, I'm from Prince George's County, which is right over the border in Maryland, and I remember 7 years ago taking 3 high school seniors to a game design studio in the Hunt Valley of Maryland, for those of you who know it, and literally getting them to walk around with game designers for 3 hours on a Monday morning just to understand that that is a job that exists and that they could do. Very basic, but very important. Also, and this goes back to the apprenticeship angle, giving really students a chance to work in those environments. Number one, to learn how it works, to learn how the rhythm of those organizations, and also see that they could actually be here. I think as much see, touch, and feel as we can give kids in these environments as early as possible, the better it is. And if we're honest, if we think about the kids who are most successful, they usually got that. And so the question is, how do we take what we give some kids and make sure that it's available to all kids?
Part of the evangelism.
Yes.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think you have to look at a couple different indicators. One, there's one theory about why some kids are not showing up to school, why that chronic absenteeism rate is so high. It's that kids are just bored. They're bored with the way we've designed school. And I don't think that's for every kid, but I think there's a certain number of kids that had a more experiential, hands-on type of learning during the pandemic, and they're coming back into a more traditional classroom setting, and it's just not resonating. We're also seeing that with a continued disenrollment from higher education. And I think it's not that higher education is not valuable, it's the way we're delivering it. So this goes a little bit to what Chike said. I think kids are craving experiential learning. They just don't want textbooks and lectures. They want to be working on projects that have connection to real-world problems. It's why the National STEM Festival is so important. It's why connecting this to experiential learning and to real-life examples with real-life professionals, I think can help invigorate both core curriculum, but also help inspire kids for the career pathways that they want to explore in the future.
John, Chike, thank you so much. This has been, this conversation could go on for the next 3 hours,
Absolutely.
but unfortunately, we have run out of time. They're about to turn the music on and walk us off stage.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. A lot of chatter in the back. I'm Carolyn Cawley. I'm president of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, and it is such a pleasure to sit down this morning with David Marriott, the new-ish chairman of the board of Marriott International. I have to tell you, one of the very first things I did in preparing for this discussion was I realized for my whole life I've been pronouncing your family's name incorrectly.
You're not the only one,
Marriott,
Carolyn. Don't worry.
so I'm going to work really hard on Marriott.
Oh, thank you.
But let's do a quick audience poll. Who's traveling more today than they were before COVID? Everybody, right? Travel is up. And who is in Bonvoy? Yeah, look at that. You've got a lot of
those of you that didn't raise your hands, we need to get you signed up.
Bonvoy members. Well, listen, Marriott is almost 100 years old.
It's crazy.
That's a long time. It's just about as long as the chamber. We know a little bit about shared history. And you don't get to be almost a 100-year-old company without a really, really strong culture. And one of the things I love most about my job is getting to talk to leaders like David, who have been leading, at this point, a third-generation company about what is that culture and how does it hold together across geographies and across so many different brands. And so I'm so eager to get started.
Well, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here today, Carolyn, and it's an honor to be with all of you. Thank you for having me.
In preparation for this interview, I looked at a LinkedIn post of yours, and I just wanted to tell you this story because it's so emblematic of, I think, the culture at your company. About a month ago, David posted a birthday message on what would have been his grandfather's, the founder of the company, Jay Willard's, birthday. And the comments, hundreds of comments on that LinkedIn post, people from all over, from Laguna Niguel to Dubai, said, I met him when I was a bellman. I met him when I was a cook, and he made me feel special. He created opportunity for my family. And I just thought that was such a powerful compliment to the company. And the best one was one person wrote, David, your grandfather should be on the Mount Rushmore of the hotel industry.
That's pretty funny. Well, these are some of my favorite pictures of my grandfather that you see on the wall here. I love the image of him on the horse because that really captured who he was. He was a true American cowboy. And of course, that's me hugging my grandmother at the opening of our former headquarter hotel in 1979. So,
Wow.
Great memories as I look at these pictures that you've captured up there on the wall.
Great family pictures. What is this one here?
In the middle, that
white.
is Robert Smythe. He was our very first associate, and that was the little 9-seat root beer stand that opened in 1927 on 14th Street and Park Street in Northwest. And that was just after it went through the transition from the 9-seat root beer stand to the hot shops. And they started serving hot tamales and chili and hot dogs and hamburgers and coffee because root beer sales plummeted when the weather got cooler. and they needed to reinvent their business. So it was a real example of how you need to continue to innovate and change your business model to meet the customer's needs.
Well, that's a great story. I want to talk more about hot chili. You know, I noticed in the comments and different things I've been reading that people called him Mr. Marriott. What do they call you now that you're the chairman?
Sometimes I get Mr. Marriott, but I prefer them calling me David. Whenever I hear Mr. Marriott, I look behind me to see if my father's standing there. And anyway, I think it's a generational thing. I just prefer to be called David. It helps me feel a little younger, too.
Well, he must have given you a lot of advice when he passed the baton after 66 years.
My father, you know, he's sometimes a man of few words and leads by example. He doesn't really preach to his children about what we should be doing. So I had to pry it out of him a little bit as we went through this transition. I said, Dad, what are some of the things I really need to focus on? What advice do you have for me? And he said, oh, you've been around this business. You know what to do. It'll be easy for you. And I said, no, come on. I had to press. But he said, you know what? He said, be yourself. Above all, don't try to be me. Don't try to be your grandfather. Be yourself. You've got some great core strengths, and focus on that. And he said, you know, really be the caretaker of our culture and core values. Spend as much time as you can with our people out in the field, and support our CEO, Tony. Do everything you can to help him be successful. Make sure that the board is supportive of his efforts and that they're able to work together and collaborate. So I think those were the three key things that he had told me as we went through that transition.
Do you get out much? Do you go and visit properties and hotels and brands?
Carolyn, I'm on the road constantly. I'm headed to Australia on Monday. We are opening a W hotel in Sydney, so I'm really excited to be at the opening of that hotel. I've never been to Australia before, so I'm looking forward to visiting our properties in Melbourne and in Sydney. A couple weeks ago, I was in Indonesia. We went to Jakarta and Bali, and I was in Singapore visiting hotels and spending time with our team. Later in the month, I'll be going back to Southeast Asia. I'll be in Vietnam visiting our hotels. So I'm on the road visiting our people, supporting our customers, meeting with our owners, and really reminding people that the Marriott family is still involved in this business. It's a family business. And I really focus in on our culture and core values, which I think is the thing that distinguishes us amongst a sea of competitors.
What's the first thing you do when you go visit a property?
Shake hands. I like to go to the back of the house. I like to go into the kitchen. I like to go to the back dock, shake hands of our associates, thank them for the incredible job that they do, remind them that they're an extension of the Marriott family and how important they are to our business. When my grandparents started their business in 1927, they said if you take good care of the associates, they'll take good care of the customer, and the customer will come back. And that's really been the bedrock of what our core values have been built upon over our 96-year history. So we are a people-first culture that truly believes in pursuing excellence, embracing change, acting with integrity, and serving our world. And I mean, those are really the key pillars that drive our culture and our core values, and something that we stay focused on.
I'm so curious about culture and how it is expressed in different places. Like, how does Marriott have a Marriott culture that's the same but different in Vietnam or in Frankfurt or at the Key Bridge, you know, the old Key Bridge Marriott?
Yeah. Well, when we were a company of 100 hotels, it was pretty easy, right? But now we have 8,600 hotels in 139 countries and territories around the globe, and 31 different brands. And as you grow as a company, it becomes more and more challenging, of course. And your culture is going to continue to evolve over time, but your core values should really never change. I think the core values that I touched on, those pillars, that belief that if you take care of people, they'll take care of people, and your business will thrive. These are values that really do resonate around the globe, and as I travel, I see that. But you have to have structure to really keep your core values as a true focus, and to keep your core values and your culture healthy and alive. It is a living organism. And so we have business councils around the globe. We have more than 100 business councils, and we have 5,300 hotels participating in these business councils, and the business councils are made up of general managers in different locations around the globe, and they're focused on serving the community. They're focused on dealing with legislative issues that that our hotels might be facing within their local environments, and they're there to help one another. Before we came on stage, you and I were talking a little bit about Maui and the terrible tragedy that Lahaina faced. Our business councils went to work immediately after that horrible, horrible event. They started working on sourcing clothing for our associates. We had 390 associates that lost their homes, 3 that lost their lives. And it was an extremely difficult time, but our business councils were instrumental in making sure that we began taking care of our associates and began taking care of the people in Lahaina as best we could, whether it was providing them with a place to stay at the hotels or food or clothing, and working with them on what the future looks like and what that rebuilding process will look like for them and for their families. But those business councils are instrumental. So whether it's Maui, whether it's the earthquakes in Turkey, whether it's the challenges that we're facing in Europe with the war in Ukraine and the refugees that we're helping to support over there, our business councils really focus in on how can they help support the communities and how they can help support our associates in parts of the world that are challenged.
It feels like when you have a strong culture like that, that has a lot to do with retention and when you're growing people. And you and I have talked before about, employee loyalty is just so high at Marriott, but also the opportunities. Can you talk about, you've had so many people, like your first associate over there, grow up in the ranks. Talk about that.
Well, if you were to ask my father what he is most proud of in his more than 66-year career at Marriott, he would tell you it's the opportunities that we provide for our people. And I think that's what this is really all about, and that's what's so wonderful about the hospitality industry in general. If you look at the leadership of many hospitality companies, it's remarkable to see how many people sit in the C-suite level or senior executive roles within our industry that started in hourly ranks. It's an industry that doesn't necessarily require a 4-year degree that you and I had talked about backstage.
That's skills-based hiring.
But it's an opportunity for growth, and it's a tremendous industry. And we've tried to help educate those who are interested in hospitality that this is really a place for you to have a career and not just a job. My first job was washing dishes at the age of 15. At the Bethesda Marriott Hotel down the road. I did several summer internships, really learning the business from the ground up. And many people approach it that way. They come in at the ground level, they learn our industry inside and out and continue to grow their careers. And we encourage them to take risk in their careers, to learn new skills and to really broaden their leadership ability and capacity.
When you think about your workforce and bringing people in and creating that culture, what are some of the different kind of demographic challenges and pressures today, whether it's childcare or part-time work? What are they looking for today, and how are you adjusting?
We've really had to shift as an industry, and we were putting different strategies in place before the pandemic because we were recognizing that this new generation thinks differently. They need more flexibility in their work environment. They need the ability to drop their kids off or pick them up from school. And so the old way of thinking that everybody has to do a 9 or a 10-hour shift just wasn't practical anymore. And so we started making some of these shifts before the pandemic, and then the pandemic just really sped things up. And so we've worked really hard to create a more flexible work environment. and to encourage people to try new opportunities and take risks and learn different areas of the hotel and the industry. So if you've come up through luxury, take a risk, learn a little bit about select service, vice versa. If you graduate with a finance degree, take the time to learn operations, right? If you've come up through food and beverage, take a chance at learning sales or another discipline and really trying to help round people out in terms of their skill sets.
You know, all of the leaders I've talked to have said that one of the most powerful ways that they can show that they're listening is when employee ideas are surfaced.
Yeah.
An idea for an improvement, or how to do something better, faster, with more grace, let's say. And I know that you do a lot of listening. What are some of the things that you've heard and learned from employees that you've been able to elevate?
Yeah, as I travel, I ask our associates, what are some of your biggest challenges, and what are the resources that you need to do your job better. We were really focused on growth as a company for so many years, and we continue to be focused on growth. It's key to creating shareholder value and creating a better value proposition for our customers and our Bonvoy members. But as I asked, what are our challenges out there? What are we facing? A clear area that we had ignored because we were focusing on growth was technology innovation. And that's something that came to the forefront as we talked to our people over the years, is that we really need to have better systems, newer systems, and to make their jobs more efficient and effective, and to give them better customer information and data so they can service our customers better. So we're in the midst of a big technology transformation, and working through that process step by step. We have a long journey ahead of us, but it's something that is greatly needed, and something that was an important priority, but we were working on integrating Starwood, and we were working on integrating all these other things that pushed that priority a little lower on the list. And now that's come to the forefront, and we're really working through with our associates and gaining that frontline feedback in terms of, what do you need to be the most effective front desk agent? What do you need to be the most effective sales agent? How can we better service our Bonvoy members by having the right technology platform? So we're working through all of that, but it's a constant feedback loop that we have to be getting from our frontline associates, because they really know what's best. They're at the very front and heart of our business.
They are the front line.
That's right.
If you're local and you've ever driven down Wisconsin Avenue in downtown Bethesda, you've seen the most beautiful Marriott Global headquarters. It's a fantastic and phenomenal building. And we were talking a little bit backstage about how that is a physical manifestation of culture and innovation. And so, it was designed around people, and it was designed around interactions and ideas. Tell us a little bit more about that. I just think it's a fascinating way to bring your values to life.
Well, our former CEO, Arne Sorensen, deserves a lot of the credit for the vision of that building and the way it came together. We had been in our former headquarter building since 1979, I mentioned, as you were seeing the pictures. And so we really needed a new building. Our lease was running out, and it was going to be too expensive to really set it up for another 40 years, 50 years. And so we found a great location in downtown Bethesda. But I think when you look at the design of the building, it really is set up to drive collaboration and to create connections amongst our people. There's a lot of different spaces where people can meet, come together, have sidebar meetings. There's tons of natural light, so it's a very inviting place to work and be at. The top floor of the building, which you would expect is where the executive offices would be, is a space that is dedicated to the development of our associates. It's called our J. Willard Marriott Jr. Associate Growth Center. So that's where we bring people in from all over the globe to be trained, to be onboarded. We have all of our orientation meetings in there for new headquarter hires, and the executive offices is right smack in the middle of the building. It's actually the transfer floor in the building, and we have a wonderful daycare center in the building that can take up to 91 children from the ages of 0 to 5 to help support our associates. We have a fantastic fitness center, so our associates, when they have time, can stay healthy and fit and take care of themselves. We have a nurse stationed in the building as well to take care of some simple health care needs that folks might have, or to give them their travel vaccinations before they're on the road to different parts of the world. So it was very thoughtful in its design, and we have areas throughout the building which really help tell our story as a company and give a nod to our roots. As starting out as that 9-seat root beer stand, and our big focus on food and beverage, which, for the first 30 years of our company, we were solely focused on food and beverage. It wasn't until 1957 that we opened our first hotel. So we have a lot of different nods to our history and our evolution as a company over the years.
Well, I know that we're just about out of time, but I just had one more thing I wanted to ask you about, because I just think it's so funny and fascinating. In the lobby of the new headquarters, there's a display called the Cabinet of Curiosities. And tell us about that. What is in the Cabinet of Curiosities?
Well, when I heard the name, I chuckled. I'm a big Harry Potter fan, as are my kids, and I said, Cabinet of Curiosities sounds like it should be at Hogwarts, right? Yeah. But it's a really nice area in a public space within the building, right next to our cafe that is also accessible by the public, so that people can come in and they can view. Basically, it's a storyboard that talks about our history, our culture, and our core values. There's root beer mugs displayed, which give a nod to the original root beer stand. There are name tags from associates all around the globe. We had a wonderful competition with our associates around the world, where they drew images that could be put on postcards, and we selected 18 winners from about 900 submissions, and so we have those postcards which are displayed there on the Cabinet of Curiosities as well, so people can take them as a keepsake or to send an old-fashioned postcard instead of an email to a loved one while they're traveling. And so it just gives a great nod to our history, culture, and has some great memorabilia, and helps tell the story of where we came from and who we are and what we value.
What's the next thing that goes in the cabinet?
That's a good question. I received a Dreamer Award from Martin Luther King III as they were celebrating the 60th anniversary of the I Have a Dream speech, and our team asked if they could display it there, and so I think that might be displayed there soon, which I think is really great and is an important nod to our focus on diversity and inclusion and the efforts that we have in place there. So.
That's really special. Thank you so much. I could talk to you for another half hour, but we've got to go. Thank you all. What a great,
Thank you, Carolyn.
Great leader.
It's a true pleasure and honor. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. I'm, come on back, take a seat if you can. I'm Ryan Craig, and I run a firm called Achieve Partners. We're a private equity firm that buys companies and builds apprenticeship programs in those companies. And actually, that's on the table. You have my new book. The publication date is November the 7th, but the Chamber managed to get early copies for you all, so happy to chat offline. But I'm here not to talk about that, to talk with Michael Hansen, who is the CEO of Cengage. So now, Michael, Cengage is a traditional higher education publisher. 15 years ago, it was called Thomson, so some of you may remember it as that. And Thomson and now Cengage were the first mover in digital courseware. You've been in the job now for about a decade, is that right?
A little more than that, yeah.
Did skills or workforce even cross your mind when you took the job at Cengage?
So Ryan, first of all, thanks for having me. Great to be here. And to answer the question in a pointed way, it crossed my mind. As you know, I'm German. I grew up in the German system, and we'll talk about this probably a little bit later. But when I took the job, I said, like, why is there only one way to the American dream, which basically goes straight through college and goes straight through a certain amount of debt that you have to accumulate to get the pleasure of going through college? I said, aren't there any alternatives? And then in the beginning, I didn't know. I was new in the job, and I literally got summarily shut down by a bunch of professors that were sitting with me in the room, and they said, like, no, the German system is terrible, it would never ever work, there's only one way, it's college, and this is what you got to do. So, I was quiet for a while, and then I came back to the idea over time.
Great. So what was the first step that you took in the direction of sort of skills education?
Well, when I took over the company, we actually needed to fix a lot of problems in the company. Some of your friends in private equity bought the company, overpaid. We had too much debt, so we had to restructure the company. Fancy way of saying we went bankrupt, and then we had to resurrect the company. So we had our hands full. But what I really fundamentally believed that the traditional textbook publishing model was broken, badly broken, because the way it basically went is faculty, the professor adopts the book, and the student has to pay, and therefore the publishers thought, well, we can charge anything. So we ended up with charging textbooks, one book, $250, $350, $385. Crazy. So I said, how do we walk off that and get to a much more normal environment there? And it took a long while, but we were there. We introduced an all-you-can-eat Cengage Unlimited platform, so you can get 20,000 books for $120, and the entire semester you can take any of those books. But to answer your question, we had a lot of things to do, but I always believed we needed to get to skills because fundamentally we need to give people alternatives to just college. College is great, but it doesn't mean that they shouldn't have alternatives. So we started to buy companies, grow companies, and that's what we've been doing for the last, I would say, 10 years.
What were you hearing anything from employers that were pushing you in that direction?
Yes. Initially softly, and then louder and louder. Employers were saying, we don't find the right talent. And employers were saying, the current system is failing us because we want to collaborate with community colleges and get the workers that have the right skills, but we're not getting them. We can't scale things. So yes, we heard that from employers loud and clear.
What about colleges and universities? Was it just resistance or was there encouragement?
Yeah, I always chuckle when people tell me, oh, the American education system is broken, it's fundamentally broken. I say it's not broken, it works perfectly, just not for the students and for the employers. But it works for the system, it works great, right? I mean, people are having jobs, it works. If you are, an academic, it works for you. You have, if you're lucky enough to have tenure, you get lifetime employment, you have academic freedom. So I think the system was reluctant to change because it actually works for them. So there needed to be some external impetus about changing it.
So what grade would you give to colleges and universities today in terms of delivering what's most important for students? First of all, what is most important for students in your view?
Well, I would give you a two-part answer. I think what I would call the highly selective colleges and universities in the United States are second to none. They are incredibly, incredibly well-funded, incredibly talented people, and they're constantly on the forefront of innovation. They're terrific. Interestingly enough, they base their brands on how many people they can exclude from education, right? If you're at 96%, you're really cool, meaning like you have the biggest brand. The rest of the system, and those I would give an A+. I mean, they're really terrific, and I think they clearly have a role in the system.
If you can get in.
If you can get in, which is a tiny, tiny fraction of students. The rest of the system, I would give, a C, and it's okay, but some of the stuff is helpful. It's definitely helpful. I mean, obviously, college graduates still have a better, higher happiness level, better income level, etc. But it's not that they're producing people who have an immediate access to the job market and can actually have the right skills.
And do you think it's gotten more challenging as a result of digital transformation? It's become harder for students, graduates to sort of get good jobs?
Yeah, well, I'm living it now because my oldest just graduated and he's looking for a job, and he's like literally firing off, applications, I don't know, like 20 a week or so. It's gotten harder, no question about it. It's gotten harder, and I think it's gotten harder for two reasons. One is the requirements of employers are much more specific. There are specific skills that people need to have, and we're hearing it all the time. And as we said before, the second reason is the system has been very slow to adapt to these requirements. So the gap is getting bigger, and frankly, it's going to get worse before it's going to get bigger with demographic changes that we're seeing as well.
I like to point to cybersecurity as a great example of this, where entry-level jobs, quote-unquote entry-level jobs in cybersecurity, often outline a set of credentials, certifications that would, require years of experience in order to get that job. So cybersecurity was one of the first areas where you've really launched a focused skills initiative. So maybe you can talk about that.
Yeah, we did, and we felt that the problem was so urgent and we were not fast enough. We acquired a company by the name of InfoSec. We're very happy with the acquisition. Fact of the matter is there's 600,000 open jobs for cybersecurity entry level. You do not need a college degree, but you need specific skills, and the specific skills are tradable. And that's what we're doing, and we are training even to the specific demands of the employer, because not every cybersecurity job is the same, depending on the employer that you work for. So it's been a tremendously, both for us successful as well as rewarding journey on cybersecurity.
Can you talk about maybe the outcomes or early outcomes that you're seeing?
Yeah, we're going to publish the outcomes. I mean, I'm a big believer, since I'm fairly critical of the existing system. I'm a big believer. I got to, hold myself and ourselves accountable for outcomes as well. So we will publish the outcomes. Did they get a job? How long did they get the job? How much money did they make? Very simple outcomes. I don't want to get too academic. I mean, people can always get confused about outcomes discussions. We're seeing very positive outcomes on those three dimensions, and we'll publish it very shortly.
I like to talk about this. There's a skills gap, but there's also an experience gap. And oftentimes we see employers removing degree requirements from job descriptions, but adding experience, the equivalent of experience requirements, which may not make it even better for may not improve the situation for the candidate. InfoSec it's skills training, right, and certifications and so forth.
Yeah.
Could you imagine a world where Cengage is in the business of also sort of helping to bridge the experience gap
Absolutely.
as well?
I think you're spot on. I think we cannot just replace one requirement with another requirement and not offer people opportunities to get to that. And I'm a big believer that we have compartmentalized education into neat little boxes. 2-year, 4-year, cost is this, here's what you got to see. This is not the reality anymore that we should strive for. It should be intertwined. You have work experience. I mean, I saw it for myself. When I understand why I'm learning something, I'm actually learning it. When I don't get it, like when I studied first math, I didn't know why I was learning it, and I was struggling more than anything. So I think intertwining the experience with the education and making it flexible. People can do it at night for an hour and a half or 2 hours. People can do it on the weekends. Whenever they want to do it, I think is a direction that we absolutely will go with Cengage work.
Yeah, I mean, cybersecurity, you can only learn so much in the classroom, right?
Absolutely.
You actually have to sit there in front of all of the, software as a tier 1 analyst and actually see what's going on.
Absolutely, you see what's going on. You have an alarm go off, and then what do you do,
exactly.
right? And it's you can't simulate that.
So work integrated learning, internship, apprenticeship. You have a separate initiative called Ready to Hire. Tell us about that.
Well, I think Raya is in the audience who's leading it. She's over there, so she's the real expert. I'm just the spokesperson, as it were. It is exactly along the lines, Ryan, of what you said before. We're trying to close the last mile, which is the mile from education to employer. And instead of producing talent and then hoping that they're going to get a job, what Raya and the team are doing is we're connecting directly with the employer and saying, what do you need? And what do we have? And just to give you an example, I mean, we're teaching 11 million higher ed students every year, and we have digital connections with them. We know how they learn, we know what they're good at. And in our workforce skills, we have many of them that don't pursue a degree, but they pursue a certificate. So we know all this information. So it's really the last mile, the matchmaking between the job and the talent. And that's what we're building with that business.
Fantastic. What an incredible example of how a sort of legacy publisher or education business can actually begin to solve real workforce
It's not easy, but yes, we're doing it.
So it's not easy, but as far as I know, no other traditional publisher has begun to travel down. I mean, Pearson has some workforce assets, but why do you think other publishers haven't begun this journey yet?
Look, on the one hand, I'm happy that they don't, because then we have the playing field for ourselves for a while. But the reality is there are lots of other competitors. I think that the reasons are you have to overcome an inherent bias in an organization. And the inherent bias, we were focused on higher ed, and we were part of the system where people felt pretty comfortable until we made ourselves uncomfortable. And that's what we did, and we challenged ourselves, and we say, is it good enough? And as you said, it was a long journey, but I think I'm extremely proud of the organization, and I'm extremely proud of so many people, so many of my 4,500 colleagues that have really rallied to that cause.
Completely. I mean, I always talk about the fact that the paradigm that we're used to is that the risk is all on the student. It's the student's responsibility to take a financial risk, take the employment risk. And the reality is that we have hundreds, if not thousands, of sectors of the economy where there's a talent gap right now. And if you're seeking to be upskilled in one of those areas and someone's asking you to take a financial risk or an employment risk, certainly a financial risk, then they have either a bad business model or an unimaginative business model, because there's a very willing payor for that upskilling, and that's the employer that can't find the talent. So
Absolutely.
It means revolving the system around the employer as opposed to around the student, an employer pay model rather than a student pay
Absolutely,
model.
an employer pay model. And I mean, Raya can speak to this. We have yet to meet an employer that is not willing to say, I am going to pay for the education of this individual if you can guarantee me that she or he knows the skills that are required, that are specific to this job in my company, and you can guarantee me that that person stays at least 12 months. These are the requirements. Then they're willing to pay. Should be solvable,
yes,
right?
And it eliminates the risk.
Should be
for the
solvable,
employer,
absolutely.
Yeah. In my book, I talk about how Germany has a much more balanced system in terms of launching careers than the U.S. Just as an example, we spend $400 billion of public money a year subsidizing accredited colleges and universities. We spend less than $400 million on apprenticeship. So that's 1,000 to 1 ratio. We're more at a balance than any other developed country in that regard. Do you see the pendulum in the U.S. swinging back to a more balanced approach?
I see the pendulum swinging back. I would give a very strong health warning about the comparison to the German system. The German system has been in existence since Bismarck, i.e. 1876. It is very unique to this environment, and there are so many players that are so aligned with this system, you can't just plug and play. You can't just take it over here and think it's going to work. Some German companies like Siemens, BMW, Mercedes believed that they could do it. They all failed. So,
or they do it, it's just incredibly expensive.
It's incredibly expensive, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
The beauty about the American system, and frankly, why I came here 38 years ago, is it's full of innovation. It's full of risk takers, and companies can be started, and the people are willing to challenge the status quo. And what I see in the US happening is that the balance is shifting because of initiatives of employers and companies. Once you are invested in our pivot, those companies will make the difference. And that is much more in line with, I think, the American spirit and the American dream, rather than trying to replicate another system.
In terms of policy, are you looking for policy changes, or you think that the market's going to solve this problem?
Well, it's interesting. We have continuous dialogue with policymakers in Washington to the extent that that is possible. And I do think they are also caught in the old paradigm, right? I mean, things get approved because you only get money if you actually sit in an actual college, or there are requirements you can't do online, etc. So we are lobbying very hard to not make it too restrictive and make it more open to these alternatives. But it's an ongoing dialogue.
What do you imagine career launch will look like for your grandchildren?
I'm first concerned about my children right now. So.
Children are launching careers now.
Exactly.
So they're launching, and my kids are also launching in the current system. But
yeah.
In 10 or 20 years, how do you think most young Americans will sort of launch their careers?
I would hope that, and I am actually confident because I'm an optimist, that there will be multiple ways for people to launch their career and have a fulfilling life. It's not just one way, or otherwise you're relegated to a second-class citizen. Stigmas hopefully will have decreased, not gone, but decreased. And people can find their fulfilled life in multiple ways. And this could be they never ever see a college, by the way, which 65% of high school graduates in the US never ever attempt to go to college. And of the 35-40% drop out of college. So it's only really for 25% right now working. So I think there are going to be multiple avenues that lead to a really fulfilling middle-class life and income.
One thing that I've talked about is how we have this orthodoxy of high school, then college, then career. And that leads to a bit of information asymmetry, or a lot of information asymmetry, where colleges and universities are enrolling students that they probably know, they should know, are not going to be successful
Absolutely.
in this program. So they have the information. The student, though, has no idea.
Yeah.
Right? But the reality is that if they were to work for a couple of years and develop a better sense of their capabilities and interests, they'd probably make a better decision
Absolutely.
around that post-secondary program.
No question.
So sort of flipping the script, and instead of high school to college to work, high school some work, or work integrated learning to work might be a better pathway.
Absolutely, and this is exactly this example, Ryan. What I meant is it's convenient for the people that operate the system, right? You go to middle school, you go to high school, then you go to college. Everybody knows their place in the system, but it doesn't work ultimately for the student or for the job seeker.
Right, and hopefully maybe that work-integrated learning, or short-term credentials or industry-recognized certifications could ultimately stack into degrees and keep some of those faculty members gainfully employed.
Absolutely, and I think it will ultimately stack, and there are some really good movements underway. Dr. Michael Lomax, who's the head of UNC, is on my board, and they are pushing it with historically black colleges to allow people not just, you got to get into college or not, but just allow you much more flexibility and then stack your credentials so that you ultimately can get a degree.
Yeah, well, the best of sort of skills-based learning experience, and then the core sort of cognitive skills, critical thinking skills, problem-solving skills, communication skills that you're going to need for the rest of your career.
Absolutely.
It's great. Well, Michael, this has been fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's great.
Thank you.
I wonder if we get to keep.
All right, well, thank you. For this session, once again, we're going to be talking about innovations in the Earn and Learn. So with me today, I've got some great panelists. I'm going to offer them an opportunity to briefly introduce themselves. So first, I'll start with Jean.
Okay, hi everyone. My name's Jean Eddy, and I'm at American Student Assistance. We're based in Boston, but we're a national company. We work with kids starting as early as middle school to help them figure out what their interests and passions are, and then help them test and try so that by the time they leave high school, they have a plan to move forward to a successful future.
Michelle?
My name is Michelle Rhee. I'm one of the co-founders of a company called Build Within. And basically what we do is we have a software platform that makes it easier for companies and employers to start and manage apprenticeship programs.
And I'm Jordan Duray. I'm a data analyst, but I went through one of the Hiring Our Heroes fellowships to transition from what I did in college, a career gap, into the workforce again.
Thank you all. And my name is Tom Downs. I'm with Booz Allen Hamilton, and I lead our talent acquisition pipeline programs. So our first question this afternoon, or this morning, I guess it still is, what innovative models and strategies are being employed to create new pathways for both workers and employers? How do these approaches address evolving needs of the workforce? Jean, you want to start?
Sure. I would say, and of course our focus is, we're talking about kids who are in 6th through 12th grade. So what we are trying to do is to work with school districts and other nonprofits to create opportunities for kids to have experiences that they otherwise would not have in the typical classroom. So I think a great example is a project that we did with a school system in the middle of Massachusetts, where they actually integrated for every 7th and 8th grader the opportunity to an exploration program. And within that program, kids could not only do things like STEM, but they could also do things like design and art. And the difference in the test scores of those kids between the pre-test and the post-test was really beyond encouraging. And I think as we start to integrate more of those programs into our systems, the better off we're going to be to change the trajectory of what young people do as they move forward.
Michelle's got some experience in the education field.
Well, I'll first say that the world is just a different place now. So I will tell a quick story. So my husband and I live in Los Angeles now. We recently moved into a fancy apartment building in downtown LA. And as soon as we moved in, we quickly realized that we were the oldest people in this apartment building, like ×2. So we're 50-somethings, they're all 20-somethings. And we're driving our car in, and my Ford Explorer is the worst car in the parking lot by far. It's like Ferraris, Bugattis, Lamborghinis. And I kept saying to my husband, what do all these people do? I mean, we can barely afford this place. Like, what are they doing to be able to pay the rent here? And so my husband, in his normal sort of mode, said, I'm going to find out. So every time he got on the elevator, he would ask these young people, like, what do you do for a living? They were or are content creators, they are gamers, they are in crypto or cannabis. And all of these professions that, first of all, when they probably told their parents they were going to do this, they did not get a positive reaction. But literally, these are jobs that 5 or 10 years ago, none of us had heard of or imagined that you could make a living doing. And so we just need to realize that there is a massive disconnect right now, right? We have 11 million jobs every year that go unfilled across the country because employers are saying they can't find the skilled talent that they need. And yet we have 9 million and underemployed people, many of whom would love to move into those roles, but don't feel like they have the access, the resources, or the knowledge to do so. And so we build within that, that registered apprenticeship programs are an obvious way to to bridge that gap. If you talk to job seekers who are looking to move into a new industry, they feel like those jobs are sort of out of reach for them, right? I'd have to go back to school and get a master's degree or a 4-year undergraduate, or at the very, very least, a 6-month boot camp. But most job seekers cannot afford the gap in income that is required to go back to school. So through a registered apprenticeship program, if they can have a full-time job with benefits from day one, and the expectation is that they are learning on the job, that is the kind of model that we as employers across the country need to be looking more towards.
Gotcha. I think I remember dating myself a bit. When I graduated high school, there's a 1.9 in front of the year. And with that, it was a lot of my classmates would do the internships from school and leave their senior year half day or what have you, and there's another opportunity there. Jordan, anything you'd like to add?
So I didn't do quite an apprenticeship, but I did a fellowship, which thankfully through Hiring Our Heroes, I was able to sort of get a small, with the Google career courses and data analysts. So I got a basis foundation of what it was, because before I started, I had no idea that was even a job opportunity. And then being able to go into a fellowship and actually learn on the job and see, not just from a YouTube video, a day in a life, but actually being a day in a life of doing data analytics to see if that was the career path that I wanted to go for.
Yeah, and I think for those of you not familiar with what Jordan's pipeline is for the fellowship program with Hiring Our Heroes, it's also part of the Chamber's foundation programs. They have that for veterans and non-veterans, so military spouses. And it's just a great way for employers to engage with that talent profile, the transitioning veteran or the military spouse. And there's no cost to the employer. The veteran is getting paid by the Department of Defense while he or she is transitioning, and the spouse gets a stipend from the chamber. So the only thing you really got to pay for is a laptop. So we're a big proponent of that program, and it gives us an even better opportunity as a candidate to kind of try before you buy with a company and make sure you're getting 12 weeks to understand if this is the right place for you to land or if it's not. So it's just a great way for us to engage with that pipeline. So good. Thank you. Second one here is, as these earn and learn programs are gaining prominence nationally, how can we ensure that they are not just a means to an end for job placement, but also a vehicle for encouraging both continuous skill development and adaptability to a changing job market? Want to start with that, Jordan or Michelle?
So I know with going into mine, it was definitely helpful of getting started because I had a career gap. I was a military spouse, so trying to keep a job and then moving every 2 years was not quite ideal. And I went to college, but I got a degree in marine science and married somebody in the Army. Never went back to the ocean. Makes it difficult. So trying to get back into the workforce, but not going back to school for another 4-year degree. I already did it. Didn't have time to do that again. Having something where it gets you the base knowledge and then just into the job. Because even as we've heard from a couple of others, reading books is great, but it doesn't compare to actually being on the job.
Earlier sessions, the gentleman was talking about ChatGPT, and if you don't know that, it's like the Google search of yesterday. I'm like, I don't know much about ChatGPT. I need to make sure I hone my skills. So with that, Jean or Michelle, anything to add?
Well, I'd say that there definitely has to be a shift away from just looking at candidates based on degrees and credentials. And what we are proponents of is to move employers more towards thinking about skills, competencies, and potential. And our company was born from need. So my co-founder, Jimena, a few years ago was running a tech company, and she was in the situation that most employers are in, which is that she was recently capitalized, trying to grow the company, and felt like one of the gating factors was talent. They could not find enough people who had the skills that they needed to grow the organization. And so when she started looking into this and talking to the hiring managers and the HR people in the organization, what she realized was that a lot of them were stuck in that old school paradigm of, oh, we need to have someone who has a 4-year degree in computer science and 3 to 5 years of experience for us to even consider them for a job. And him ended up coming from education was like, well, first of all, there are not enough people in the world who have those qualifications to fill all the jobs available. But second of all, like, yes, we have some roles in this company that require deep technical expertise, but we have other roles that if you have transferable skills and a great work ethic, I can turn you into a fantastic customer success manager or QA developer, as an example. So to that end, they started a registered apprenticeship program. It was one of the first registered apprenticeship programs in technology in the state of Virginia, because at that time, the vast majority of apprenticeship programs were in the trades and construction. And they saw wild success. I mean, at one point, 30% of the workforce of that organization had were either apprentices or who had come through the apprenticeship program. So I think, really making sure that we're thinking differently about, who we're looking for is an important piece of it. But I also think that with these earn and learn programs, like you said, Tom, we talked to an employer the other day who we actually said we don't think this is a good fit in terms of a partnership, because they were looking to fill roles as home health care workers, incredibly low-paying jobs, very, very taxing, right? Very difficult jobs. And there was no clear career trajectory. There was not a pathway to a thriving wage. And, for us, apprenticeships, we think of them as a springboard into a thriving wage career. And so, we think that it's incredibly important not to see earn and learn opportunities as a way to just fill the roles that nobody wants to fill because we're paying, such a low wage, and really thinking about it as we've got bigger issues, bigger talent issues. How can we build a talent pipeline for the future?
Kind of a follow-up there. Do you think it's more of a part of an opportunity for those lifelong learners and those who want to make a pivot in their careers as well as an opportunity there?
Yeah, absolutely. Most of my life is doing this, running Build Within. But as an aside, my husband and I own restaurants. Fixin' Soul Kitchen, coming to a city near you. But this is like a massively, we're expanding rapidly. And when I started Build Within, my husband was like, all right, well, if really what you're doing is good and right, then we should be using it at Fixin's as well. And what we realized was that our hourly wage staff at Fixin's was incredibly diverse. But as we moved up the ranks into management, it was harder and harder to find diverse candidates. And if you looked at, for example, our servers, right, we realized that you could be the best server in the organization, but you were never going to have exposure to the kinds of skills and knowledge that you needed to move into management. As a great server, you don't get access to ordering and inventory, P&Ls, scheduling, et cetera. So what we did was we started an apprenticeship program at Fixin's, where our best servers could spend some of their shifts, being servers, doing their normal thing, but about 10 hours a week, they are engaged in learning those skills. So they're on our platform, they're watching content, and then, so say they're watching content on how to order. And then the next week we're saying, all right, you come in the morning from 8 to 10 and you watch Chef do the ordering. You do that 2 weeks in a row. The following 2 weeks, you do the ordering. Chef is gonna watch you, right? And then after this 5-week period, this person knows how to do the ordering in a pinch, we move on to the next thing. And at the end of their apprenticeship year, this person now has a lot of exposure to all of the skills that they need to be able to move into a management role.
I think, listening to how you describe this, I am perpetually thinking about giving young people the skills to be able to walk into some of those jobs that we're talking about here. I think it's incredibly important that apprenticeships also can mean an opportunity for young people to be able to identify the things that they really like, they're really good at, but moreover, the things that they don't. And I think we have to, and I think we have to start earlier in this process to be able to do that. I think it's critically important, and a number of the speakers this morning talked about the skills that kids need to be engaged and I think fruitful members of society. One of the things that I talk about a lot is the fact that kids really need to be adaptable. If there's one thing that young people need to learn, it's how to be able to pivot, how to be able to take that new challenge, become a lifelong learner, and be able to move forward in some of those soft skills that Chica was talking about earlier today. Those things need to be applied in apprenticeship situations just to be able to underscore what we've been talking about here earlier.
Another opportunity, as far as some of the key challenges in expanding the Earn and Learn opportunities to ensure accessibility and inclusivity, and you mentioned that a little bit, Michelle, with your response. How are organizations and policymakers working to remove barriers, in your opinion, in that capacity?
I think that that we have to do a better job with outreach, that every young person, every person should have the same opportunities across the board. And how do you do that? You do that by shining a light on it and talking about the opportunities that everybody can have and really doing specific outreach to underrepresented groups. I mean, one of the things that we do at ASA in particular with making sure that we are incredibly equitable is we have special programs that really reach out and target all areas of the country. In fact, we deal with all 50 states, and every group is represented. We have really high participation rates, and I think it has everything to do with the fact that we tailor things to students that is going to meet them where they are. And I think we need to be doing that for everybody who is in this process right now.
Do you think you could put that same model onto, say, seniors or those pivoting people in the workforce? Could that same model be enforced and implemented there, do you think?
I would definitely think that we could make that happen. I think, you know, one of the things that is quite easy to do with young people these days, Gen Z is an incredible generation. They are fixated on their mobile devices. And for those of us who have young people within this demographic, for good or for bad, they are on their cell phones about 4 hours a day. Wouldn't it be grand if we could have every kid in that demographic be using their cell phones and doing things that really enrich their experience and send them in the right directions? We're working right now on our platforms with over 12 million kids who do exactly that. I think every time I have a conversation about these platforms, and usually it's within groups who are talking about re-education, relearning, more job skills, people will say to me, well, could adults use that? There are versions of that that adults could absolutely use.
And I think that's kind of like a re-recruit the workforce, you know,
Exactly.
as folks are going into opportunities where, you know, they might in semi-retirement or what have you, or just want to make a pivot, as we all mentioned before. So anything to add to this, Michelle?
Well, I think what we've found interesting, and me in particular, because I used to be in public education, which is incredibly divisive and polarizing, and what has been so nice for me about moving into the apprenticeship space is everyone loves apprenticeships. Republicans, Democrats, unions, corporations, folks across the board say apprenticeships is a great model. But what is fascinating is that given the broad-based support, there is very little adoption of apprenticeship models. And part of the reason for that is because it's really hard to start a registered apprenticeship program in this country if you're an employer, right? You have to apply either to the federal Department of Labor or your state agency. You have to develop the standards, the curriculum, the work processes. And most employers just do not have the resources, the time, the wherewithal to do that. We think that a big answer to that is technology. So through our platform, we allow employers to register an apprenticeship program under us because we're a national program provider. Within hours, they can have an apprenticeship program up and running. They can manage that apprenticeship program easily, so their managers don't have to worry about running around finding different things. But the technology also has an incredibly powerful effect on the apprentices themselves, because in lots of typical apprenticeship programs, after the workday, the apprentice is required to go onto campus somewhere, usually community college or something like that, and take classes. For working moms, that can be incredibly tough and almost prohibitive. What we enable is we have all of the content loaded onto the platform. It's delivered virtually and asynchronously. So that means that working mom can go home after the workday is over, cook dinner for their kids, put them to bed, and then after that, get on their phone or their tablet, take their coursework then, right? And so figuring out ways that we can enable a broader group of people to access these opportunities through technology is hugely important.
Yeah, and I think the tablet piece, for those of you that are parents, I have elementary school age, and it's a battle right now. Like, no, we're not doing that. But I think it's an opportunity, obviously, as you both mentioned, for to look at that as a positive thing versus just YouTube Kids. Let's look at ways that we could use technology to enhance their opportunities for advancement.
I also think that both young people and their parents probably underestimate the transferable skills there, right? I mean, kids are on, what are they doing? They're on Instagram, they're on TikTok, they're like, working for those likes. And what we've realized is you've got all of these people like us at these companies who don't know how to do any of that stuff. And so being able to transfer those skills that they already have to become a digital marketing associate or a social media coordinator at a company, they have a base to build on, right? Yeah. They have to make a shift, but they come with so much knowledge that is incredibly valuable to the employers, and so we have to see where those connections can be made as well.
Jordan, anything to add?
So sort of pivoting off what Jean said with putting a spotlight on it, I know when I was looking at getting back into the workforce, I didn't think about a fellowship or apprenticeship. I was just like, I just need to apply to a job and hope, fingers crossed. So when I found Hiring Our Heroes and being able to do that fellowship, it was after I read through the Google Coursera's course page, and at the very, very bottom, they're like, maybe you can get a scholarship to do it. And then Hiring Our Heroes, I was like, heroes, generally that goes with military something. I was like, let's click it. And so I know putting the spotlight for people that are older getting back or pivoting, that it's still an opportunity. Because I think internships, apprenticeships, I think, when I was in college. And I was not in college anymore. So of making sure people know that they're there.
Definitely.
And I think the pivoting piece and/or the reintegration of the workforce, where if folks took had to step back for be it a caregiver or what have you during the pandemic, now those folks are coming back into the workforce. And I think we could probably all agree that there's no longer this geolocation that's a limitation for employment. We're all pretty much in a hybrid capacity to some degree anyway, which enables us to expand our workforce and opportunities for internships, be it virtual in person or what have you. So good, I like that. How about non-degree? When we talk about non-degree, I know a lot of experience for the both of you there. Anything that we could look at instead of traditional going to University X, getting that 4-year degree and whatever, unless it's a really niche specialty that you're getting a degree in, typically you apply for a job, do you have a bachelor's degree? Yes. They're not asking you if it's in underwater basket weaving or truck driving or whatever it is. They just want to know if you got a degree and you're checking that box and off you go. No one's ever asked me once what my degree is in because I'm not in a tech specialty. So how could we kind of pivot that as well in that population that's not going to pursue a degree, kind of like the micro mentality of getting folks back into skilled trades or what have you? What can we do differently there for the folks that are not going to to pursue a degree?
I think we have to change the conversation. I think that most parents feel as though their kid has got to go to college. If their kid doesn't go to college, they've failed. I would also tell you from all the research we've done, the kids of those parents, they feel the same way.
Yeah.
They feel like, if I don't go to college, I'm disappointing my parents.
Yeah.
And we have got to do a better job of removing the stigma from a non-degree pathway. Michelle talked about the 11 million jobs that are out there right now. An awful lot of those jobs do not require a college degree. Yet I would dare say a lot of them are not filled because people do not know what they are. There is no relevance to what those jobs are versus what young people see. And we've got to do a better job, and I will keep saying this again and again and again. We need to start earlier with young people to have them understand all the various pathways and be able to take the stigma out of it. Instead of talking about alternatives or difference that kind of creates well, that's not as good as, we should be talking about skilled artisans. If you look right now, and my primary care physician says this all the time to me, she's a primary care physician. She works in one of the best hospital systems in Boston, Massachusetts. And she has said to me she has a very thick accent, and she says to me, "Gee, did you know that a plumber in Massachusetts makes more annually than a private care physician?"
Yep.
And when she first said that, I said, that can't be right. And then I started to go out and investigate, and she is right. So there are a lot of worthwhile, really, I would say, successful careers that young people can have, that anyone can have, with a little investigation and taking kind of the covers off of what's out there.
Plumber at my house last week. He got a nice check.
He took all your money.
Michelle, anything to add?
Well, I'd say two things. So one is we talk to a lot of our employer partners who are bought into the idea that, yes, we want to move away from degree and credential-based hiring, or not just be limited to that, and also hire based on skills, competencies, and potential. But the challenge they face is they said, but on the degrees and credential side, it's easy to validate. Right? You can see, here's the university that person went to, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes the major, sometimes not. But that's an easy box to check. On the skills and competency or potential side, like, where's the validation? How do we do that? And so I think there's a lot of work to be done on that side. But also what we're realizing is from the job seeker side, that's relevant as well. So we, here in DC, in collaboration with the Department of Employment Services, we were running these tech accelerators for out-of-school youth, 18 to 24-year-olds. And what we realized was that we'd have a number of them come in, we'd train them in these tech skills, we'd send them out to try to get jobs, and they weren't having much luck. And when we were trying to dig into why, we realized, well, oh my gosh, their resumes are a mess, right? And we'd see two kids, one who worked at Taco Bell, one who worked at Sonic. Their resumes don't look great. If I was an employer, I probably wouldn't take a second look either. But when we started talking to the young people, we realized the kid that worked at Taco Bell was killing it there, right? He was running the entire shift. He knew how to operate every single station. When it was busy in the store, they put him on the cash register because he was fast and efficient, right? And he knew how to open, he knew how to close. So he had all of these incredible skills that weren't actually well reflected in his resume. Meanwhile, the kid who worked at Sonic was in the back room on his phone the entire shift, but on paper they look exactly the same, right? And so we started moving to a skills-based profile for the young people, where we could have them highlight, here is what I have done, what I am able to do, the different technologies I can use. And when we moved away from the more traditional resumes and into the skills-based profiles, they had a lot more success getting those positions.
Speaking of skills-based and mentorship, internships, fellowships, anything to add there, Jordan, from your time with Hiring Heroes?
So I know with like some of the skills based as I was going through my fellowship, I didn't know if I was going to stay with the company that I was doing the fellowship with. So during that time, I personally, for like data analytics, I used a portfolio. So I had a little QR code that went to like the little website that I created. And so I know that was helping when I was starting to apply and getting some interviews. In the end of my fellowship, I did stay on with the company I did the fellowship with. And one of the big things that when I was deciding where to stay, I know on their like jobs, they're like, oh, it's this, this, and this. And I'm like, you do know I don't know how to do this, this, and this. They're like, well, are you willing to learn it? And I'm like, yes. And they're like, well, that's all we need.
Now you're already a vetted asset. And that's a big part, I think, with the internships, is that it also gives us an opportunity to see him or her through the process. They can evaluate us as an employer. Do they want to stay here? To Jean's comments earlier about it's kind of a test before you buy kind of model, and Tom's words. But I think it's a great thing for us, collectively as a group, as an organization, is that with the fellowship program specifically, we've got an 86% retention rate 1 year post-employment. So it's not just, we're both making great decisions on the backside of that, because we don't want someone to come into any kind of an employment opportunity and leave within 60 days. So that's just a waste of time and all kinds of things. So I think the fellowship internships are a great way to do that. So in closing, one last question for the group. I'm going to go off of Jean's book. I'm going to tie that into this. A great opportunity here. In your new book, Jean, you talk about the 3 ships. So we have internship, apprenticeship, which we talked about those 2, but we've not talked about mentorship. So if we could kind of close out with that, with the 3 of us talking about mentorship, the value of that, be it personally or what you all drive as an organizational lead.
I think it is incredibly important. I would say not just for young people, but for all of us, particularly, people in careers, to have someone who can help them talk things through. Particularly for young people, having someone that they can bring their ideas to, thoughts about, questions, and even times when they are really unsure about what the next step is, to be able to look to someone to have a window into their experience is really important. And I also think that so many of our young people only see the people around them who are in the jobs that they are accustomed to. So if your mom's a teacher and your dad is a plumber, then it is, and you are not surrounded by people with different careers, then you really don't get a flavor of all the opportunities that are available to you. Mentorship provides that, a window into things that can be different and challenges that are new and exciting to a young person.
It goes back to sociology 101. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Exactly.
So anything to add about mentorships, Michelle?
Well, I have 2 kids, 24 and 21, and what I will tell you is that this new generation is very different. They are not trying to find themselves a real live mentor. They still call me when they need to call the doctor. They're like, "Can you call for me?" They don't. It's odd, right? They don't want to ask questions. They're sort of very averse to that. One of the things that we have done at Build Within to combat that is we've developed something which is basically a meta mentor. We call it Maestro. And for Maestro, you can go on and you can ask Maestro questions that maybe you're too embarrassed to ask your manager about, right? But you still need the answer to. And when we launched that functionality, the user, the usage amongst our apprentices shot up like a hockey stick. And the comments back from folks are like, Maestro is my best friend. He's there for me 24/7, late at night. If I need something, he's always there for me. And so I think that thinking more broadly about the idea of more mentorship and again how technology can play into that will be important in the future.
I like it. Jordan, I'm gonna close this out.
So I didn't really have a mentor before starting into this program. Once I got into and started working full time with Steerbridge, my manager at that time, and still we work together, but I ended up really getting a mentor once I was in that fellowship and starting to work full time. So she's definitely been one that I can write code, send it to her, she tells me what's wrong and how to fix it.
Nice.
But it's definitely a very helpful to have somebody that you trust that you can ask those silly questions to. Like, I know this is like a silly question, but I'm going to ask you anyways.
It's a safe space. You know, it's a safe space to ask those questions. So good deal. All right, well, Jordan, Renee, Jean, thank you very much for your time today and your input to the session. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And what is my culture around flexibility, access to daycare benefits, or even a daycare savings account, shift sharing, whatever it takes to allow parenting and work to coexist. And I really do believe that they can coexist. We are just not working hard enough on it because I believe truly a large portion of the workforce was just like me, one paycheck away from disaster. And when you're one paycheck away from disaster, you grind it out no matter what. And you don't think about having a lot of voice or giving a lot of voice around these issues. And this issue is single-handedly, squarely in the hands of employers to fix. And the solution is not unattainable.
To our panel on childcare. My name is Eleanor Mueller, and I am an economics reporter for Politico, who began writing about labor and, as a part of that, childcare at the beginning of the pandemic. I'm joined here today by Alex Grover, the president of I2M, Hugh Welsh, the president of DSM Firmenich, and Sarah McLeod, the director of global executive compensation at Whirlpool Corporation. Thank you so much, all three of you, for taking the time. So we're going to start off with a question for all of the panelists, which is, from your perspective, what is the biggest challenge facing employers when it comes to childcare in a post-pandemic environment, and how is your company tackling it? And we can start with you, Alex.
Sure, yeah. When it comes to thinking about these challenges, I think in my experience, it can really be summed up with one word, right, which is hours. So in manufacturing, my plant runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so that means that the vast majority of my team members work what could be considered non-traditional hours, right? Midnight shift, weekend shift, 12-hour shifts. Unfortunately, we've seen that most childcare facilities are designed for people who work a 9 to 5 and not 7 to 7. And so the two things that we've done that I think have been most effective are, one, surveying our team, and that's not just sending out a survey monkey hoping for a response. It is one-on-one conversations where we can really identify what those individuals' childcare needs are and then apply it to the rest of the team. And then second, I think it's been partnering with a childcare provider who is really aligned with our approach to test and learn different hours and make sure that we're able to grow and scale the program so that we can encompass as many team members and support them to the greatest extent possible.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Hugh?
Yeah, I mean, first, it's great to be here, and I really love what they've done with the place. I mean, the renovations are spectacular. It's fantastic after all these years that we can all come together again physically. We have two big challenges, I think. So I'm the president of DSM Firmenich North America. We're a European headquartered company, but we have 50 sites across the United States. Many of them are manufacturing sites. And those manufacturing sites are in more or less rural areas. And like many big companies, we're struggling to get labor to work in our manufacturing operations. And part of the problem is in these more rural areas, we can't find affordable, available childcare at all, much less to serve people who work on second and third shifts. So it's become a big challenge for us in making decisions on where we expand, where we invest. We have another big challenge. And so with I'd say our office workers, most of them are located here on the East Coast, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Maryland. Extraordinarily expensive places for childcare. And for the last, I'd say, 4 years, like many of us, we were working hybrid. Many of us were working remote. There was a lot of flexibility in the schedule. My young parents who were workers can find ways to get their kids to school. They didn't really have as big a childcare issue as they had maybe pre-pandemic. And now I have leaders in Europe who globally want to force everybody back to work yesterday. And that's creating a whole set of sort of Hobson's choices or dilemmas for young working parents, because they've gotten used to working in a flexible schedule. That's really been something that's enabled them to deal with the childcare issue. And when they go to the market to look for available childcare, it's gone. It's not available, or if it is available, there's a long waiting list. Or even if they can get, in a place, it's $20,000 a year, beyond their means. So these are two challenges, both on the operations side of the business, as well as, I'd say, the knowledge worker side of the business, that are creating a lot of headwinds in our ability to grow.
Any thoughts on how you've been able to address those?
Well, one way is I got involved with Nancy Fishman at Ready Nation, which is a group of thousands of U.S. executives that's really working on Capitol Hill to try to find a solution between the business community and the government to find a solution. I come to events like this, and I love working with the Chamber Foundation because they have a whole toolkit for employers to take a look at to find a solution. But for me, a lot of it has to do with advocacy, both internally and externally. So I have to convince my leaders in Europe that we need to do things differently here from a working perspective, which is a challenge, because when I talk to one of the European members of our executive committee, and I say, hey, I got a young mom with a 6-month-old that can't find childcare, he's like, why is the young mom with a 6-month-old going to work? It's a different system in Europe. So it's a struggle, but I'm partially here not only to advocate, but to listen and learn about some other solutions.
Awesome. Sarah?
Yeah, I think very similar to what my fellow panelists have said. Our problems are what our employees are facing, and the first one is access to care, and the second one is, of course, affordability. And that results for us as an employer is people leaving the workforce. And unfortunately, a lot of times that means our female talent or maybe our diverse talent that doesn't have a support system in our small Southwest Michigan community. So the biggest way that we've tried to tackle this is actually in 2019, we opened up a daycare facility right on our global headquarters campus. It's called the Eddy, which is actually a small whirlpool in nature. And we have been able to offer our employees discounted tuition. We offer scholarships to some of our lower earners. And then lastly, but probably even most importantly, we are able to sort of dictate the salaries that our staff at the center earn so that we can really reinforce retention and trust and accountability between both the staff at the center and our families, so that our employees can really feel like when they send their children to the Eddy each day that they're really being cared for and loved and are learning as well.
I love that name. So cute. So Alex, obviously, if the pandemic has shown us anything, it's that the challenge of providing childcare is often a moving target. And you mentioned, obviously, surveying your employees, but beyond that, I mean, what are some ways that your company has adapted to meet its workers where they are?
Yeah, I think one of our values is agility, and childcare and our childcare programs are a great manifestation of that. So when it comes to manufacturing, there are really two things that are common themes. The first is when you have a problem, you have to get to the root cause. And the second is you need to eliminate waste. And I promise that this does relate to childcare. So when it comes to some of the problems that we've encountered, it was during COVID, so mid-2020, we were right in sort of the heart of things. And like most US manufacturers, we were busier than we ever had been, right? And on top of that, we started to notice some accelerated call-off rates, meaning team members who were scheduled to come to work were not coming to work at the time frame that they were expected to. And that creates a big business continuity challenge for us, and also can be safety, production, delivery, all sorts of issues. So like any good manufacturing problem, we worked on how do we get to the root cause of this, right? And after some conversations, some surveys, and really looking at the data, it became clear pretty quickly that our team members were having to make a decision every morning before they left for the plant. And that decision was either, do they want to go to work and leave, say, their 8-year-old child home likely with limited supervision, to engage in remote learning, right? Or 2, do they want to stay home? And a lot of team members were deciding to stay home, and subsequently we were receiving this higher rate of call-offs. So that was problem 1. The second problem was the waste that I mentioned. So we noticed that we had some inefficiencies in terms of wasted space. We had all of this empty conference room space in our facility, and that previously was used when vendors and customers come and visit. So the sort of combination of these 2 factors led us to a solution in terms of what we now call innovation to education, but it was the first sort of seeds of our childcare program, I2E. We separated our conference room so that all of the children could come in and work safely. We limited it to a certain number. We hired a teacher who was responsible for making sure students were engaged in their remote learning programs and help them with homework, help them once school wrapped up at the end of the day. And it was really amazing. I'll never forget when one of our team members came to me and, with tears in her eyes explained that her son, while most of his classmates were struggling to achieve the reading level that they should have, her son was actually reading 2 grade levels above his grade, which was the first time that had ever happened, even when he was in a classroom. And so it was stories like that, as well as all of the other anecdotes, not to mention that these individuals hadn't missed a single day of work since their kids were enrolled in the program, that we saw this as a win-win. And that sowed the seeds where even as COVID started to wrap, kids went back to school, that program ended, we determined that childcare really needed to be a cornerstone of our benefits package. So as a result, we have our childcare program that exists today. It's a fabulous partnership between another childcare business in the area called Building Blocks, who's wonderful. They provide certain slots for our team members. We offer subsidized rates for our team members to send their students and their kids to. We have currently been extending hours as well. And so at the end of the year, our plan is to extend to later pickup hours. So we've continued to evolve the program, change the structure, and really flow with understanding our team members' needs, meeting them where they are, and ultimately figuring out what barriers do we need to remove in order to ensure that they have long-term successful careers in manufacturing.
I appreciate your point about your employees having to choose between staying at home, providing supervision, childcare versus going to work. I think in the conversation around the pandemic and childcare, we often forget that the vast majority of workers are not white collar workers who have that luxury of logging onto Zoom and doing their job that way. So Hugh, you mentioned kind of a different angle of this, which was the importance of childcare and attracting foreign direct investment. I mean, you have the unique position of being the person on the stage representing a company who is headquartered in Europe. How is your company seen as kind of play out in real time, and what do you think the answer is?
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. I think you'd all be shocked at how much of U.S. economic growth is based on foreign direct investment here. So that's foreign companies deciding to build new plants here, deciding to open new offices here, to do R&D here. The United States is an amazing place to do business, right? We have amazing universities, a talented workforce, lots of natural resources. All of these things are in place to facilitate foreign direct investment, and it's worked extraordinarily well for the last 75 years, and this place is a testament to its success. Many of us who are, the North American or U.S. presidents of foreign companies are inundated daily by local economic development authorities. They could be regional economic development authorities, Pitt County, North Carolina. They could be state economic development authorities. And they're trying to encourage us to invest in their community. And their pitch decks always include things like, we have a young and talented workforce. We can offer subsidies. We have a great nightlife, a beautiful downtown, recreation facilities everywhere, access to the interstate, railroad spurs. They never talk about the availability of good, affordable childcare in their community. And so every time I get pitched, I say, can you explain to me what the childcare situation in your community looks like from both a quality perspective as well as an affordability perspective? Because you could have the greatest workforce in the world, but if they can't come to work, they're of no utility to me. So Flash forward a little bit, I'm on a board of a group called the Global Business Alliance here in Washington. It's all the big foreign companies that do business in the US. And we were having a meeting with Secretary Raimondo in the Commerce Department. It was me, maybe 4 other US presidents of big foreign companies. And she was asking, what can we do to encourage you to make more investments here in the United States? And she went around and they were like, well, it'd be great if we had more tax incentives or more grants. It'd be great if, we could find a way to ease regulatory burdens. And she got to me and I said, childcare. I said, I can manage all those other things, but I don't have a solution for the childcare challenge. And if I can't get more folks working in my manufacturing plants, working in my R&D facilities, working in my offices, none of those other things matter. And she was like, wow, that's the first time we've heard somebody mention that childcare is a headwind to economic growth in the United States. I said, well, that's remarkable to me because there's papers coming out every other day. And she asked the other presidents in the room, and they were like, you know what? He's right. We always are wondering when we want to build a new plant, is there access to childcare in the community, so that we can get workers in there to work multiple shifts. So I think that that working on that particular challenge again is a great opportunity for local chamber of commerce, for regional chamber of commerce, to almost act as a facilitator, to bring together the local business community and the local government, and maybe some of the local childcare facilities, to work almost in a collective way to help solve the problem. Because as I said, we have 50 sites around the United States, but none of them have sufficient economies of scale that enable us to have on-site childcare. They're not big enough, but they're big enough. And I would love to work with other businesses in the area collectively, facilitated by a local chamber of commerce official and the government, to find a solution to the problem.
If I could add to that as well, from a large corporation where we do have a facility on site, one of the added benefits that we weren't even entirely expecting is, we have hundreds of employees who come to the U.S. each year on a short-term assignment or a long-term assignment, and you can imagine moving across the world is stressful enough, let alone, knowing where your child's going to be during the day. But we have these spots available for our employees, and it's actually really amazing to see the network in the community that the parents, we have groups of 25, 30 people from Brazil who have really built a network around their children's relationship that they've built. And we all know kids make friends a lot easier than adults do. So it's really fantastic to hear people say that was the #1 thing. The reason that we decided to come to Whirlpool was the amazing childcare facility.
And it's a big challenge for me working at a European company, because I'm talking to people who are making decisions on large capital projects and capital deployment overseas, for whom infant care is never an issue, for whom toddler care is never an issue. So you raise these issues and they just look confused because it's nothing that they've ever had to confront before.
That brings us to my question for Sarah, which is part of how the Eddy came about was the fact that this facility was in largely a childcare desert. There were next to no options for employers, and you've described the process of kind of looking around and trying to figure out what providers were operating, whether or not they'd be enough, and then eventually deciding to obviously embark on this project. What did that process look like? And then what lessons do you hope other employers take away from it?
Yeah, so Whirlpool has been a pillar in our Southwest Michigan community for just about 112 years, next month actually. We span 2 communities of about 20,000 people that live there, and we employ about 3,000 of them. And this work really predated even my time at Whirlpool. Probably about 15 years ago, one of our employee resource groups, the Women's Network, really started championing this work. And the problem was that there just was not enough availability in our area for that many employees. And I can speak on a personal basis. When I moved to Southwest Michigan 8 years ago, I had 2 children at the time, and there was no centers in the area that could take both of my children for a minimum of a year out. So we were faced with the choice of, does my husband leave the workforce, or do we commute and take them to an hour to another community, which sort of negated the whole idea of moving to this small community where there's this beautiful company. So fast forward a couple of years, around 2016, we really started to get some traction. We were able to provide some real concrete facts and numbers to our executive leadership team about the women leaving the workforce right around that senior analyst manager type level, where we were starting to really identify top talent and where they could move the organization in the future. So with executive leadership buy-in, we started talking to our local United Way. We started talking to other large employers in the area, and even other local community centers to see if there was a way we could build a partnership or maybe support them financially to improve their facilities or their offerings, or potentially pay their staff a little bit more of a premium. But ultimately, for Whirlpool, we decided we really wanted to provide a world-class benefit to our world-class talent. And so that's sort of where the Eddy began. And we broke ground, and we have since opened our doors in 2019. And if I were to say, what are probably some advice that I'd give to another company considering something like this? First and foremost would be, one of the founding principles when we engaged in this project was that we were a manufacturing company. We were absolutely not a childcare company, and we had no desire to get into the business of childcare. So we immediately did an RFP and partnered with Childcare, which has been a tremendous, amazing relationship. So we own the facility, but Childcare manages the day-to-day operations so that we don't have to deal with, the bumps and bruises on the playground or the diaper situation. And the second thing that I would say is we decided early on, again, that this was going to be a piece of our total rewards package, a benefit for our employees. So we had no desire to make this a revenue stream or income creation for Whirlpool. Any kind of monetary funds that we get out of the center, we were going to really quickly reinvest back into the center, whether that's through improving our facilities or increasing teachers' salaries. And I'm really proud to say that since we opened our doors in 2019, we've seen over 400 children in our community come through the doors, whether through one of our childcare programs, or we even have summer school programs for those kinder age, elementary age children. And we've also created 40 jobs for the community, so we're really proud of that as well.
So this conversation is not happening in a vacuum. I mean, to Hugh's point, the U.S. is one of the only wealthy nations that does not have a robust early education policy. And just last week, funding from a pandemic relief package expired that funneled more money into childcare. So we're now working without that. As federal policymakers look at, how to help employers like yours, I mean, what do you hope they take away from your experiences? And Alex, we can start with you.
I think the key, almost goes back to the hours again, right? I was really disappointed in Philadelphia specifically. They recently got rid of 300 or so slots of pre-K counts, right, which is a childcare program that's reduced rate. And the reason why was they said there wasn't interest in it, which sounds crazy to me, right? How could there not be interest when we're all talking about how there's such a huge need for this? It turns out the program runs from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And what I know as a manufacturer, right, is that that's an incredibly difficult slot and position to put the parent in, right? And so the guidance or input that I would give to any legislative body that's coming up with a plan to solve this problem is take the time to really understand what the constituents' needs are, and not just looking at the existing workforce as it exists today, but what does the future workforce look like, and what do their needs look like, and design a child care program that's associated with those needs in mind.
100 years ago, we all came together and we decided that it was important to have a public education system that we would all kick into, whether or not we had kids in the school system at the time, because it was good for the community, good for economic growth, and in the long term, good for the country. And it's worked out pretty well, I think. Our economy, our way of life has continued to evolve over those 100 years. It's very different today than it was, say, 50 years ago. And I think, if I was speaking to folks in the federal government, but also in state and local governments, I would say, I think we need to take a hard look as to whether or not the government should be standing up child care facilities for infants and toddlers, because we need to address the changing needs of the constituents in the community, where we have dual, working families. In order to get by, they need to have a child care solution. I think if we look at the data, you can show that keeping both parents, or a single parent, working in companies is not just good for that parent, but good for the child, good for the business they're supporting, good for the economy, so we all win. So I would encourage them to take a hard look of, we need to look at the structure to change it to address the changing needs of our economy and our people.
Yeah, totally echo both of their comments as well. I think from a corporation standpoint, from a mother standpoint, one of the biggest issues that I'd like policymakers to consider is the pay and the earnings of the staff that work at these daycare centers. If we really want to elevate early education, we need to start paying them more so that we can trust that our children are being cared for on a daily basis. We reduce the turnover that we see at childcare centers, and we really hire people that have a passion for early education so that we can create a really great benefit for our employees.
I mean, for those of you who don't know, childcare is one of the only sectors where employment has not fully recovered to where it was before the pandemic, and a big part of that is wages. Last but not least, I mean, childcare can be a great means of evening the playing field for workers, you know, improving equality across the board. And so I want to ask, as our final question, you know, how are you thinking about that when it comes to childcare at your company, and how can other employers, you know, lean on this as a way of improving diversity and inclusion? And again, Alex, we can start with you.
I think it goes back again to understanding what that vision is. It's not fair to expect people to come back into the workforce and not have childcare solutions already in place, right? So you can't bring someone who hasn't worked maybe for several years, they want to re-enter the workforce, and expect them to hope that maybe you'll get a childcare solution in place at some point, right? Their need is immediate. And so I think in order to create, you know, a more diverse and inclusive body, we as business owners have to understand what are the needs of that sort of future workforce and future generation, and how do we make sure that we're filling those needs before we're asking them to come back to work. And that's ultimately going to allow us to truly be inclusive and truly, frankly, solve some of the challenges we're having from a staffing standpoint as well. I think it's really important to recognize that this is not just the right thing to do, there is also a business case for this. And it makes a lot of sense for enterprise, for businesses of varying degrees and of varying sizes to think about how they implement childcare into their benefits and into their platforms.
Yep, I mean, this is a great question for me as the diversity participant on the panel. It's great that you can offer childcare as a benefit. It's a great tool for recruiting and retention. It's great to solve operational issues. But for me, it's really around talent development and talent retention. And for better or worse, women are still the primary caregivers in our country, and they're left again with that Hobson's choice when they have young children and not a childcare solution to either opt out of the workforce and then jump back in 10 years later, or not be able to exercise their full professional potential, such as getting on big projects and traveling because of childcare challenges. And that shows up years later in their career when you have pay equity issues. It shows up years later in their career when you don't have, I think, an equitable balance gender-wise in leadership, because they had that period of time when they either had to opt out or not be able to reach their full professional potential because of an inability to travel. So for me, having available childcare is much more than a benefit for recruiting and retention. It really will be, at the end of the day, something that allows us to have everybody in the company reach their full personal and professional potential, not just people like me.
Sarah?
Yeah, absolutely. We definitely have not figured it all out quite yet at Whirlpool, but we have thought about childcare as a piece of the puzzle of our whole journey of parenthood. So we offer infertility benefits, we offer surrogacy and adoption benefits, so that we can say, you know, of course we care for mom when she's pregnant, but there's other talent in our organization who have a dream of building a family as well. So we want to make sure that we're highlighting that we care for those employees as well. And then we also do things beyond childcare. We have elderly care. We have, counseling for when your children go away to college. And we've done other things in our community as well as we recently opened up an apartment complex in case we have employees who need support that way. So we're really trying to think about childcare as just a piece of that puzzle or a piece of the journey for our employees who desire to be parents and build a family.
That is just about our time. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us for this conversation. Thank you to our panelists for taking the time to offer such thoughtful answers.
Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, we're going to do this again because I grew up inside of an old Baptist church where call and response was a big part of where what happened during the service. So let's try this one more time. Good afternoon, everyone. That's what I'm talking about. Let me make sure I didn't set you up. Is it actually afternoon? Okay, it is afternoon. Okay, good. I'm super excited to be here, if I'm being honest. I'm probably one of the most unlikely people to address you out of all of the folks who will grace this stage. And I'm super excited to be able to have this stage all to myself for a few moments because I want to give you one singular data point as to why I think it's important to have conversations about why we advance talent forward even in the most marginalized communities. When I was 15 years old, I made a horrible decision with my best friend during my sophomore and his junior year of high school. We decided to carjack a man in a shopping mall parking lot in Fairfax, Virginia, at Springfield Mall. It was a horrible decision, and the very next day we were arrested for that crime. Now, it was a week after my 15th birthday, and while I really couldn't understand what was really going on, when I was getting sentenced for the carjacking, the judge stood before me. I stood before the judge as he sentenced me to 8 years in adult maximum security prisons as a result of stealing a man's car. This will mean that I will go on to spend my 16th birthday, 17th birthday, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, and 23rd birthdays all growing up inside of some of the worst prisons in the state of Virginia. If I'm being honest, when I got sentenced when I was in sentencing, and I remember pausing the court and I asked the judge, Your Honor, I just want to pause the hearing for a second because while I understand we have the citizen going on, I just got bumped up to varsity on my basketball team at Sula High School, and I would rather go play in this state championship against Sherwood before we deal with this sentencing. And even though I had just gotten sentenced to 8 years, and I think that I understood what was happening, he paused court and he said, Young man, clearly you don't understand the magnitude of what's happening here, so I'm going to allow for your lawyer to explain that to you in the back of the holding cell. I went back into the holding cell, and for the next couple of years even, I lived in delirium thinking that I was actually going to go home every weekend. Every Christmas, I knew that there was no way a judge would keep me there in those prison walls. And while everyone else was in prison and they were locked up, I was the one pointing to them being the kid on the rec yard because I was the youngest one, saying that y'all were here and I felt sorry for you guys. And because I was sentenced to spend all my time on maximum security prisons, I would commonly see the ambulance rotating around the prison rec yard out of my window, unfortunately coming with the body bag to be able to now escort someone else off the rec yard because there was a major beef between Richmond and DC. People were getting stabbed up in breezeways, and while I was nervous about this growing up inside of some of these horrible prisons because I was the youngest one there with the lowest amount of time, but because of the way my judge sentenced me, I thought that I was going to go home one day. My mom, she began to swoop in one day, and when she began to see that I was becoming more hopeless every day and depressed as I realized slowly that I was living in delusion and I was actually going to have to spend all of those 8 years in prison. My mom would come and visit me in the prison visiting room because I called her and I told her, I said, Mom, listen, I need you to let me go from prison right now because now I realize I'm actually going to have to serve all 8 of these years, and I want you to start grieving for me now. Let me go because I don't want you to come keep visiting me and going through all their pat downs and putting their hands up against your private parts because they're thinking that you may have contraband that you're smuggling to the prison. And I need you to be able to go this way because one day they're going to call you and they're going to say, you have to pay $500 for my body bag, and I don't want you to grieve at that moment. I want you to be able to grieve now, and I'll never call you again. I love you so much, and I hang up from that $18 collect call. It's interesting because it's something about a black mom specifically that will run into a prison visiting room and be beefing the very next weekend when they call me for a visit, threatening me in the prison visiting room, told my boy, I will go upside your head if you ever call me with this foolishness ever again. I love you too much, and you can't out-criminalize my love for you, Marcus. Don't you ever call me. I mess around and be in here with you if you ever call me some craziness. So my mom, she makes a promise to me in a visiting room. She says, Marcus, because you're going through this moment, I'm going to promise to write you a letter or send you a picture every day from this day forward until you come home because I want you to see that there's life after the end of this prison sentence. I couldn't understand how these Polaroid pictures that my mom wanted to send me would really shape the way my life would turn out. And I would tell her, Mom, when you go out that door and the wind is blowing through your hair, you driving down 95 and you're enjoying life, I'm going to have to go through those double doors and that CO standing in that corner, the first thing they're going to make me do is strip butt naked and squat and cough. Our lives are completely different, Mom. I need you to understand. And she says, Marcus, there's nothing that you can do to stop me from doing this. I'm going to write my letters. I'm going to send you these pictures. So my mom starts to write me these letters. It's interesting because my mom, she becomes Instagram before Instagram. My mother would take pictures of the food at her desk, and she would write me a long 4-page letter to go with it. Marcus, one day you're going to enjoy your fat, juicy burger when you come home. She would walk through the department stores with one of those 24 exposure, one-time use cameras that you can go get developed at Walgreens and CVS later. And she would take pictures of a mattress at a department store and write me a long 4-page letter. Marcus, one day you're going to sleep on a pillow-top mattress when you come home. My mom would keep me connected in a way that very few people had in prison because there's no social media. There's no easy emailing or texting in prison. And so the millions of people that are there, they get disconnected from their families. And I believe it's one of the reasons that leads to such a high recidivism rate when people are coming home from prison. You see, if you don't know, there are 2.3 million people that are incarcerated around the country, and 76% of them are reported to return right back into those cells within 3 years. And my mother wanted to make sure that I was not one of those. She kept me connected in a way that allowed for me to be able to come home and see the world just as she had visited through her lens, and I felt comfortable navigating the hard reentry space even after coming home and not even being able to explain where I've been for almost the last decade of my life. I would go on to go try to apply for jobs, and as you would imagine, when I would fill out job applications, that magical box was sitting there waiting for me, glowing, ready for me to check it. What's that question, y'all? Have you ever been convicted of a felony? I had to check yes on each one of those. In fact, I would check yes 41 times, and it wouldn't be until the 42nd job application would ask the same question, but it would word it just slightly differently. This time they would word the question on the application, have you been convicted of a felony, comma, within the last 7 years? Now, I had just did an 8-year prison sentence, so I was able to say, no, I have not been convicted of a felony within the last 7 years. And it was at a painting store that would give me my first opportunity. That painting store was the gateway to a career path that I could have never dreamt for myself, and it was simply because someone took a chance inadvertently because of a comma. I was the guy who was the happy-go-lucky. You ain't never seen nobody mixing paint so happy in your life. I mean, we bought to mix a midnight blue. Oh, yeah. And people were like, yo, why is this dude so happy to sell paint? They didn't realize I was just living in cell C12 just a few years ago. I couldn't believe that people were so friendly when they came into the door. Only people I talked to was correctional officers. I hadn't even talked to anyone of the opposite sex for almost the last 10 years. Right? And so now people coming in, they're like, Marcus, you are like the most how much do you charge to paint kitchens? I'm like, Ms. Johnson, we don't paint kitchens. We sell the paint so you can paint your own kitchen. And I became the broker, the conduit between the Ms. Johnsons and the painters who were in the Washington, D.C. area who were clamoring for work, and they didn't know where their next check was going to come from. I built a small painting business that will eventually grow, and over time, we will land on contracts like the one that we won to paint BWI Airport. We'd eventually go on to paint buildings at Howard University, Georgetown University, the National Press Club. And I was having this amazing life that my friends were in prison, and they were calling home and like, dude, you remember when your mom used to write you letters and pictures? You living your best life. I'm talking about I'm living my best life. I'm living my best life. And I knew I needed to be able to help do exactly what my mom did for me when I was in prison. And so we took a bunch of cash out of that initial startup, and we launched now FlickShop. FlickShop is a tool that allows our users the ability to take a picture, add some quick text, press send, and our direct-to-consumer product allows our customers the ability to take that picture and text, and we print it on a real tangible postcard that we ship to any person in any sale anywhere in the country. We've connected over 170,000 families that look just like my mom, and we are hoping that we're going to be able to leverage the tech and the data solutions that we're building to help provide pathways for other Marcuses that are sitting in those cells and want to have an opportunity when they come home from prison. One of the reasons why I shared the journey of how I went from prison to now being one of the founders of one of the most impactful apps inside of your app store, and this is the part of the time, if you actually tweeting about FlickShop and you tag me, take a picture and I'll make sure I get back at you. But this is one of the ones where while we were building this tool, we knew that we could find and help support talent in communities that typically never receive this kind of social capital and access. Now, I'm blessed to be able to present in front of you all today, but what I bring with me are the tens of thousands of women and men that are sitting in those cells, and they are asking for opportunity after opportunity, and I want to be the singular data point that tells you that yes, we should, we can, and we have a social responsibility to invest in the future Marcuses of the world. Thank you guys so much.
Good afternoon, DC. Hello from Las Vegas. My name's Andre Martin, and I am an organizational psychologist and the author of Wrong Fit, Right Fit. And I'm here today to talk to you about the book and my journey in writing it. I have had the chance to work at some of the most revered brands in the world as the Chief Talent and Chief Learning Officer for the last 20 years. And during that time, my cause has been helping to build workplaces where talent can do the best work of their lives. And that led me to the journey I'm going to share with you today, from a single number to the book that was just recently published. And that number was devastating to me. Gallup estimates that $7.8 trillion of lost productivity exists in our workplaces due to disengagement. And as a researcher, when I dug into this number to find out more, it got even worse. We're seeing numbers that 1 in 3 new joiners are leaving their company after the first 90 days. They cite a lack of learning opportunities, a lack of career advancement, and most of all, a mismatch of expectations. 53% of our managers right now in the workplace are burnout. And I don't know if you know this, but they make up 70% of our engagement. And 40% of the workers in our companies feel isolated at work. They are lonely, and they don't feel like they belong to something that matters. And one of the most interesting pieces of data came out of MIT just recently in a piece of work they did with Culture 500, where they looked at the espoused values of companies that are known for their cultures. What the leaders stand up and say on stage, what's on their career websites, and they rank those in order of importance. And then they went out to the employee review sites and they looked to see how often those values came up in the felt experience of their employees. And the number, it's got to shock you, it shocked me. 0 correlation between those espoused values and the felt experience of our talent. And so the question we're left with is, why is work so much work for so many people? And so that started my journey. Over the course of the last year, I did over 100 interviews with global talent from around the world, CEOs to first-time employees in the workplace. And I want to share some of those insights with you today. The first insight was probably the most surprising to me. As it turns out, the issue isn't good or bad culture. It's not toxic or engaging workplaces. It's counterintuitive to believe that any company would set out to build anything but a tremendous experience for their employees. It makes 0 business sense. As I had these conversations, what became true was that it's not culture, but it's this idea of right and wrong fit. And so what is right and wrong fit? Right fit is this deep and unwavering dedication to how a company works every day, how we solve problems, set strategy, how we prioritize, how we manage conflict, develop people, give feedback, how we socialize and gather, our relationship with time, how information flows. It's the things that matter most on the random Wednesday morning in October. When I talked to my interviewers that had right fit, here's what they said. They said, I just felt more like me. I felt like I could walk into the workplace and be comfortable. I laughed more. I didn't have the Sunday scaries. And one of my favorite quotes was, I could simply practice my craft. I could do what I do best because my creative energy wasn't flowing to the coordination of work. And the wrong fit, folks, those wrong fit experiences where that wasn't true, they were devastating. People said things like, it felt like I was on a Ferris wheel. I was working long hours, but didn't feel like I was getting anywhere. It felt like I was being punched in the face every single day in different ways. And one of the most important quotes to me that I hold dear right now is, it felt like everyone had a secret decoder ring to success, except for me. They were watching all these people succeed, and every day it felt like they were slogging through mud. So if you think about this idea of, if it isn't culture, what if it's the fit between how an individual employee likes to work and how the company works day to day? And so here are some of the things we learned about wrong fit, right fit. that I think are novel or new. The first one is that when we're looking at the companies that we join, the things that are obvious to us, they're available, their purpose and values, products and services, the job, our manager, the peers, the location that we're going to be at. Those things are visible in an interview process. But what is often below the line is how the company works. All those things, how we collaborate and solve problems and manage conflict, those are unknown to us. And it's interesting, right? We'll spend 13.5 years every second, every day, every moment of our adult lives at work. And yet we make those decisions with less information than we would use in buying a toaster. And part of the issue is that companies aren't clear about how they work day to day. Every time we add an employee, they bring with them their culture. And we don't do a good job as leaders of standing back, looking at our company and asking the question of how do we work when we are at our best? So what does work become? This chaotic mix of all these individual ways that leaders like to work. And if you're working in the organization, your creative energy goes to all these different ways of working as opposed to your craft. Productivity falls, confidence falls. My ability to feel like I'm doing something meaningful falls. Another thing we learned is that as we grow, cultures get diluted. When you're a small company, a small entity, 5 or 6 of you working together, you create this really natural, really gifted way of working. And then you add 100 more employees. And as you add that, this is what your culture starts to look like. This amalgamation of all these different ways that people like to work because we don't stop, pause, set people down, and show them and teach them how work gets done here day to day. And that ends up in 3 versions of a company. The company I'm recruited in, the company I see day to day, and then the place that I work every day on the job. And the difference between what I'm sold and what I get is where a lot of that disengagement lies. And so what are a few things we can do to help build for right fit? The first thing is we got to understand the cycle of re-recruitment is shorter. As people work in this day and age with all these complex problems we're solving, it takes our energy. It drops our engagement, our commitment, our well-being, and we're in a place where we have lower energy at the end of the year than we do at the start. Your job as a leader is to re-recruit people every day. You have 1,000 touch points with your employees, 1,000 chances to be able to remind them of why this company is great. Why is the world better with us in it? How do we make money? What are we trying to accomplish in the world? What is our promise to you and how we like to work day to day? The second thing you can do is you can build buffers for people. We want to be connected. Help people find their best friend at work. Help them find their doppelganger, the person with the same experiences they have, the same skills, that is already a success and can show them the path. Help them find work that matters to them. And most of all, help them make life magic. Because when we're not in a good place as employees, we tend to work harder. And every second we put in is a second that our families, our friends, our communities don't get. And if our life isn't magic, we can't be magic at work. Last thing I want to leave you with in the last minute that we have is a piece of research done by John Gottman and his wife. They studied the basis of a relationship, the smallest unit that creates a strong relationship, and they call it the bid. There are bids towards each other, smiles, compliments, nods, looking up from your phones. There's the bid away when we're staring at our social media, we're distracted, we're not paying attention to the moments that we're in as leaders. And then there's a bid against. You say up, I say down. You say left, I say right. And the point of their research is this. As a leader, you have to realize that every moment you have with your employees, you're either increasing or decreasing their engagement. Every moment is a chance to make them more committed or less. Every moment is a chance to renew their energy or take a little bit more away. So if it were me, and I did only one thing walking out of this presentation today, the next employee you bump into, stop, have intention, remind them why the world's better with your company in it, and ask, what do you need and how can I help? And if you do that, I guarantee that engagement, it's going to go up and it's going to take all of us. It's great to be here today. If you have Right Fit, make sure you don't take it for granted. If you don't, just know it's waiting out for you. There's a company out there for you. And if you're a leader, make sure to bring intent in the everyday. And I'm here to help. And the ways that I want to help you is sign up for my newsletter, mondaymatters.substack.com. Every week, there's practical advice to make your days at work a little easier. Pick up the book or send it to a friend that's struggling. And if I can help you out in any way to be a sounding board, a coach, just someone who can say, hey, it's going to be okay, hit me up on my email at andre@theshiftspace.com. I wish you all the best. It's going to take all of us to create workplaces that people can come and do the best work of their lives. Have a great rest of the day.
Hi. Are we live? Is it time to start? Great. I can't quite see everybody. My name is Ben Wallerstein. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Whiteboard Advisors. We're a social impact agency focused on the intersection of learning and economic mobility. Super grateful to our friends at the Chamber for including us in this Talent Forward event, and I'm thrilled. There's Alex. Hi, Alex.
Oh, that's why I'm scooched over.
That's why. Alex couldn't be with us today, but thankfully the Chamber has incredible technology to bring him in online. And it looks pretty good, Alex. Doesn't look strange or anything like that. But this is a topic that I'm extraordinarily excited about. Again, as a business that's focused on the intersection of learning and economic mobility, how we finance education and how we finance training, and in particular, the really exciting intersection of employers and educational institutions, the expanded access to data to help inform workers who are also learners navigate their path through toward economic outcomes is an area where we're seeing, in some ways, a renaissance, I think, as a result of the work of sophisticated employers like McDonald's. So maybe, Lisa, I could just start off with you. We know the stats. I'm a big McDonald's fan. We had it at my wedding. We know the stats on the number of burgers served. Less well known, maybe, are the stats on the number of working learners that are served. So maybe just for those of us who don't understand as much about it, talk a little bit about what makes McDonald's the greatest first job and how you think about the role of education.
America's best first job, exactly. Good afternoon, everybody. Thrilled to be here to talk about the work that we're doing at McDonald's Corporation. So just context-wise, obviously you all know who McDonald's is, but we have 14,000 restaurants across the U.S. About 850,000 folks work in those restaurants. Most of our restaurants, about 96% of our restaurants, are franchise-owned, so those employees are employed by our independent franchisees. Fun stat that I shared with Ben as we walked out is 1 in 8 Americans have worked at some point in their career for McDonald's. For many of those folks, that is a first job, which is we see as a really important first step. We take that responsibility very seriously, and so in 2015, we created something called Archways to Opportunity, which is an investment in the education of the folks that work in our restaurants. And we really wanted to consciously create something that met people at their point of need, knowing that those folks that work in our restaurants fall in all different places along that education spectrum. And so under the umbrella of Archways to Opportunity, we invest in English as a second language courses, which we call English Under the Arches, right? Everything at McDonald's has to have the arches or Mick in front of it. We provide tuition assistance for an online high school completion program, Career Online High School. It is a adult-focused, adult working learner-focused program, competency-based. There's a high school diploma at the end of the program. We also offer tuition assistance, up to $2,500 annually. Pretty low tenure requirement, so 90 days working in a restaurant and an average of 15 hours a week. So again, pretty minimal requirements there. And then we also offer academic and career advising services, knowing, again, that many in our restaurants, likely many are first-generation college students, really don't know what path to take and need that support to help them navigate. Since our launch in 2015, we've increased access to education for over 82,000 restaurant employees and given away about $185 million in tuition assistance. And we really see this sort of as a shared value proposition, right? There's an impact, obviously, on the working learner, but there's also an impact on the business. We did a big ROI study in 2020 with Accenture, and we found that Archway's participants were 2 times more likely to stay with their restaurant, 2.5 times more likely to be promoted. And Accenture was actually able to correlate high Archway's participation in a restaurant to sales, correlation of about a 1% lift in sales, which 1% doesn't sound like a lot, but 1% in McDonald's world is a pretty big number. So we were really excited to see that again, that shared value proposition that impacts the business, but also impacts the communities where we do business.
Awesome, and I think that idea of shared or maybe aligned incentives is one that'll come up a bunch. I'm just going to pivot to Alex for a minute. Are you good? Are you on mute?
I'm delighted to be here.
Okay, cool. So Lisa just touched on the role of advising. Guild is an organization that really has deep roots in thinking about coaching and advising, and I know that's an area that you all invest heavily. Part of what drives up the cost of education and training is waste, which stems in part from people perhaps making suboptimal decisions about the pathways that they choose, right? False starts. I know Deborah's going to talk in a minute about the some college, no degree population. But for those of us who maybe, not us, but for those in the audience who maybe don't know as much, give a bit of an overview about Guild, but if you can talk a little bit in particular about the role of coaching and advising, I think we'd all find that to be super helpful.
Sure. Thanks so much for having me, and really impressed by the Chamber's technology to allow me to join as a virtual hologram. Maybe I'm generated by AI today and not even
Alex
real.
Alex doesn't actually have a beard or a mustache. That's all. That's a filter.
So I'm delighted to join you. I work at Guild, which, as many of you know, is a platform of technology and services that helps leading employers to invest in their workforce through education and skills building. And very similar to what Lisa said, we really believe that it's a shared success model, that the program benefits the employers by allowing them to attract and retain and develop some really talented frontline workers and help discover unseen talents in them. And then for the employees, it's an opportunity to grow both in the role that they're in and potentially qualify for new roles. But I think, Ben, you asked about coaching, and it really, I think in some sense, is the magic that we offer. And it's similar to what Lisa said with academic and career advising. You're helping frontline workers who really didn't have a chance to pursue the kind of education that most people in the room today probably did, or have the family and professional networks to lift them up. So it's a real chance to have conversations about what people's interests are, and then help plan fairly practical and thoughtful career paths that lift them up and allow them to either get a promotion in their current position or qualify for a brand new role. And a lot of what we've done recently is thinking about skills and sort of how to describe and identify a taxonomy for those skills to help people identify the things that they're interested in and really then pursue pretty targeted paths for success. And it's a real motivator for people. It's a tangible goal at the end. And when it leads to a new role or new position, it really is an exciting thing that makes it worthwhile to pursue training or education when you think about this in the context of working adults who are trying to balance some really difficult challenges across their lives.
Awesome. So Deborah, I think, knows, you probably know more about education finance than anyone in the room, anyone in most rooms. And I've enjoyed over the years learning more and more about your background. What you're building at Trellis is really different and impressive. My colleague Erica Burns wrote a paper where she referred to a new breed of social impact organizations that are pursuing multiple modalities to drive impact, and I think you very much fit that mold, or maybe you're stretching and pioneering that model. But maybe just to back up, I think folks generally know a bit about Guild, and we all know our beloved McDonald's, but talk a little bit about Trellis and what you're building.
Great, thank you, and thanks for having me here. Trellis has been around for about 40 years. We were originally a guarantor under the Federal Family Education Loan Program, and we still have a portfolio of guaranteed loans that we're managing. I joined the organization a little over 2 years ago when I thought it was the end of the pandemic, but really it was just the beginning. And I joined because I saw an opportunity specifically related to how many individuals were being displaced from their jobs as a result of the pandemic, but that the jobs themselves were going away as those small businesses were closing. Additionally, Texas, so I moved from the Northeast in DC to right outside of Austin, Texas, is a minority-majority state. So we have more minorities than we have others. So thinking about that population and how we might be able to help them is the reason that brought me there. So, and when I interviewed for the job, I talked about wanting to change the entire direction of the organization. So once I started, we changed the vision statement to be focused on connecting individuals to education, to employment pathways that transform their lives. And our mission statement is tied to this thought that if you raise an individual up, you raise a family. I know that personally as a first-gen student. And if you raise up a family, you raise up a community. And that is the basis for the work that we've been doing over the last 2 years. And before we went out into the real world to do this, I wanted to do it within our own organization. So I started by asking how many of our then 500 employees were taking advantage of our tuition reimbursement program. 3. 3. And one of them, you know, was pursuing his master's during the pandemic at Harvard. So I don't really count him, but so it's really 2 out of 500. I said, okay, I need to understand what in the world's going on here. We're an education company. We're really focused on this. We want to go out in the world to do this. We need to focus internally first. So it came back after we did this little survey with 4 issues. One was, I don't have the money, and we have a lot of frontline workers. I don't have the money to put down to be reimbursed, so I can't do that. Second was, I don't have the time. When I get home from work, I take the kids to soccer practice, I make dinner, feed them, clean up, help them with their homework, get them into bed, throw in a load of laundry, go to sleep, and do it all over again the next day. Third was, we had a requirement in our organization that any additional education had to be tied to their current job. And the fourth one, and we talked about this last night, is fear. I haven't been to school in so long. I don't know what I want to study. I'm not sure I can do this. So what we did in response to all that was first remove the requirement that it had to be tied to their job. You can study anything you want to study. If your bliss is to become an electrician, go for it. Because you know what? For the 3 years, I don't know how long it takes to become an electrician, just to be clear. But for the 3 years that you're studying that, you're going to be a loyal employee to me, because we're helping you to get through that program. Second, we remove the requirement that it be reimbursable. We pay up front. And as long as someone gets a passing grade, they can continue to use the program. We did have someone recently who was unable, due to family issues, to complete a class. If they take another class and pass, we put them right back in the program again. Third was related to time, right? The time. So I've made available the ability for them to take 1 course per semester during work hours. They've got to find time to study, but they can take 1 course during work hours. I don't know, have I covered all 4 of them? which one?
Fear.
Fear. Oh, fear. So we did something similar to what McDonald's did, and that is that we put in place a coaching and counseling piece associated with this that helps them figure out, what are their interests, what do they want to study, what are the options available. We brought in different via Zoom or in person. We're in the greater Austin area, so Austin Community College, University of Texas, but also WGU and other online options, as well as credential programs. So it wasn't limited to 2 or 4 year programs. And so that we were able to line all those up, we kept the coaching with them through that first semester, and then that group became the peer group for the next group that went through. So we went from 2 to close to 50, I think it was 48 or 49 individuals enrolled in some type of educational program. To me, part of this really relies on the role that the employer plays in sort of helping them. Oh, the other thing I forgot is I would love for people to stay with us forever, but we also took a look, and if you don't know, Texas and the Austin area is growing like crazy, at what are the jobs that are out there, what skills are required for those jobs, what are the pay scales, and which ones have pathways that will actually help them to continue to grow in their jobs. And we made that information available to our staff as well. So with that success in-house, we began to look externally as well. And one of the first pilot programs we did was focused on those with some college and no credential. There are 40 million individuals nationwide, according to the National Student Clearinghouse, that have some college but no credential. 4 million of those are in Texas. So we started with a pilot program, reaching out to those individuals. We were working with the individual colleges to get the names and contact information for recent stop-outs. And when we spoke to them, we understood what their barriers were. We looked at ways to help address some of those barriers and to get them re-enrolled. During this pilot program, we re-enrolled 7.71% of those we spoke with. You may think that's not a big number. It's a big number. Most people look at somewhere between 1% to 3%. We're looking to expand that program now and not make it so someone needs to re-enroll in the same institution that they came from, because sometimes that's the problem, and actually looking at them enrolling across. We also have across the educational spectrum. We also have a foundation that's looking at addressing issues related to those barriers, so childcare issues, transportation issues, et cetera, so that we can help remove those barriers to get people the skills they need for the jobs that are in so demand in the state of Texas. Sorry, that was a lot.
No, it was great. It was great. There's 3 panelists. You're 1/3 of them, so take up 1/3 of the time.
Okay.
It's great and super informative. Alex, can you give folks a little primer on the federal policy enablers of tuition assistance? And I'd love to get your take on this as well, Lisa. But the employers often have to navigate this like Rube Goldberg set of policies in order to finance education and training. Which activities are deductible, which activities aren't deductible, what's taxable as income to the employee. We're pursuing things now, obviously from a federal policy standpoint, like short-term Pell. I don't know that that's gonna happen anytime soon. But the federal financing mechanisms that we have in place, including the provisions of the tax code, to me, don't always feel like they are well aligned with the realities of the labor market or with or workers. So, but Alex, can you maybe just set the table a little bit in terms of helping folks understand what some of the core policy enablers are? Feel free to drop in editorial commentary on those as well.
There's probably one singular important federal policy, which is Section 127 of the tax code, which allows an employee to receive up to $5,250 of benefits each year in education without incurring taxes. That was set in 1986. It has not been updated for inflation. We'd love to see it updated for inflation to reflect the costs of investments today. But that's really the key piece. I actually think, Ben, most of the energy and excitement and creativity here has been coming from the not-for-profit space and coming from employers like Lisa at McDonald's, who have really recognized that America is facing a pretty fundamental real skills gap where there are a lot of jobs that we need done, and we have not set up enough people in a position to have the skills to succeed in them. But yet, when we look around at the folks who are doing a lot of frontline jobs, there are incredibly talented people who've been left behind by technology or trade or, the kind of the technology revolution, which has created enormous benefits, as everyone sitting at the Chamber of Commerce knows, but at the same time have left a lot of frontline workers who face hardships without the same opportunities. And I think the kind of investments that companies are making and that nonprofits are working to facilitate is really unbelievably inspiring. And it's one thing to talk about it sort of at a macro policy level, but when we think and talk to some of the learners whose lives have been fundamentally changed by the chance to finish college because they had to drop out to take care of a sick kid or an ailing parent, and the fact that there's now resources to support them is really important. But I think the wraparound services of coaching and advising, and we even go beyond just the career planning, but talk about resume skills, job interview practice, really some of the basic tools that are important to kind of take the training and education and get to the next job. So I think it's a great question, Ben, but I think a lot of the energy and excitement that we're seeing at Guild and that we're seeing in the room today is coming from the private sector in this space.
Gotcha. Lisa, I'd love your take on that too. Yeah. And then it'd be great to hear more about the breadth of alternatives in terms of like educational programming that you offer, and what does the take-up rate look like on that? Like what's hot, what's popular, and how does that align with either the commercial priorities of McDonald's or the aspirations of your workforce?
Yeah, so agree with everything that Alex said. I've read HR 127 more times than I care to admit, and it's 5250. There's not really anything else there, but I think it's that conversation about what's covered, what's not covered, and I do think short-term Pell is something that most employers will be pushing for, and then there's conversations about, well, it can't be online. Well, it's 2023. Things are online, right? Yeah. So I do think when I think about our workforce, short-term credentials. Now, I think the challenge is what's a quality short-term credential, and who defines what is a quality short-term credential is a nut that no one's cracked yet. And I don't know what that looks like. I don't have an answer to that. But I think that quality piece is really critical. And from an employer perspective, because I do agree that sort of the innovation is happening on the nonprofit side and on the employer side, I have 3 people on my team. I don't have the capacity to research if this credential is a quality credential or if that credential is a quality credential. And the last thing I want to do is have people who work in our restaurants put time and effort into a credential that isn't going to lead to a job at the end of that credential, right? And that's why we have always said, you have to use our tuition assistance at an accredited institution. It can be any accredited institution across the country. It can be a trade school, it can be a community college, it can be a 4-year school, but it has to be accredited because that's the layer of quality, right? So in absence of that, that's going to be really challenging for employers to kind of one by one decide what's a quality short-term credential and what isn't. So I think that's from a policy perspective, we're going to have to figure that out. My hope is that the federal government will include employers, both large employers and small and mid-sized employers, in that conversation. But I think it's going to be an interesting kind of path forward in that space. I think the other piece, sort of sticking on the government side, is a lot of small and mid-sized businesses obviously don't have the resources that McDonald's has, or that Walmart has, or that Amazon has, or that Starbucks has. And so how do they help lift up kind of these best practices that the large employers are doing, and how do they help small and mid-sized businesses understand sort of the benefit of in making those investments, and how do they make it easier for them to make those investments, I think is another sort of piece of this.
Yeah, no, it's a wild. I mean, my colleague Erica Burns wrote a paper, another paper, on which is sort of a Section 127. Looks at the provisions of the tax code. And it's a primer. I think you're probably maybe at least 2 out of 3 of you are probably quoted in that paper. But it always struck me as a bit odd, right? Like I don't think it envisioned the sort of work you all are doing today with frontline workers. I mean, the idea of taxing a a $16 an hour frontline worker in a fast casual restaurant on an employer's willingness to finance their tuition at a post-secondary institution, I think doesn't square necessarily with our fundamental sense of like fairness in the tax code. Certainly, there are opportunities to increase the dollar amounts and alternative tools, but talk a little bit.
I agree with that, but I just want to add one thing, building on what Lisa was saying. Like, I really think that there's a need, like, as a country, from a policy standpoint, but also a practical standpoint, just thinking about skills, right? There's a lot of conversation about what the skills are, and when we think of some of the frontline jobs and what the next job is, what does it take to be a store manager at Target or Chipotle or Walmart? And I think some of the leading thinkers in this space are really trying to break that down, right? Because historically, maybe it was a college degree and someone who looked like me. And we don't want that as our model for how you climb the economic ladder in America. We want it to be more objective, and we also want to have it be tangible so that someone who's interested in that role can understand what are the necessary components and the skills required. And as Lisa was saying, what are the quality, low-cost programs where I can acquire those skills? And then what do we call those skills? We sort of lack a taxonomy for those skills, which I think can really hurt someone wanting to take their skills to a different employer, right? You can say, well, I was a assistant manager at Target, but does that mean I can go to Macy's and also be an assistant manager? Are they looking for something different? So I do think from a policy standpoint, it's less tactical or legislative, but I think as a country, it's important for us to think about both how we describe the skills needed for roles, and then, as Lisa said, what are the best training programs for those roles? And it's difficult, right? Ryan Craig, who's at the conference and talking about apprenticeships, like within the context of trades, skills are pretty well defined, right? To be a certified electrician, you need to know how to do certain things. But for some of the management roles that sit above the frontline jobs in retail, it's actually more difficult. So I'd love to hear from Lisa, sort of how has McDonald's thought about defining the pathway to advancement, if you're comfortable sharing it, and sort of what skills do you specifically help that would sort of let a frontline employee say, oh, if I go learn these things or take a certificate program, like how can I build up? Or is that still something that is sort of harder to define and ends up being a little bit more case by case?
And I totally agree with everything that Alex just said. And I think the other piece of this, and this is kind of my soapbox, is I think we've lost sight in this country of the importance of a first job and the skills that you learn in those first jobs. How many of you had a first job? Right? Okay. Think about what you learned. How many of you had a first job in retail or hospitality? Okay, you know what the next question is going to be, right? How many of you had a first job at McDonald's? There we go. 3 of you. You're our 1 in 8, right? Yeah. You are one of us. But we've lost sight of what you learn in those first jobs, right? You learn how to show up on time in the right uniform. You learn how to deal with how to work as a team. You learn how to deal with customers, how to deal with difficult customers. I mean, since the pandemic, I've been saying if you are a general manager or a crew person for that matter who ran a restaurant through a global pandemic, you can do a lot of things really, really well. I guarantee I could not have done that, right? I mean, that's a skill set. And so how do we become much more transparent as entry-level employers about what are those skills that people are learning? And I think taking that a step further to say, how are those skills transferable into other industries? We went to kind of answer Alex's question. We took counseling and advising the next step, and we created an app that our restaurant employees can look at and say, okay, I'm a shift manager. What skills am I learning as a shift manager? How are those skills transferable within the McDonald's system, right? How do I become a department manager, a general manager, or an area supervisor? But also we looked at how are they transferable into the healthcare industry, into the finance industry, into the trades, into technology. Because somebody who can, again, run a McDonald's restaurant can move into other career pathways. So similar, to what you were saying about in career pathways in Austin. I just think we have to, again, get back to thinking about those first jobs as really key times in people's lives and key learnings and understand the key learnings that are happening there.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Super exciting work, plug in my new home state of Alabama, with an LER initiative that's being run out of the governor's office, which is really cool. It also a tool to create skills transparency for employers and opportunities for individuals to share the experiences that they've had and the skills that they've accumulated, even if they don't come with some sort of a formal credential. Like, we don't live in a society where, like, I take my law degree every Thursday, like down to the ATM, and I get cash for the credential, right? Like, you have to translate the skills and experiences that you accumulate through work or through education into something of value, in which that's how you get money, and money is correlated, of course, in part with economic mobility, one part of that equation. An idea that we were talking about earlier is this notion of like skills savings accounts, yes, which I think is a really big idea. Like, we fund the acquisition of credentials as though they were or are a proxy for skills. They aren't necessarily. So this idea of a skills savings account is really intriguing to me. Tell us more about that.
Yes, I will, but I want to answer part of the policy question, which leads to this, which is not only has the tax code not been updated, but the Higher Education Act also hasn't been reauthorized in over 15 years. So we have policies in place today that do not reflect the current environment, the worker, the educational institution, et cetera. So it means we have to go, at least for the next year or two, outside of that and look for alternatives. In the last year, I've had calls from a couple of major international corporations about setting up their own loan program, funding it, having it forgivable for every year they then spend with them afterwards. There are people looking for alternative ways to try and fund education. I participated in a working group that was co-led by the Chamber of Commerce Foundation and SHRM, and it was really looking at this idea, what we came up with was this idea of a skills savings account. And think of it like an HSA, but for skills, or like a 529, but for adults. So the idea is that money can be put into this account, have similar tax benefits. It could come from the employer, it could come from the individual, it could come family and friends, different community groups, et cetera, and it would be portable. So it would move with the employee as they moved from one organization to another or a different employment opportunity. But if we even took the idea of a 529 plan and started that early and just kept it alive, but I'd love to see that done from a federal policy perspective, just the way HSAs are. But if we wait for that, we may be waiting a really long time. And I think there's an opportunity, and I know the team here at the foundation is working to get some pilot programs off the ground in the next year or so that would start to do that. Let's do it outside of policy, and let's help to address that issue now instead of waiting.
I think those are, it's such a powerful idea, the shift toward, Ryan Craig has, of course, written so much about that over the years, but the shift towards a skills mentality is so critical. And I think I'd be remiss if I didn't name what is, I think, an often really misguided critique of employer-driven programs, which is that we're often so fixated on completion. So there are concerns about well-founded concerns about some college no degree population and how and whether we can move people into pathways that allow them to capitalize on the investments and the experiences that they've had. But gosh, like, if you're 18 and you go to work at McDonald's or you go to work at Chipotle or Target, and 8 years later, 9 years later, you earn your degree, and you have 8 or 9 years of job experience and no debt, and a bachelor's degree, and the accumulated skills and experiences, whether it's in accounting or management or communication or team building, like that's a really good outcome. But if I reflect back on, my first 2 or 3 years out of high school, and the way we often, I think, view that as a society, you're 6 years out of high school, you're going to school part-time and maybe working at McDonald's or Chipotle. Like, we don't necessarily view that as success because of the expectations that we establish. And oh, by the way, like, maybe you enroll in a program that allows you to learn a skill, you apply the skill on the job, you get a promotion, you start a family, and you come back to that later. Like, we don't
it's not linear anymore.
It's not linear. It's not linear.
It was interesting. We had a conversation last night at dinner about skills-based hiring. And, you know, in my head, I was thinking our corporate hiring. I'm like, well, we don't really do skills-based hiring. And then I was like, wait a minute, McDonald's might be the original skills-based hiring company, right? I mean, 60% of our franchisees started as crew. When I started at McDonald's 10 years ago, a good percentage of our senior leadership team did not have college degrees. They started in the restaurant when they were 16 years old. And they navigated their path within the system. And we continue to see that progression. So somebody who's worked at McDonald's for 8 years probably is going to be a general manager making 6 figures.
There's a great article, I can circulate it, or maybe Ivy, we can share it, but it's about sort of the restaurant industry and the fact that the restaurant industry in many ways pioneered the concept of skills-based hiring, because so many of
it's
the
just
roles...
funny, that just occurred to me last night, though.
Were. So, all right, we've got 19 seconds left. I feel like I should probably finish on time.
Wrap it up.
I just want to express gratitude to our friends at the Chamber and Cheryl and everyone for hosting this terrific event and discussion, to each of you for committing your time in sharing with us your experiences and your knowledge. Alex, especially, for joining from across town via Zoom. We hope you feel better soon. And again, thank you so much for having us all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I met Sergeant Major Roshan, Sophie Roshan, in 2004 in Afghanistan. His dedication to his people, his soldiers, his country is unmatched. There was still a lot of corruption over there. And when you start dealing with corruption and fighting for freedom, what do you fight for, money or freedom? Roshan, he put the money to the side and said he wanted to free Afghanistan. He was a target in Afghanistan, and probably still is, just because he wanted the Afghan people to be free. Now, he's been fighting a long time, and I think over here in the United States, he's getting a little peace and rest. He's one of my greatest friends, best brother you can probably ask for. His heart and his dedication to his family is unmatchable, and he's just a good guy.
There we go.
About that one. That feels...
Now we feel like
feels a little
celebrities,
risky.
let me tell you. Huh? Well, first of all, let me thank you all. Thanks Sergeant Major Tom Capel for
'cause if it's
doing
for
the
special,
video. Thank you
don't have
very
the
much
fee.
for the Chamber Foundation for having both of us here today. I work at the Chamber. I'm in the part of the Hiring Our Heroes initiative that we have here. As you might have heard or read in the bio, my name is Adam Rock, retired colonel from the U.S. Army. I served over 30 years. I dedicated my life to helping our veterans, our military spouses, and their dependents find meaningful employment. We do an amazing job here at Hiring Our Heroes in the Chamber. But you know, there were 97,000 Afghan refugees, roughly about, that came to the United States when Kabul collapsed in end of August of 2021. 97,000. I mean, no short undertaking by the U.S. to get them, extract them here. And these are folks that were loyal to the U.S. government and the coalition, and folks that me in the Army, fought side by side. I met Command Sergeant Major Roshan Safi here in Afghanistan in 2016 and again in 2017. You might have seen my picture there of he and I in the battlefield in Kabul. And it is truly an honor to have him here and his family here and everything that he represents. Hiring Our Heroes was very fortunate, though, when Operation Afghan Allies kicked off and the Chamber Foundation embarked on that. We were part of that. So the team at Hiring Our Heroes worked tirelessly for nearly 6 months. We went to every resettlement camp. There were 8 of them that were scattered around the United States. And we went down there and we gave basically employment 101 classes, right? Basic classes, workshops. We did over 100 workshops. We served over 7,000 Afghan refugees and their families, trying to help them reintegrate into our society. But this is not about me or hiring our heroes. This is truly about Command Sergeant Major retired Roshan Safi, who is a true patriot, not only to his country, to America, who fought side by side with us for over 20 years. He'll talk about that. Who rose to the highest rank in the Afghan enlisted rank. He's one of one. There was only one of one. He was the Sergeant Major of the entire Afghan Army, and then he was appointed as the SEAC, the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the President of Afghanistan and his National Security Council. So we really are standing, or I am sitting next to what I call a living legend here, who really did work side by side with us each and every day. So it's an honor to not only have been on the battlefield with him, but to call him and his family my friend. So let me introduce Command Sergeant Major Roshan Safi. Roshan, why don't you do me a favor and tell everyone a little bit about yourself, about the journey, and how you got to the United States.
Thank you very much, first of all. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roshan Safi. I'm former Sergeant Major of the Afghanistan National Army. You know, my background is military. I served in every enlisted position in Afghanistan, and also that all of the schools, the NCO enlisted schools, and also the Sergeant Major of the U.S. Sergeant Major of the Sergeant Major Academy, class 5-6 in 2005. I was a graduate. Today it's a great honor and privilege to be among the team who are part of the solution. And thank you for your invitation. I will be here, and also Mr. Adam Rock was asking about my journey to United States. That my journey was by the two phases. Number one, as you know, that 15 August was not one of the easy day for me and my people. It was a very difficult day, difficult moment for me and my family. When that day Afghanistan collapsed, many people were telling me, "Hey Roshan, your family will be, what do you want?" But my answer was to them, I said to them, my uniform will be in the closet. I will be having no rank, but I have still great, committed, loyal, strong American friend, and they will be, me and my family, they will be evacuating us. That was 15 August. They start evacuation plan, great soldier, military and civilian. They start evacuation, and we came to Qatar. When we came to Qatar, to be honest, we didn't have nothing. Just one, like 14 family. We had just one pair of clothes, and number of them, they didn't have any shoes. That time, there were one of the person by the name Reskilling Troopers Foundation, and they sent one of the GME military, they sent some clothes and some shoes. They brought shoes. When I was walking to bring my shoes, to shoes, one of my son by the name Omar, 6 years old, he said, "Dad, please let me know, I will be having shoes or no?" That was very hard for he was answering me this question to my children, because he didn't have, Qatar is very warm, that was 110 or Fahrenheit. When we came here, we start our journey, we came all the way to the Fort Lee. We came to Fort Lee. For the Fort Lee, we were a while for there, and after that, like Sergeant Major Tom Capel, my friend, and there was other friend, again, Reskilling, and they start, and they came and they pick up me, they brought to the house. Why I'm telling that I think evacuation coming to United States, that's not just hugging, taking picture, and there's other thing need to be done, like housing,
So Fort Lee is in Virginia. We went down there and we met with Sergeant Major Roshan, but his story is just like the 97,000 others. So I guess the point I would like to quickly navigate to, in the interest of time, is let's talk about those 97,000 and what they offer. Well, let's talk about the talent that we have here and the skills that they possess. Because when I was there, I met doctors, lawyers, accountants, I met mechanics, I met workers, I met everything that is there that our workforce could use now. So let's talk about that.
They are the people, among those people, you know, I have still contact with these people. I went with you to Fort Pettit, and I'm still, you know, my neighbor, I talk to many of them. To be honest, among those people, they have special values and special skills. Special value and skill means that they have positive leadership, teamwork, initiative, and also the job should be done. That should be like action. They are the people. You know, that's not, you know, like the military, the civilian, both of them. From mason, butcher, carpenter, all the way to C-130. Right. One of my friends, he's C-130, which he was trained by the United States 2 decades. I was asking where he's sporting. He's doing one of the job. That job, he's right person, but not in right position. He is not satisfied. As in the military side of the house, we are telling positive leadership, job satisfaction. Job satisfaction, he doesn't have, you know, the right job. Many of the Afghans, civilian, you know, doctors, civilian engineer, most of those people.
Yeah, so let's quickly navigate, because that clock is going fast, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah.
I think they skipped about 10 minutes, but so how about some of the challenges we're facing right now, and then how do we overcome them?
The challenge they have, the most of them, they are talking, you know, they have like different challenges they have, you know. One of the two things they are their skill you know, skill.
Yep, the skills.
They are steady job.
Yep.
One person is one day Uber, another is in shopkeeper, next year the board. They will be steady to stay on that, to go progress, career progression. He need to go for that job. And also they want that the biggest challenges, you know, they want the occupation based on, they want the job based on their occupation.
Yeah.
They want, yeah.
So it's basically the same conversation we've heard all morning, basically. What is the pathway to success, right? So we have 97,000 folks here who want to be contributing members of our labor force and our economy and our community, right? They're going through a difficult immigration process. By the way, he's a couple days out from getting his green card, which is a wonderful thing. And there are many like that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
That's no easy.
The challenge, let me tell you about one of the challenge when in Afghanistan. That was, you know, that my friendship with the U.S., that was not like the good times. It was about the time of adversity. We were standing by each other. And when myself, there was the SIV, special immigration visa.
Yep.
Initially,
yep.
That was denied to obtain green card, but you know that when I had the difficult time, and they were my friend, and they were like, they were my rock, like Mr. Adam Rock. They helped me, and I overcome on the obstacles, yeah. and find and keep moving forward.
So let's talk quickly about that, because we're on negative time now, but we're asked for forgiveness at the end of this, is to talk about the challenges. But what do you think are some of the pathways to success? Well, we talked about language barriers. There is a language barrier, but like his son, Hiwad, who is here, who's actually doing a great job videoing back there. Raise your hand, Hiwad. Hiwad speaks 4 separate languages. He's got a college degree, and he's working on his software certifications right now, right? So he is taking charge of his own life here, right? With the help and influence of his father here. But there are many others like that. So how about education? Let's talk about the education.
You know, they want the education, like education language. Yep. Most of the biggest challenge, you know, they don't know. You know, if they want to find the job, they cannot speak English. That's very important. And also they want the education, they want the job, and they want the steady job. I think that should be clear path. What you say?
Yeah. Pathway.
That's a pathway for this game to know, because This is Afghanistan refugee want to go long distance. There should be long-term solution for them. Right now, they are temporary doing something, you know. Yeah. If you want to do for right job to those people, I think that will be helping to the three things. And that should be growing economy of the nation, and they will be productive citizen to the society, those guys. And also those guys should be, you know, that there should be, in the future, they will be self-sufficient or self-competent, those guys.
Yeah, excellent. So based on what we've been talking about today, I use the word again, pathways here to success, but that's exactly right. There is a will by the Afghan refugees to want to assimilate into our society. They want to work. They're hardworking. They have skills that they earned in the military, about 40% of the refugees, or they have the skills that they earned before. They're highly educated. Like I said, pilots and doctors. Well, we have a ton of them here. We just need to figure out pathways into your organizations, right? So we tried to do that at Hiring Heroes initially on with some of the companies, and we're still connected to those. So if you're interested in getting involved in the company, want to hire folks like this, please come find me after this, or I'll give you my email, but we'll try and figure out ways to connect you. So why don't you do this? Why don't we end here quickly and tell us about how you've taken ownership. I think he's done a phenomenal job. He's to be applauded. He didn't do it alone. It takes a village, right? So he has a village. He has folks like myself and a host of others that you saw here to help in his family. There's some others who have some, but there's some gaps as well. But tell us about your family.
My family, we came long way. If you where we were, where we are, where we'll be going, we came long way. To be honest, we didn't have anything. We start, number one, my focus area was for my education, my kids. I have 7 kids, all of them going to the school, which I'm very proud of that. And one of my, I have my grandson. He is going to the kindergarten. One of my son is in 4th grade, 3rd grade. One of my oldest daughters, they are going to GED to receive general education diploma.
Right.
And all of them, everybody speak perfect English. My English is not very good. If anybody want to do,
it's good.
My 4 years, she speaks Spanish, English. My family, they are bilingual. They can speak perfect. Yeah. And also, they will be not using acronym, idiom, but they're very good. And also, transportation. Believe me, we saw the first day somebody brought to us one of the bike. Right now, we have 2-car transportation. We have driving lessons, and we have that. We have 2, 3, 4 computers, and we have my grandchildren. They were born in the United States. They have U.S. passport. And they were, because that all was that this was all was the great support from the U.S. government, State Department, and all of the resettlement agency, all of my friends, and they will be in the future, and we will be having shining future. Because when we came there, I was leading for my children, the example for my children. I start first work, and my children was watching me, and they start work. Right now, they have work, and one of my son is computer science, and he's studying very hard computer. Another, my son is mechanic. If I can talk about the progress, give me like 2 or 3 days. That's 2 hours I cannot talk.
But what the story he tells is synonymous with the story of the rest of them out there. Maybe not as a clear pathway like him, because he's got some great help, but it's out there, and we need to put him to work, and that's talent that you should tap into. So I'm way over. One final thought before we go.
Thank you very much. Thank you, each of you, each day, what you were doing. I think that once again, Afghanistan people, they are very proud of. I know that they will never, ever forget what a great things you have done for them. I think that Afghanistan, they have long distance still to go. They need a long-term solution. You are close to the solution, and you are the part of the action. I hope they will be helping to be that once again. It will be growing economy. They will be, also sustain force strength, and also be one of the productive citizens for the society. For if you want to put one person in right position, because that person is breadwinner, 8 people, 10 people will be going house, education, and he will be running entire family. Afghanistan are not like one person. One person is 15 people, like I have 7 children. Here the people, they are breadwinner. You will be helping to entire family. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you bring up this one slide. I know you'll bring up this slide. They're going to bring up a slide. There we go. So if you're interested in getting involved in Hiring Our Heroes, the foundation, there's the QR code. We have some pathways for you to not just hire U.S. military talent, but the Afghan talent as well. So again, thank you all very much. It was an honor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. We are going to try to keep this to right before we have our FEMA test at 2:20. So that's going to keep us honest. If it happens to go off and we're still up here, that's just going to be the end of the conversation. But I'm so delighted to be here with this fantastic group of people to talk about skills-based hiring with you all this afternoon. So I think the way I'll start is just to ask each of them to introduce themselves, talk a minute or less about their organization and sort of how you fit into this conversation or enter into this conversation about skills-based hiring. And I'll start with Andy right to my right.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Andy Tonsing. I'm the Vice President of Post-Secondary Education at Stand Together. And we're a philanthropic community dedicated to help every individual fulfill their potential through many different issue areas, including workforce and education. And the areas that we do that is focusing to work with education providers to help them sort of individualize and create better pathways to employment. We work with employers to change their culture and practices around talent, to individualize through skills, aptitudes, and mindset the connection to different roles, and then also with policy to make sure we're getting out of the ways the different barriers and incentives and how we finance education and workforce.
Great. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Vicki Green, and I'm with GED Testing along with Pearson as well. So I'm the CEO of GED and then on the Pearson executive team. And what I love about this conversation and being part of this is that the GED learner is the learner that's overlooked. And so for me, really focusing on skills and ability is outside just educational attainment. It's also life skills. And so how do we start looking at all of our audiences and all of our learners and all of our adults to fill roles where there's gaps? And then on the workforce skills side, it's how can we show the skills and abilities that the learner has learned and obtained and make sure that there's value behind that, and then also show them the skills that each individual has.
Good afternoon. I'm Dane Lin, Senior Vice President of Corporate Initiatives at the Business Roundtable. I also lead our work on immigration, which you'll hear me talk a little bit about during the course of this conversation, and is an essential part of the solution. Our organization is an organization of CEOs of all US-based companies, some of the largest companies in the country. Our goal is really to promote a thriving economy. It's also to provide opportunity for individuals. And in the context of this conversation, it's about economic mobility. In 2020, the Business Roundtable launched work very similar to the US Chamber of Commerce, known as the Multiple Pathways Initiative. And the objective of, or the goal of that initiative in all of our work focused on workforce is really intended to help companies reevaluate, reimagine, and execute on a new ecosystem for what their talent systems look like from the beginning to the end. So this is not just about rewriting job descriptions. It's rethinking the way we recruit, retain, and advance individuals. So we're looking forward to the discussion, and thank you for having me.
Hi, everyone. My name is Clay Lord. I'm the Director of Programs for the SHRM Foundation. SHRM Foundation is the 501c3 nonprofit arm of SHRM, the Society for Human Resource Management. We are an international membership organization for HR professionals with about 235,000 members all across the country. We touch millions and millions of lives every day. And in the context of the foundation, our work is to make sure that those HR professionals, as well as hiring managers and executives, are empowered to be agents for social good and to drive that change that's necessary for talent and people in communities all across the country and the world through the lens of work. And so one of our three main initiatives is called Widening Pathways to Work, and is really focused on both expanding access to jobs for people in what we call untapped talent pools, particularly folks with disabilities, people who have been impacted by the justice system, people who are associated with the military and opportunity youth, and then also to encourage employers to integrate a skills-first mindset in their hiring, retention, and advancement practices. And we particularly are focused on making it feasible for employers to get to yes. We don't think the challenge is that a lot of people disagree with the idea that skills first is a good idea. We think that the challenge is that a lot of folks don't understand how to move past agreement into action.
Such an important point to raise, and I want to get to that at one point, but I do want to just sort of maybe set the stage a little bit, and you touched on this, Dean, like so many companies, lots of folks, this is a crowded space of folks talking about skills first, skills-based hiring, this is the future. What are we talking about? Is that just remove the 4-year degree requirement and go about your day? What's, is that it in a nutshell? Sort of for anybody who might want to have a comment on that.
Yeah, I think I want to start by, I want to answer your question by starting with what this is not about, because I think that's equally important. And it's not about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It's not about skills in lieu of degrees. I think what we have to think about as we rebuild this ecosystem, and I do think it is about rebuilding the HR ecosystems that we have, is that we're really focused on looking at the range of skills that are essential to the success of the job. And how does that get clearly articulated in the job description is one small but yes important step. And so I think what we need companies to do is step back and ask, what does it take to be successful? What does it take to be successful in this company at the entry level, at the middle management level, and yes, even at the C-suite level? So I think that's the most important part of this work around skills-based hiring.
So I agree with that, and I also then think it's important to sort of carry that the next step farther, which is to then also empower those companies, particularly small and mid-sized companies, with what they need in order to be able to do everything you're talking about. Some of the great examples from earlier today, Marriott, McDonald's, as well as IBM, AT&T, really large companies doing really amazing work are spending their own funds to create their own systems inside those organizations to do that work. And one of the things that I think we're really focused on, and the we, I think, is actually everyone up here, as well as many more, is what about the 99% of businesses that are small to mid-size and need sort of the collective systems that would allow them to move forward there. And there's a lot of opportunity to make that happen as we figure out how to work together to sort of build technologies and utilize both technologies and trainings in order to improve the kind of opportunities for hiring managers, HR professionals, and executives to kind of pull talent from a broader pool.
Yeah, I think if I could just jump in here to follow up on that point, because I think this is really important, because we talk often about skills being separate and apart from everything else that companies are doing. And I think what we've learned is that companies aren't just focused on skills. They're focused on skills as it relates to apprenticeships, as it relates to the hiring of individuals with criminal records. So it's, again, part of that ecosystem building that I think is critical to the ability of companies and the opportunity for companies to open the aperture to a wide variety of individuals with knowledge, skills, and abilities.
And internally, too, incumbent workers and
Absolutely.
advancement within the organization.
Absolutely.
Vicki,
Right.
you wanted to
I was going to say, I think it's so important, but I think skills means something different to everyone. And I think if you asked yourself or you asked your employees or maybe even asked your children, what are your skills? I think sometimes you would get a blank stare as to not everyone knows what their skills are. And so I think what we all have to get better at as leaders and individuals is helping our team see the skills that they have, because it's not easy to navigate the systems that we have in place. And so I think we assume that they have the tools, that we assume that they understand their skills, and I think the bottom line is they don't. They don't. And so we have to get better as a leadership team of really articulating what those skills are. And to your point, what are the skills necessary to do the job? Not what's on paper and maybe the role that you've played, but what are the skills that you bring to the table?
Yeah, maybe the way we think about it, it's really taking a process of making what's currently implicit and making it explicit, right? Which is often pretty difficult, right? So right now we have blunt proxies, right? So it's like, I require a certain number of years of relevant experience, and we look for job, degrees that are sort of generally relevant, but what does that actually mean for the work you're doing? Well, a lot of people might even have trouble saying, what are the skills required for your own position? Right? So it's almost this like, you have to really dig deep in like, what is required for success, what is necessary versus nice to have versus we'll develop ourselves, and then building around that, right? And it could be, anything from like a really granular, we're doing a skills-based hiring, like different badges, or it could be an apprenticeship program. It's a very integrated approach, but it's being very deliberate about being explicit about what's needed, and then building something equitable that is open for people who can actually do that, right? And making sure what you're building is not excluding people based upon, who can do the work, who can contribute.
And just to throw in on that, I think it's also then important to recognize why that system is being perpetuated right now. Because it is not because employers want to be excluding millions and millions and millions of really talented people from the job pool. It's, we did some focus groups with HR professionals, and we asked them about their hiring process. And one person said that she, on average, has about 20 minutes to go through 200 resumes and identify the top 5 candidates in order to pass them along to a hiring manager. And so if that's the paradigm, one, that's problematic on its own, but it's definitely problematic if we are asking them to make a complete shift in how that process happens. And right now, that shift is towards something that's less efficient and higher risk, or is at least perceived as higher risk, and doesn't have the kind of solid grounding in the ROI that people perceive degrees to have. And I think we can do it. We just need to figure out how to work within the confines of how much time and energy and personal and business capital employers are willing to put into the conversation.
And I completely agree with you in that ability to sort of communicate what you know and are able to do, the ability for an employer to receive that information, and there are, we're in 2023 now. We ought to be able to use technology to do all those things, which is something that the Chamber Foundation has certainly spent a lot of time and focus on. Let's talk about the people real quick, the learner, the worker. What will this sort of focus on skills do to increase access for those who might not have had access to a traditional post-secondary pathway? And Vicki, I think of the 1 million or so folks that access the GED every year. How does this approach really support those folks?
Yeah, it's fascinating that when I use this statistic, that 40 million adults are outside in the US right now without a high school diploma. And everyone says, 40 million, how can that be? And unfortunately, the number is increasing with COVID. And so for us, one of the things that we've really focused on is that adult learner didn't fit the K through 12 system. And so what happened is they were put in a classroom, told to learn a certain way, and that didn't work for them. Or life circumstances got in the way. Mom or dad had cancer, I dropped out, I was bullied, I have depression, I have anxiety, all of the things that you can imagine. And so what we started doing was really assessing their learning style. And this was fascinating, is that when a learner finds out how they learn, it opens up the entire ecosystem of who they are as an individual. And then they start thinking to themselves, okay, I'm not different, I'm not weird, I'm not this dropout that everyone told me that I was. I just learn different, I think different. And what we found is that our learner is auditory. What that means is that they love to talk about it, they love to explore it, and that's why they didn't fit through K through 12, because the minute you talk, The teacher tells you to be quiet. They don't want you to do what you're supposed to do, and you're not focused. And so I think for the learner right now with the skills, it's all about who are you as an individual, and then how do we match that to where you're at in your journey? Because again, too often we try to fit everyone into the same box. You have to go to high school, you then go on to college, and you go get a job. And what we're saying now is, let's find out who you are. Let's learn how you learn. Let's learn what fits into your ecosystem of your brain. And then they earn their GED, and then we do an aptitude test. And so now we can tell you, wow, you are really good at problem solving, or you're really good at communication, or guide them to, and it's not throwing out the degree, it's just that the degree might not be for everyone. And so let's take those skills and put you in an apprenticeship. Maybe you're a really good problem solver, so this fits the technology role. Or we're doing apprenticeships in green energy jobs. Someone says, what's green energy? And the minute you talk about it, using your hands, getting outside, making the world more sustainable, everyone's fascinated by that. So I think the bottom line is that we have to, as a society, start meeting the learner where they're at and not telling them to fit into this box that we've done for so long.
Thank you for that. I want to spend just a minute with Dane and Clayton real quick. Our three organizations, SHRM, BRT, and the Chamber, released a statement of sorts today in support, our three organizations supporting skills-based hiring and supporting employers to implement. Talk a little bit about why each of you thought that worked together, as painful as that may have been over the course of months to get all of us with the same words, why that was important to your organizations and what you hope maybe we can all do together next. Clay, do you want to go first?
Sure. Well, I think it is principally, I think, important because all three of our organizations are squarely focused on the employer. And one of the analogies I like to use when we talk about the skills space is I don't know about you all, the first time I got into a Tesla, I didn't know what to do. It was all screens. I didn't know how to drive it. It made me feel very uncomfortable. It's like collectively we've built a Tesla, but we haven't actually talked to the driver in any way about how to drive a Tesla. And if that driver is necessary for that Tesla to move, then you have to figure out how to talk to the driver. And so the driver in this case, there are two. There's the talent side, right? But in our case, there's the supply side, the employer. And we have a lot of employers out there right now who abstractly think Teslas are really cool, but wouldn't know what to do if you put them in the driver's seat. And we are in a position collectively to, I think, hit that tipping point. If we can, unify resources, figure out common conversations to have, figure out common vocabulary, and I think it's a really exciting moment. We're just at the beginning of figuring out how we're going to collaborate together, but I really am glad that we got the statement out today and for what comes next.
Labor of love.
Yeah.
For us, one might say that for all of our organizations, whether it's CEOs, CHROs, or other C-suite executives, that the driving force behind the focus on skills is really about the need to fill 9.8 million jobs.
Right.
And I would say to you, having been in the room with CEOs, speaking with CEOs about what's driving them on this particular issue, and quite frankly, all of the workforce initiatives that we have at the Business Roundtable, it's really about opportunity. It's really about opportunity and economic mobility, not just for the people that are looking for jobs today, not just for the people that are looking to advance in their career. Excuse me, I shouldn't have said jobs because this is about careers. But this is about generational change. This is about getting children to see what's possible by looking at their grandmother, their father, their mother, their aunts and uncles. The second thing I would say is this work is an enterprise responsibility. It is not just the work of the HR, the CHRO, or anyone in the talent function in the organization. The CEO sets the direction and says, this is what we need to be doing. But it really is the HR function, the DE&I function in the company, yes, the general counsel. Everyone bears a responsibility for doing this work to try to ensure that we're successful. And the last thing I'll say is, I think what's valuable about the partnership among the 3 business organizations is that it's not just about the large businesses. This is about the small and medium-sized businesses. The small and medium-sized businesses, many of our suppliers who don't have the capacity to do what our companies are doing. So how do we produce tools and resources that can help not just inform their work, but will lead them to a point of success that makes a difference in the individuals they're trying to hire and the individuals who currently work for them but are looking for more opportunities?
I want to ask you a question, Andy, because we're obviously talking about skills-based hiring, but in our sort of conversations about this and in talking about this panel, I know that word sort of skills might seem limiting, and you have some thoughts about that. I would love to hear them.
Yeah, I hope I don't sound like the member of the choir singing a little out of key.
Right.
But
okay.
I think something you said earlier was really important. I think this is really about how do we connect people based on who they are with those roles in which they can be productive, contribute, and will thrive, right? Ultimately. Yep. And skills are something that it's sort of a statement of what one can do, right? Which maybe serves as a better baseline for filtering at the top of the funnel for who should be considered for a role. Right? If we're going to get rid of degree requirements, we need something to filter, right, in the digital age. And so maybe that's one way to look at it. But once you get on top of that, how do you connect people based upon their aptitudes, right? The things that they're good at, their goals, things that they enjoy, and also their mindset, right? And if you're able to do that, you're going to connect people into roles that, you know, you might not overly engineer in terms of the job mobility pathways, but require a little bit more of the intangible. Where do you fit? Is it good for the culture? Is it good for you personally? But if we're able to do that, I think we can go much farther than if we just considered skills as the baseline, right? So I think, you know, one example is we're a philanthropic community. We have about 700 or 800 philanthropists and business leaders who contribute to our work, and so we get to talk to large companies all the time. And one of them is one of the world's largest sort of industrial manufacturing organizations that a few years ago sort of said, we actually think the greatest sort of quality for success is contribution motivation. It's not just that you have the technical skills to work on in the factory floor, but are you motivated to find ways to contribute, see opportunities, call them out, be entrepreneurial in little ways and in big ways. And they've been doing that for a few years, and they've found that those who implemented that well, they're finding more talent mobility within the organization. So people moving up faster, moving also adjacent into different roles faster, and the compensation is moving up more quickly as well. And so they're pushing that even lower to the frontline managers to make that part of their work. And so I guess our point is, like, let's make sure we're considering this holistically, and we're not imagining a future that only takes us part of the way to where we want to go. And I think one confounding element of this is the skills conversation already has part of this. So like if you look at some of the skills frameworks that a lot of us are using around like soft skills, for example, they'll include things like optimism, proactivity, like happiness, compassion. And it's like, are these skills or are they something else? So if we can be a little bit more, I think, precise in our language and how we describe what we need in that explicit sense, we might be able to have better results.
Well, and I think it's worth noting that right now, the degree mindset isn't just about skills. And when someone looks for a degree on a resume, they are making all sorts of assumptions about what that degree has provided to that person. And it isn't about the skills to do the job, or it's not only about the skills to do the job. And someone was talking about this earlier, that particularly once you're in the door in the world of work, it's often the case that people don't even ask what you got your degree in, let alone how well you did, what you learned, things like that. And so what the degree is a proxy for many of the things that Andy is now encouraging us to make explicit. The components that have to do with your ability to do work, to work with others, to engage successfully in a kind of organism of people, and to sort of have the grit and drive to succeed over time. And that's not confined to people with degrees. It's just, in some ways, easier to proxy because we've decided that the degree means all those things. So what happens if we stop saying that and we say, to Dane's point, that everything from a professional driver's license to a PhD is a credential, and then on top of that you have all of the things that actually make us human, and hiring whole humans as a frame as opposed to hiring degrees?
I think this is, I want to pick up on the degree point too, because I think even if you eliminate the degree, that does not necessarily mean a change in behavior and practice. Because we're trying to change the culture of an enterprise, of a company. And so it really requires, if I were to look at one of my member companies, I'd go to Vistra. So, okay, Vistra rewrote 800 job descriptions. But that was, yes, important, but what was more important is the training of the hiring managers, the people on the front line. Like, are you still looking for the degree, even though it's no longer required for a certain number of positions? Or are you really opening up the mindset of the people on the front line that say, you get an interview, you get an interview, and you get an interview, and ultimately, and you get hired, even though you don't have the bachelor's degree? So I think let's not underestimate the importance of changing the culture of some of these companies as well.
I think that's really important, and the culture piece leads me to think about challenges associated with doing all of this and biases that we all carry with us, and biases towards degrees, or what do you identify? Well, I don't know. Let's talk about challenges. What do you think some of the biggest challenges are to really advancing sort of a skills-first ecosystem? Vicki, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, it was actually fascinating. Last night at dinner, we were having this discussion, and I think it's a really, really good question, because we talk about the degrees and skills, but I think as individuals, when we interview or we look at on paper someone that has a degree and someone that doesn't have a degree, I think every one of us is going to wonder why. Why do they not have a degree? And then we're going to wonder, okay, what skills do they really have? And so I think every one of us has biases, and I see this in the GED world every day. If you looked at someone who got their GED and a high school diploma, immediately you say, well, you're a high school dropout versus a high school graduate. And so I think the bottom line here is that we all have work to do when it comes to this skills framework, and we all have work to do to say it starts with us. And we can't assume that someone else on our team is doing this. We can't assume that the HR team's doing this. It's some of the things that you were saying, Dane, is that we have to really look at the individual. And the way that I can best describe this is, I told this story last night. There's a young man named Justice that I met along the circuit on a panel. And Justice was a high school dropout, lived out of his car, and navigated his life through a car and through different homeless shelters. He decided he wanted to get his GED, and he had to figure out how to catch the train or the bus to get to the homeless shelter before they closed, then get to his adult ed center the next day, and then get back to the next one because he had to jump around. He couldn't stay at the same homeless shelter. And I was talking to him about his life, and he said, I didn't even realize that my entire life was project management. Getting from one center to the next, navigating where I was going to eat, how I was going to eat, how I was going to catch the train station. And that to me, and by the way, Justice is in my life forever, that to me is a skill set that you're never going to see on a resume. The only way that you see that is if you actually have a conversation with Justice and you understand who he is, what he's done. That's how you start getting to the skills framework that's out there. And that's what we all have to start doing, is stop looking at this piece of paper and start looking at them as a human.
To approach that question a little bit from the other side, from the employer side, I think, and this may get to your point in terms of being able to see things like what Justice has. I think right now, when we talk to HR folks and hiring managers and executives inside employers, there's a significant challenge in not understanding what the ROI would be for changing. So why would I change if I can just stay the same, right? Which is a constant refrain you should always confront in every conversation about change management. And then that moves very quickly into a conversation about sort of the ability to trust the things that would make it possible for me to change. There are over 1 million credentials that people can take right now from something like 60,000 different providers just in the United States. There are hundreds and hundreds of startups that are popping up every day that are promising to be the AI panacea for your hiring and upskilling issues. And many of them are quite good, but it's a significant challenge for an overworked HR professional or a hiring manager who's maybe hiring 2 people a year to really think through how to sort of take those steps
It's
and do
risky.
it in a way that scales.
risky.
And so for us, we are then saying, okay, well, if the challenge is that the universe of things is mostly there, but it is not organized in a way that busy, harried people can easily access it, then our job at these enterprise-level organizations is to figure out how to organize it and make it easier for employers to get to yes. And I think part of what's going on when I look at something like what Education Design Lab is doing or what Opportunity at Work is doing, where they are trying in various ways to take the more ineffable demonstrations of experience and give job seekers the opportunity to put those into learning and employment records, or to articulate them through some sort of system to say, when you do this process, when you navigate the world in this way, that is project management, and we are going to figure out how to credential you for that, and then we're going to put that in front of an employer. Suddenly something invisible is visible, and it's in the language that an employer can use, which decreases that barrier and makes it more likely that the employer can get to yes.
Yeah, let me kind of hone in on two populations, which I think are, yes, a challenge, but also an opportunity. We have 80 million people in this country who have a criminal record. Misdemeanor, all the way more severe crimes. We have a quarter of the incarcerated population who can't find work. Challenge, huge opportunity to open the doors for these individuals. We now have Pell grants that are available to individuals who are incarcerated, and the efficacy of those programs, actually the completion rates of individuals who go through a training program while incarcerated is in some cases much higher than individuals who've not been incarcerated. So we should really hone in on that population, and it's part of what we're trying to do through the Second Chance Business Coalition that we co-lead with some other groups, including SHRM. The second challenge we have is the immigrant population. We have a little bit of a problem with the H-1B visas and the credentialing requirements. That really limits internal mobility. If you can't move to another job if that's not what your H-1B visa's in. Like, we all know, we're not here to debate the challenges with the US immigration system, but we have a number of individuals, whether they're refugees, they've come through to the United States through legal pathways, that we are not taking advantage of the skills they bring to the table. And I think that's another untapped population moving toward this skills-based approach on the front end and the advancement side that I think could help address some of the problems that we have.
I think the perceived risk, right, where a lot of these skills-based initiatives go to die is in companies where on the surface maybe it looks like it's a good place to start, right? CEO says this is a priority, we should do this work. HR works on the systems and the pipelines, opening the filter to bring in new talent. But then the hiring manager goes, "Nah, go with the guy with the degree," or go with even if I'm looking at 2 resumes. And part of that reason is it's the concentration of that risk on that decision is with the hiring manager who has to then deal with that hire or have to deal with the fact that I'm not as productive or there's things that are happening that I didn't know about. So why would I make that leap? And the solution to that is really based on the culture and the risk environment that the company creates. So one example is Pinnacle Insurance, which is a large company based in Colorado, and one of their cultural pillars is we invest in people. And so unlike a lot of companies, they're trying to figure out how does that manifest. It manifests in actually the decisions by hiring managers to make investments in new populations. So they've been a leader in youth apprenticeship, one of the largest employers in the state around that. And part of the reason is instead of when leaders in the company are going to hiring managers, they're asking, what have you done differently this year to invest in people? Right, so they're constantly thinking about, what am I doing that's innovative and different, as opposed to I'm comfortable doing the same thing and I'm safe there. So I think it really goes back to culture, somebody said earlier, and really changing that risk profile that you put on the talent leaders.
Okay, we got 40 seconds. Is this a flash in the pan? Is this like the future?
Oh, it was early. Well, it'll stop in a second.
Okay, is it 2:20?
18.
They lied. They did it early. We're just going to sit here.
Yeah.
If your phone's not going off, you have a problem.
How come they can tell you it's going to happen at 2:20 and then they do it 2 minutes early?
They just want to keep you on your toes.
Keep us on our toes.
I feel like there's something really wrong with that? Okay, great. Now we can
go
finish with one last question. Oh.
Oh my.
It might keep going.
Delayed. Well, this phone didn't go off before, now it did. Might be the provider network.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, okay, are we gonna make real progress on this? Like, is this going to be the future, or is this a flash in the pan?
So there were some stats from earlier that I think are sort of important to note. That right now, there's like 1 million fewer people every year over year, who are enrolling in 4-year degrees. And that the trajectory is not upward on that, right? And at the same time, we are seeing a sort of explosion in jobs that are sort of not articulated around degree-related curricula. And those jobs are not going to go away. So, when we think about it at SHRM, we think about this as sort of accelerating an inevitable movement. Now, does that mean that it's going to go well or smoothly? And then does that mean there are no barriers to sort of widespread adoption? Absolutely not. There are 15 states that have removed the degree requirements for their public sector jobs. I think there are 12 of them that have given no direction to those public sector leaders about how to hire without degrees. And so that could create absolute chaos for millions and millions of people and sour them on the concept.
Still trying to sort of make their way towards this, right?
But I think, our general philosophy, why we're in this, is that we think this is the inevitable future of work. It's just a question of whether it's going to be an easy pathway or a hard pathway, and we encourage as many employers as possible to get on the easy pathway, which might feel hard now, but is going to get them farther in the long term.
Okay, so we've got to stop talking about this as an initiative, because that makes it sound like we're responding to what the big thinkers want everyone to focus on for the next year and a half. This is about creating opportunity for people. This is about our ability as a country to compete. We're all worried about China. We're all worried about all these other countries. But what's it going to take to be economically competitive? What's it going to take to create opportunity for a lot of individuals? Skills is one of many efforts that we should be focused on. And so I really hope that this is not just a flashpoint, that we're here 5 years from now talking about the successes we've had, and how we have changed policy and practice at scale. Because if we don't change policy and practice at scale, we will not change lives of individuals.
Wow, I could hug you up here. Should I hug you?
Off stage.
Okay, off stage. So what I would say is this to me is this is the future. And if we don't change, we're all in trouble. And I think the bottom line is that we have to stop treating everyone the same. And we can't expect that success equals 4-year degree, master's, PhD. Success is a longevity of a career with a path to success that I can create for generations to come. I think that's the bottom line.
If I was going to all that, I think if I was going to predict how this might advance, I think some companies are going to make this the core to their competitive advantage going forward, and they'll say talent in this untapped pool that nobody else is really understanding or tapping into, and we're going to make that core to what we're doing, and they're going to win. And then all their peers, competitors are going to say, oh man, we're behind, we need to follow. So I think the competitive dynamics will drive it, and then those who are willing to jump in first are going to be the winners.
Join me in thanking this great panel. Thank you guys so much. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a brief break. This program will resume at 2:30 p.m.
Sorry? Hello.
All right, should we just get started? We've got some really interesting stuff to talk about here today, so have a seat and we'll get going. It is really, I have a double honor today. And the double honor is, Accenture is a really valuable partner for us on so many levels. And I'm joined by the new North American CEO for Accenture, Manish Sharma, in his first public appearance. So I'm thrilled that we get to be part of this. And then the other component of it is we're here to announce a really exciting program on skills development. And we are collaborating with Accenture to launch the Goodwill Green Tech Accelerator, which will train up a number of people for green skills job, specifically focusing on people from disadvantaged community and meet the growing need in those industries in the future. So I'm going to turn it over to Manish to share a couple of thoughts from Accenture's perspective.
Thanks, Steve. First of all, I think really excited about being here and about, I think, participating in an announcement, which I think is very dear to my personal, what choices I make, right? I think this is about Clean Tech Accelerator. And I'll kind of go into the details about this initiative, which we are partnering with, my good friend Steve here. But it is, if I look across the patch, right, there are about 9 million energy jobs which are needed to created in the next decade or so. A cause for all of us are really passionate about. And when I look at this, there could not have been a better partner than Goodwill, who have a mission around community engagement and upliftment, which I think is super exciting. And when I talk about some of these pieces, it is important to kind of understand that right now we have the 9 million jobs. The jobs are there, but the talent is not there. And in this partnership and this initiative with Goodwill, we are going to train the people who can do these jobs. And I'll give you some examples of some of the jobs. HVAC technicians, the electricians that we are talking about for clean energy. We look at solar panel installations across the world. We have an amazing amount of jobs which are there, but we don't have the talent. And I think what we are going to do with Goodwill is around creating and nurturing the talent that can service what I call as unfulfilled demand while we fight the climate crisis that we all are passionate about. So I think that is kind of the direction that we are going to take. We are going to invest from Accenture about 1.9 million pro bono and cash to kind of work with Goodwill to really uplift the jobs. And I think when I say this, it's also about underemployment and unemployment, trying to bring and bridge that gap so that we can really service and get people the right kind of jobs. One of the other stats I want to leave you with is the average median salary, you look at it, is about 42K. And when I talked about some of the jobs around the electricians, the HVAC technicians, the solar panel, it's about 62. You can imagine the upliftment that we will actually get across the community, across the full nation as we do this. So very excited, I think, where we are going to go. As I said, it's only out of the 9 million, we are only tapping a few, so there is a lot more to be done here. But super excited about this announcement and about this partnership. Steve?
Yeah, so as you can imagine, we pay a lot of attention to what's happening in labor markets. We serve a couple million people a year. About 200,000 of those people get intensive job services. And we're in the middle of an accelerating transition in the labor force. We've been seeing it probably for the last 15 years, but if you look going forward with automation and digitization, and now AI layered onto it, we think, and I think most people think, that transition is going to accelerate. And recent research we've seen is low-wage workers are 14 times more likely to be affected by that transition than higher-wage workers. And so even as a lot of jobs are going away, a lot of jobs are being created in emerging industries, healthcare, logistics, and the green industry. So this is a perfect time to be focusing on something like this. And at the same time, we see a tremendous amount of federal investment going on that will drive these jobs, not only immediately, but we think into the future. If we look at the people that we serve, those 2 million people, 83% have a high school degree or less. They are people for whom a skills pathway is life-changing. It is the bridge that gaps often poverty and a fundamentally different kind of future. And so what we bring to the table here is an understanding of the population we serve, and we will be providing a number of things. Well, first of all, we will be providing people with foundational skills, if they need those. Workforce readiness, digital skills, those core needs that people require even to move into this type of specialty training. In addition to that, many of you understand that many of those people that we serve need other kinds of supports. They may need childcare. They may need transportation. They need the support in their lives to make it through that pathway and be successful upon launch. And then with the support of Accenture and other partners that they've brought to the table as well, that specialty training, which is so important, will then allow them to go into these green jobs. So, the solar jobs, the heat pump and energy efficiency, the EV stations. Now, I want to mention one other thing. Manish mentioned 1.9 million from Accenture, and part of that's cash, part of that's in kind. I cannot tell you how grateful we are for the pro bono piece, support piece of that. When an organization with the strength and sophistication and knowledge and network of Accenture comes to partner with us on something like this, on the program design, on the pedagogy, on the thinking through the employer relationships, the structure, those two teams coming together create something that's just magic. And so we often like to talk about dollars, but the heft that Accenture brings to the table here, and has in the past with us, is so valuable, and I think it's just a terrific example of what a nonprofit and corporate partnership can look like. That's very valuable. So I don't want to forget that, because we are so grateful for your team. They're incredible, and yeah.
I know you have been kind on this, right? I will just say that there are not many partners like Goodwill who can actually help us with this. So, I think it's mutual, the admiration around here. I think few points I want to kind of, in terms of what we want to achieve. So I mentioned in the first part, right, about 9 million jobs, unmet needs, fighting the climate crisis. I think if you look at the Paris targets, we're talking about decarbonization, I think clean energy. A lot of this thing comes with digitization, the confluence of data, AI, and everything else, because all this is actually helping in the targets that we are going to meet, right, as we move forward. What we will accomplish, and I think it is important, we together are going to accomplish 7,000 jobs in 7 years. That's kind of, I think, the target that we are setting out as we go in this. So as you can, again, look at the numbers, 9 million, and we are still, a small drop in this whole thing, right? And that is what we were discussing even prior to this, that how we can even scale this up even further. But right now, we are starting with 7 in 7. 7,000 jobs in the next 7 years. Right now, even when I speak about this, the Clean Tech Accelerator program will cater to only a bit of the needs. You look at solar panel, technicians. Right now, we don't have them enough. You go around and you will find either they are not qualified or they don't have the right skill sets, and that is what will work. We talk about, EV charging stations. We are again struggling there, and that is another big target that we are actually going to be looking at on this. So our key focus is about fighting this climate crisis through clean tech job creation, with very focused around 5 or 6 job categories: And we have got partners who are actually going to work with, with Goodwill in terms of imparting this training. But that is kind of, I think, where we will be focused in. So the second number I want all of you to remember is 7 in 7. Steve.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think one of the exciting things about a program like this is how often do you get job creation for people who need a different future, talent for corporations who desperately are looking for it, and driving change in the global in the crisis that we face in our climate. So I appreciate your mentioning all of that, because it really is sort of a win-win-win. And we will be in the process. We'll be inviting others to the party if other people want to be part of this exciting program. Because I think really the great thing about our network is once we get something that works, there's hunger for other people to adopt it. And I think the visibility of what this creates and enables will become a catalyst, I think, for further expansion. The way we're going to launch this is we're going to start in 4 markets. We're going to start in Houston, Atlanta, Nashville, and then Detroit for the areas that Manish mentioned. These are all markets where we've been very successful in other skills programs, particularly digital skills. In fact, I was chatting with Manish beforehand because in our digital skills program in Nashville, we have 2 very well-known success stories of people who went into the Accenture apprenticeship programs and get jobs. And one woman was somebody who didn't speak English, had 4 children, was homeless, and within a series of months worked through her language skills, her math skills, then acquired digital skills, was brought into the apprenticeship program, and now works full-time at Accenture and has a fundamentally different life because of it. So we see these remarkable stories every day, and we're anchoring in some locations that we think will be very promising. We're also working, once again, with the help of Accenture, connecting with a few firms that are really deeply embedded in this space. I'm just going to make sure I remind me of who they are. Charger Help for the electric vehicle charging stations, Block Power for the heat pump installation, and Grid Alternatives for the solar and storage installation. So we're really, because of the partnership, able to work with best of breed providers in the industry so that we make sure that we get the pedagogy design right, and that we get the on-ramping and the support right so that people can be successful in these industries with sort of the oversight of people that are doing this every day. So, once again, we're very excited. We're very excited about this. We think this could be game-changing for us. We think it could ramp into something much bigger over time. 7 in 7. Thank you, Manish. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
I think just wanted to add that this is probably the most impactful part of at least my job, and I'm sure for Steve, right? Because this is where we are making difference to people's life. And I think that is why we are so excited, about this whole program. Accenture, in the corporate citizenship program, we have till now impacted about 5.8 million people across the world, right? So I think this is kind of in addition to what we are doing in the corporate citizenship program. We have an apprenticeship program, which Steve mentioned, which is kind of impacting life of folks who have not gotten college degrees. And now we have got this. So this is kind of in addition and continuation of a lot of stuff that we already do. And I think we want to make a real impact in the communities around this. And I think this will, and this is an intersection of really providing the right opportunities, fighting the climate crisis in the right area, in unmet need of the industry and the communities around this. So super excited about this, and I think this is probably, I want to kind of extend an invitation, whoever wants to join us with this, because as I said, this is still 9 million jobs to be created. We are still touching only 7,000 in 7 years, so more the merrier. So please come and join us as we go in this exciting journey here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks.
Some of the conversations that I have with business leaders in my community, we know oftentimes right now there are many businesses, not just here locally in my area, but just across the nation where employers are experiencing significant talent shortages. And that's just kind of across the board, obviously whether it's in, manufacturing, if it's in healthcare, tech, hospitality, retail, we're seeing shortages kind of across the board. And so there's some immediate needs that need to be met for our employers. However, some of the conversations that I try to have with our employers today is that we understand that you have some immediate needs to fill these talent gaps that you have within your organizations. But let's not also forget to fill the pipeline. So it's so easy for us to focus on the here and now, which we have to address the here and now, but let's also focus on the pipeline. Let's go back to our educational institutions. Let's go back to our K-12 institutions and begin to help our young people on their pathway of career discovery.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Matthew McGuire. I'm with an organization called 110, and I'm thrilled to be here. Today's discussion has been very interesting. We're hopeful that we can add to it as opposed to repeating some of it, since a lot's been covered. But we have a wonderful panel, and before we jump into the questions, I would ask that each of my panelists here introduce themselves so you have a sense of where they're from and what they do.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Celeste Warren, and I'm with Merck, and I lead the company's Global Diversity and Inclusion Center of Excellence.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Gayatri Agnew. I'm joining you here from Bentonville, Arkansas, where I support Walmart's diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts through the Office of Belonging, and specifically, I lead our Accessibility Center of Excellence. It's a pleasure to be here today.
Good afternoon, everybody. Ryan Davis, Vice President of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for the National Association of Realtors, where I lead the DEI strategy for the nation's largest professional trade association, where we have 1.5 million members involved in all aspects of residential and commercial real estate.
Thank you. Well, we're going to talk about diversity and inclusion in the context of talent very broadly. And I always think about a quote that Bill Gates gave many years ago. He was asked who his primary competitors were. And people were expecting he would mention a tech company, and he said Goldman Sachs. And the interviewer was confused and said, why is that? And he said, because they hire all the people that we'd like to hire. They hire a lot of the smartest people out there. And for us, it truly is a war for talent, and we truly are just looking for the best talent out there. So in that context, we have two companies and one association, which are quite different regions, different sectors, and so on. And I'd like to start with a fairly broad question, which is usually when we talk about diversity, we're really talking about just hiring. And I'm curious how you all approach it in terms of the total talent management journey, leadership development, retention and promotion, really all of the aspects across managing your talent internally.
I'll start out. Yeah, sure. Well, you have to make sure that you are integrating diversity, equity, and inclusion through the whole life cycle of the employee. So from the standpoint of the time that you're doing the candidate selection process, through all the selection process, through the onboarding, through development and advancement processes, through performance assessment, through your compensation, through also transitioning. So when the employee is leaving the organization, for whatever reason that might be, you still want to make sure that you're integrating DE&I through those processes. So in order for you to have a holistic DE&I strategy on the people side, you do have to make sure that you incorporate it across the life cycle of the employee. And then secondly, you can't talk about the people without talking about the culture as well. And you have to make sure that you're surrounding the employees with a culture of inclusion, of psychological safety, of belonging, and feeling valued as well.
answers
Yeah,
our
no,
question.
I'd love to build on that. I also just want to acknowledge everyone that's here and thank you guys for participating. After lunch, it's maybe like energy levels might be falling, but all of you chose to be not just in the lobby, no shade to those in the lobby, but in the room for the conversation about diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I love and appreciate all of you for that, because I think it's really, really important, and it's so fundamental to the entire arc of the conversation that's been had today, right? It's been all about how do we support and engage the people who make all of our companies work. And if those groups of people are not diverse, all of the other goals that a company is trying to achieve simply won't happen, right? We know that diverse teams make more innovative and better decisions. And so if you're wanting to position any one of our organizations or companies in a strategic way, that frame around representation and inclusion and building a sense of belonging for your employees has to be core to what's occurring, not just in HR or in recruiting or in talent management, but in the entire organization. So I love that you raised culture. At Walmart, we've recently sort of evolved our DE&I work. We have for quite some time had an Office of Diversity, and in the spring, we brought in a new Chief Belonging Officer, and we renamed our Office of Diversity the Office of Belonging. And there's been some questions about, like, why would you do that, and why does that make sense? And our Chief Belonging Officer is very quick to put it in the form of a math equation and to say, when you get diversity, equity, and inclusion right. So if you have your D, your E, and your I, that will equal your B. That will equal a sense of belonging, where every employee, irrespective of background, irrespective of how they see or don't see themselves reflected in the annual diversity reports you put out, they feel a sense of belonging and inclusion in how you've designed and built the experiences that your customers or your employees are accessing. And so I think for us, one of the maybe the pivots is that it can't be isolated to the recruiting experience. And in fact, if it is, you're probably doing something terribly wrong, right? So I'll give a really concrete example. As I mentioned, get to lead our Office of Accessibility, and we look at how to make Walmart a great place to shop for people with disabilities, as well as a great place to work. And we recently rolled out a program where we're able to provide sensory-friendly shopping hours to all of our customers across the United States. So it's just a period on Saturday morning where we temper what can sometimes be a little bit overwhelming experience in a Walmart store. So the radio goes off, the lights are dimmed, the TV wall is static, and this minimizes potential triggers for anyone who has a sensory disability. It creates a better shopping experience. When we did that, we saw an uptick in applications from potential employees who are people with disabilities, and we started to get notes from them saying, because of what your company is doing for your disabled customers, that makes me want to come work there. So we didn't launch a hiring initiative for people with disabilities. We did the right thing to support the needs of people with disabilities, and that's resulted in the growth of a new talent pipeline. So just kind of giving an example of, I think it's, we can institutionalize specific programs, but really at the core is what are the practices and processes that your company is doing that anyone from any demographic or population can see a way that they would likely feel included and feel that sense of belonging were they to come and work at the organization.
Absolutely, and I'll build on that. You know, a couple of things that are really important regardless of the organization is how a company or an association or organization talks about DE&I and their core values. So in NAR, we have it in our core values, which inspires everybody to be thinking about this. And to that extent, every employee is evaluated on advancing DEI in our core priorities, our operational strategies, every single year. So it's not me as the DEI lead tugging on people, asking people to contribute or trying to negotiate in particular ways. People are inundating me with ideas and of trying to be innovative to how they can infuse DEI principles within their scope of work, because ultimately they know that's a portion of their evaluation. The other thing is that we have a high-level DEI strategic plan, and at a different level. So at NAR, we're the national association. There's also 1,100 state and local realtor associations across the country. Across those 1,100, they are aware of our DEI strategic plan, and we challenge them to dig deeper on those core principles. And in doing so, we try to figure out, okay, what are you doing to advance DEI? And is it, to your knowledge, is it working? And if so, how do you know? If you don't know what to do, reach out so we can help with coaching and strategy. Then we connect people who are doing things really well with people who need help in that same area. So it comes this synergistic effort to coach, support, and help people across the ecosystem. The last thing I'll mention that's important for companies and organizations in general is education. It's the starting place and the foundation for which we have a baseline understanding of common principles, ideas, and strategies and tactics. So at NAR, we've required the entire leadership team. That includes a 7-person leadership team, 13 regional vice presidents, the 900-plus board of directors. Yes, I said 900. The 85-person executive committee. All these people have to complete 3 different courses. Our At Home with Diversity course, our Bias Override course, Overcoming Barriers to Fair Housing, and Fairhaven, online simulation, a fictitious simulation that brings people through specific cases that enforces them to make decisions that may or may not violate fair housing policy. So that's embedded in our principles. On top of that, our leadership team, our 7-person leadership team has to complete an in-person DEI training each year. And so those are 3 sort of tactics that I have found to be really useful, not just at NAR, but every other organization that I've served.
Very helpful, and I want to pick up on that. You talked about the ecosystem broadly, and in many ways, the association's the ecosystem unto itself, the way that you described it. I'm curious, Gayatri, you talked about the relationship between your customers and your employees. I'm curious, you and you, Celeste, how do you guys think about that broader ecosystem, whether it's supply chain vendors, if it's other stakeholders that you work with, local communities perhaps? How do you think about DEI in that broader context?
Yeah, I can start. For Walmart, supply chain, like talking about Walmart and talking about supply chain and innovation in supply chain is really a synonymous thing. And I think what's been so exciting over the course of the last probably 20 years or so is the really intentional introduction of women-owned, minority-owned, disability-owned businesses and the intersection point of those businesses with access to the buying power of our company. And so we have really well-developed and structured tracked programs that look at not just what we're buying, but what kinds of companies we're buying from. And then what's interesting too is on the merchant side, so the people making the buying decisions from vendors, we go out of our way as a company to make sure that those merchant teams reflect the customer base that they're buying for, which is a painfully logical thing to say, right? If you're buying for women's apparel, it might be good to have a woman on the team. If you're buying for certain types of ethnic foods, it might be good to get the cultural competence of somebody from that individual group. But even if you can't always do that perfectly, creating a culture of vulnerability where folks are comfortable asking. Walmart's going to be featuring some really exciting food at holiday time. We always provide certain foods around the Christian celebration of Christmas, but we have not always provided as much as we will this coming year around Diwali, around tamale making for our Latinx communities, and other holidays, and just the inclusion of those holidays and the food products that we then need to buy at the volume that we sell is actually game-changing to the market for a lot of those suppliers and those vendors. So it can have this incredibly productive, positive, sort of culturally competent loop, but it does require a tremendous amount of intentionality. Yeah.
From our perspective, we're a pharmaceutical organization in the healthcare industry. And our purpose when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion is to compel a more globally diverse and more diverse environment and diverse employee base for all of our employees so they can experience and link to our patients so our patients can have the health outcomes that we want them to. So it's a direct line between our employees and their experience and our patients. And we focus in 4 areas. The 4 areas are our people, our culture, our business, and our world. When it comes to our people, we want to make sure, similar to what she was saying, we want to make sure that our employee base reflects the diversity that we see in our patient and customer base. And so the second area around culture, it's not enough that you have a diverse workforce, but how are you leveraging that diverse workforce, and how are you surrounding that workforce with a culture of inclusion, of belonging, of equity, and empowerment? And then once you have created that environment, then you leverage that diverse workforce to do what we need them to do for our patients. And so that's where integrating it through the business is important. From the standpoint of drug discovery, development, manufacturing, marketing, and sales, and all those enabling functions, we want to make sure that our employees, they might be good scientists, they might be good engineers, good marketers and salespeople, but we also want them to bring not just their functional skills and capabilities to the table, but also their cultural experiences. And that's why we have to really focus in diversity in clinical trials, making sure that the patients going through our clinical trials are diverse. We want to make sure that when we think about our packaging, we want to make sure that people that have disabilities, that they can understand, they can open the packaging, they can understand it if they're visually impaired, and all of the different things that we need to do from that perspective. We also want to make sure that our marketing strategies and our sales strategies, how we go to market, that we're thinking and integrating diversity, equity, and inclusion through those strategies, because our patients are very, very diverse, and many of them come from underserved, undervalued, underfunded communities around the world. And so we can't just interpret what we think are those obstacles and barriers that are getting in the way from us being able to reach those patients. We have to have patients from those communities sitting at the table as we're designing marketing strategies and sales strategies to make sure that we close the gap between our company and those patients. And then the last piece around the fourth pillar, our world. We know that we need to be doing certain things within our four walls of our organization, but we have to make sure that we are picking our heads up from the grindstone, looking left and right to out in the world and saying, what do we need to be doing? As a Fortune 100 company, what do we have the obligation and the responsibility to be doing to make the world a better place? And so that's where our work in health equity comes into play, understanding the work that we do with maternal mortality and work for mothers and different things like that is very important. And then the last thing I'll say is we talk about supplier diversity, but we take it very, very seriously. We're one of the few pharmaceutical companies that's a member of the $1 billion roundtable. We have over $2 billion spend that's with diverse-owned suppliers, so women-owned, persons of color, veteran, persons with disabilities, and LGBTQ+ owned. When you contribute to having those partners, when you contribute to that spend, you are making an impact on the economy, because we know in the labor market, a majority of the candidates out there are going to these mid to small-sized companies. And so when you do business with these organizations, you are creating a huge impact on the economy, no matter where you are across the globe. So that's basically kind of how we make sure that it's woven into the fabric through our people, our culture, our business, and our world.
That's very helpful. And it reminds me of the fact I was talking to a couple of hospital systems recently, and they talked about how having a diverse workforce actually improves health outcomes for their patients. And so there's a direct connection there. And in that line of thinking, Ryan, I'm curious, maybe I'll start with you. As we're having this conversation, sometimes it's useful to step back and just ask, what are the business benefits of being a diverse company and having some of these initiatives like the ones that you laid out? Ryan, I'm curious, for the association's perspective, how is this helping your members as they become more diverse over time?
Well, look, has anybody ever been a market for renting or buying real estate? I mean, we need realtors. We need real estate professionals to reflect the diversity of our society. It directly impacts the healthy, the status of health in any given community. In the last 2 years, the demographic, the racial and ethnic demographic composition of realtors has reflected our current society, with roughly 41% being characterized as racial or ethnic underrepresented groups. But still, the total composition, not just those in the last 2 years, is around 80% white. And we're talking about all types of real estate professionals, not just real estate agents, talking about brokers, those who own businesses. And by the way, these are 1099 professionals. These are people who don't have a guaranteed paycheck every 2 weeks or every month. These are people who have to earn and serve clients very well. So there's a business proposition for them to do work well and to evade discriminatory behaviors, biased behaviors that could otherwise disadvantage all of us if we don't do things thoughtfully. So we are very much involved in helping realtors do that. We advanced our code of ethics to think more deeply and produce different case studies to think more deeply about what does and does not violate not just the law, but our code of ethics. And so now realtors have to think about things like, if a client decides to hang a Confederate flag in their home, what should a realtor do about that? If you have a brokerage and your typical practice is to place a lockbox on the side of the house, well, unfortunately that renders some folks, particularly black realtors, suspicious. And we've had police called on realtors for no reason, just for doing their job. So we're thinking about these things, but we also need to make sure that our society is reflective in our membership. So we're working really hard to do that. We've established an NAR Spire program. It's a mentoring initiative to expose different people to all parts of real estate. And so, because when you're in high school or lower, or even college, you're not really thinking about real estate careers most times unless you're exposed to some part of the industry. So it's very fundamental to having culturally responsive communities and ultimately communities that are very healthy.
Thank you. And Gayatri, I saw your eyes light up when I asked the question. Anything you would add?
I mean, yeah, and I love that you said, how many folks have bought or rent a home, how many folks have gone shopping, right? So 90% of Americans live within 10 miles of a Walmart. And so both our workforce and our customer base simply looks like America. At least that's what we want. Now, as you go up the rungs of our workforce, we have 1.4 million US-based employees and 2.2 million employees globally. And we release biannually the composition, the representation of all of those employees. So we release that publicly because we think it's really important to have that kind of transparency in sharing and understanding what the composition of our workforce is. But I don't think it's enough, and we don't think it's enough simply to say this is the percentage of women, for example. You also have to say, well, what percentage of those women are working on the front line as a cashier, cart pusher, restocking shelves, and what percent of those women are reflected in the officer base at your company in the corporate office, right? So I'm really pleased that Walmart's now pushing above 30%. We're actually at 32.5% of our officer base being women. That's incredible progress, and in the context of the Fortune 100, Walmart being the Fortune 1, that's tremendous numbers, but that's also 20% shy of parity, right? If we just look at through the lens of gender, and you can look at that through any other lenses. So I think we know that we can't deliver for our customers something that we're not doing for our own employees. And it is, exactly as you frame it, is a business imperative to be able to deliver our products and to create a shopping experience in our stores that's culturally competent to the entirety of our nation, and in other countries where we operate, to those countries as well. And so I think while we always are thinking through the experience we're creating for our customers, we really anchor how we influence that in the way that we support our employees. And again, back to this idea of creating a culture of belonging means that we're asking our employees to be empowered to think, do you feel included? Are you helping your colleague to feel included? Are we helping our customers to feel included? And it is not an uncommon event. You gave the example of like a realtor, having issues with local law enforcement. It's not uncommon for customers to harass other customers inside a Walmart store. And then the question becomes, how is that employee empowered to diffuse that situation? And so for us, the experience that we create. We want all our customers to feel safe, to feel included, to feel comfortable coming into a store. The only way to do that is to make sure that all the way down to our front line, folks are aware of and able to act in alignment with our core values, right? So respect for the individual, to act with integrity. And I'm incredibly proud of a lot of examples that could have gone one way and went the way of, and more us asking a customer who was behaving in a way that's not demonstrating that value of respect for the individual to leave the Walmart store. And that hasn't always been the case, right? That's an evolution of how our office has supported the management training throughout the organization to make sure that every employee feels empowered to answer the question, is that creating an inclusive environment for this customer or this employee? And if the answer is no, what can you do about it in that moment? Not later, but like in that exact moment. So I think it's very real, it's very tangible, it's a daily activity. It's not something we think about once or twice a year. It's something that's everybody's job every single day.
Well, and that's a great example because it emphasizes the point that often what people think of as a diversity effort is really quality management. And we did a survey a while ago of executives at Fortune 500s where only 5% of African American executives felt they had a sponsor within their company. As opposed to 20% of white American executives felt they had a sponsor in their company. So some companies said, all right, we need to think about that. How do we increase sponsorship, make sure African American execs, feel connected to those who could help their careers? But the other big aha was that meant 80% of even white execs didn't feel as though they had a sponsor, and that was something to be fixed for the company as a whole. So you start to increase, I would argue, quality management practices when you go through a diversity lens, because you sometimes uncover much broader challenges with your customers, with every store, that then can lead to better business practices broadly. Let me ask, we can all argue as to whether or not we're headed into economic downturn or not, but I would like to ask each of you, how do you think about diversity and inclusion in the context of downturns? And obviously, sometimes what we hear, and we've seen it in the papers recently, is companies sometimes pull back and let go of diversity and inclusion initiatives. Sometimes people say it's too expensive. What's your take, or how have your organizations thought about this across the cycle previously?
Yeah, it's very interesting. When I look at my profession, diversity and inclusion practitioners and leaders, chief diversity officers, the turnover rate used to be a little longer, but now it's less than 3 years that they're staying in the job. And what we saw in 2020 with the murder of George Floyd, there were statements of solidarity across different companies, and they were also hiring chief diversity officers and starting that journey. Some hired the chief diversity officer, but didn't put the budget, didn't put the resources, and it was more of a check the box, we have a chief diversity officer. What we're seeing now with some of those same companies is they're downsizing in the economy, and the first group to go is the chief diversity officer and anyone associated with diversity and inclusion. And it's unfortunate, but it doesn't surprise me, because if you didn't put the effort and really do the things that you needed to be doing to drive diversity, equity, inclusion throughout your organization, which is a long-term strategy, it doesn't surprise me that we're seeing some of the things that we're seeing in some of those same organizations. But I would say that, at Merck, we've had the words have changed through the course of the decades, but a diversity and inclusion organization for 75 years out of a 120, 30-year company. And it has to be something that is literally part of how you view the organization. It's fundamentally part of your values and standards. It's how you approach your people strategies. It's how you approach your culture. It's how you think about your business. And if in our business, patients aren't going to go away. And patients across the world are extremely diverse. And if we don't think about how we are approaching and helping those patients, because our mission is to save and improve lives. And in order to fulfill that mission, we have to understand the variety of diversity, both those you can see and those you can't see, across many dimensions of the patients, we have to understand what's getting in the way. And sometimes that goes beyond just the research that we do around a particular disease, but it goes beyond the pill, it goes beyond the vial to determining and looking at those social determinants of health. What's getting in the way? Is it bus access? Is it just not understanding, having health literacy? What are some of those things that are getting in the way? And being able to understand that. So in any type of economy, when you're studying what's happening in the economy, you have to look at it, click down 2, 3, 4 levels to say what's happening in the communities that you serve as well across the different dimensions of diversity. Because there's a saying that we say in the African American community, if America has a cold, African Americans have pneumonia, and Black women are in the ICU. So we need to make sure that we understand how that economic downturn is affecting different communities of people, and get underneath that and put interventions and solutions in place. Don't pull away from it.
Brian, you want?
I'll add to that. So the marker that you placed on the timestamp was economic downturns. And Celeste thoughtfully surfaced the murder of George Floyd as another timestamp. What we're seeing in the DEI field is a rise of post-George Floyd DEI professionals who may or may not have the credentialing, the skill set, the experience, and sometimes it's mistaken as the same level of experience that perhaps is on this panel. And we have a sort of a sharp cycle up, actually. We had maybe a slight dip in the market economically when COVID hit, but a couple months after, post-George Floyd's murder, we had an uptick in commitment to DEI. And now we're facing quite a bit of backlash. We are facing terms that are loosely described and nebulous, such as wokeism, which I still don't know how to define as a DEI practitioner. And so it's become more political. We have to get back to the basics and the core of our business value, because there is risk associated if you don't do good DEI work, good, thoughtful, sustainable DEI work. The cost to not doing it, there's studies out there that suggest that there's more risk associated with the cost to doing DEI work sloppily or not at all. So that would be sort of my pitch in general for continuing the work and keeping it at the executive level.
I would just add two things, which I think accountability and leadership, you mentioned executive level, is incredibly important. And so over a decade back, our CEO created a President's Inclusion Council, and it's a cross-functional group of our leaders who are essentially the accountability arm of our belonging efforts. And why that is so important is to the point of your question. So you either are doing D&I work as an additional activity to the core work of your business, in which case, when things are financially challenging, that is the first work that you would cut, as is much other, right? Like, that's auxiliary, it's extra. Or you are integrating a belief in the value of diversity into the core value proposition of your business. And it is what's driving your innovation. It's what's driving your sales growth. It's what's driving your additional market share. And that is a fundamentally different way to bring that equity and diversity lens into your business. And I think there's a number of examples. I shared the ethnic food selection at Holiday that's coming. You know, in our back to school selection, for the first time we had a private brand, which is Walmart's brand, of backpack that was an inclusive, accessible backpack, so you could put it on the back of a wheelchair. It had really adaptable straps. That sounds very simple, but normally a backpack like that would price point somewhere above $30, maybe $40 at a specialty retailer. And we both created and then launched that backpack at the exact same price point of every other back-to-school backpack, doing two really important things: not stigmatizing children who might need a backpack that is functionally different than a quote unquote traditional bag, but also not putting parents at an economic disadvantage if indeed they have a child that needs a backpack like that. So that has actually resulted in a rise in market share of our sales of back to school bags. So it's not just a question, so the economy hits on both sides, right? Which is not just what might I lose, but also what might I gain if indeed we really integrate these practices as a core part of the business.
Well, and this also goes to the importance of data and how you utilize data and actually measuring how one thing leads to the next. Since we have a few minutes left, I'm going to throw a couple questions in and you all can go in whatever direction you want. One would be, where and how have you seen data be used most effectively in promoting diversity and inclusion efforts? Or how do you see technology changing some of the work that you all do? Obviously, Zoom has changed the way we all work. Everyone keeps talking about generative AI and all the ways it's going to change the ways we work. So curious if there's anything there. Or then third, just any final really innovative things that you've been seeing that you would like to share today in terms of how companies are succeeding at becoming more diverse and inclusive. So whatever direction you want to go, and I might start with Celeste since she's closest
all right,
to
real
me.
quickly, I think we can't do our jobs as DE&I practitioners without the data. We have to have the data. We have to understand it. We have to get underneath it, because that's how you determine where the pain points are in your organization. It's from a workforce representation standpoint, so you know how to develop your talent strategies. And then also from a culture standpoint, understanding where the pain points are in your organization when it comes to engagement, empowerment, equity, inclusion. So those are just a couple of examples. And I think also too, from a business standpoint, having the dashboards and the metrics to look at your business performance in certain areas, especially as you develop strategies that are going to particular patient bases, you use all of that. So your data and your metrics don't just have to be about workforce representation and culture. You should be looking at your business performance as well to say, how are you advancing in different markets to be able to reach customers from that perspective. And then AI, we're at our infancy with AI when it comes to that integration of DE&I and AI. The programming is only as good as the biases of the programmer. And we have a lot to learn in that space, and our programmers and our AI professionals and leaders have a lot to learn in that space. And so at Merck, we're bringing our AI colleagues together with my leadership team and having those conversations, because it's supposed to be something that augments intelligence. It's not supposed to be the intelligence, to augment human intelligence. And so if we don't think about it from that perspective, then it can be very troublesome.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Celeste has said. I think the maturity of the D&I practice in large companies, I think when it comes to data, is really exciting, which the responsibility of that office at one point was actually just your baseline data. Like the purpose that a lot of those offices were set up for was to answer the question, what is the composition of your workforce through the lens of representation? And it kind of felt like maybe once that was out there, that was done. But what I think has come to pass with just the evolution of how talent analytics and talent data is done is you see that as the starting place, not the ending place of the purpose of the offices that we all sit in, which is to drive insights and then to get to actual interventions as a result of understanding how those data sets. So looking at your funnel of who you're hiring, where they get hired into, and disaggregating those data across any different line is incredibly important. One of the things we've started to do at Walmart, which I know a number of companies are undertaking, is a self-identification campaign, so that we're not just capturing data about our employees when it comes to things that are reported out to the EOC, like gender and race, but we're also allowing for our employees to self-identify if they're veterans, if they have a disability, other things like that, and it allows you to have a richer data set with which to understand the full scope and diversity of your workforce. And I think on the technology question that you ask, this one is so exciting. I'm gonna give a plug for the team at the U.S. Chamber for what's going on above all of our heads behind us, which is the real-time closed captions, which creates a much more inclusive conference experience. I'm sure none of you at any point in listening to our brilliance have zoned out at all, but in case you did, the words are written there right behind our head. And it just allows different learning styles to be included in today's presentation. Well, there's not somebody back there typing, right? Like, that's a direct result of improved technology. Is it perfect? It's not. But are they doing it and creating a more inclusive conference experience for all of us? They are. And so I think technology unlocks and unpacks a lot of really simple everyday practices like that. Another quick example, if you happen to use Teams, Microsoft has done brilliant work on accessibility in Teams, allowing someone who's visually impaired to use their screen reader on a PowerPoint presentation that's projected through Teams so that they can actually follow along in that, and you can have real-time language translation into 16 languages when you're in Teams. So if the business meeting's being conducted in English and you want to consume the captions in Spanish, you're able to do that. So those examples unlock so much when it comes to creating an inclusive work environment.
Thank you. And Ryan, if you want to close this out, we can go a little over. Don't worry about that. Don't let it be too much. Anything you'd like to say along these lines as well?
Just to kind of double click on what my colleagues suggested about disaggregating data, it's so important because, while the brevity of our panel discussion has enabled at least me to talk in an aggregate, it's really important to disaggregate the data to understand different patterns and trends across the range of demographic groups that we've been talking about, and two, to collect optional data beyond compliance. What it does is it makes employees feel seen. And it's really important on the way you ask questions so that people feel empowered and protected to complete those optional categories beyond the compliance frames. So those are just like two things I would just do a double click on what my colleagues suggested.
Well, that's terrific, and you nailed it just in time. So if you all could join me in thanking our panel for a very interesting conversation.
Hello, hello. I am Phaedra Bueno-Diris. I am IBM Consulting's global leader for Trustworthy AI.
I am Beth Redden. I'm the CEO and chairwoman of BAST AI.
I think the clicker's working. No. There we go. I have taken to illustrating comics as my own means of art therapy, working in the space of AI ethics, and I also hope it helps me be a better communicator. There we go.
I built a company after spending 22 years and 7 years as an executive at IBM in order to show the world an alternative for artificial intelligence. Everything that we do at BAST really explains itself. And the entire premise of the artificial intelligence that I am doing has 3 principles. It augments people. All data and insights belong to their creator. And every single piece of an artificial intelligence system is explainable and transparent.
We wanted to start off this conversation by explaining that earning trust in artificial intelligence is not a technical problem. It's not a technical problem with a technical solution. It is socio-technical, which means you really need a holistic approach. And anytime you talk about something that requires a holistic approach, you need to be talking about 3 key things, right? People, process, tools. People meaning what's the right organizational culture required to curate AI responsibly? What are the right processes, AI governance processes, and the right tools in AI engineering frameworks? I'm certain you can guess, of these 3, which is the hardest? It's always the people. always the culture. So we're going to talk a bit about what is the right organizational culture that is required to curate AI responsibly. There are 3 key tenets. One is you have to approach this space with humility. As much as there is to learn about artificial intelligence, there's also a lot that has to be unlearned, right? Open growth mindset. The second thing is that you truly need to have a diverse and inclusive group of human beings developing artificial intelligence. These are the results of an Institute for Business Value study that we came out with last year that talked about who's working in technology today compared to who's working in AI, right? 33% women in technology today, only 6% working in AI. 10% Black, Indigenous people of color in tech, only 6% AI. 4% LGBTQ plus in tech, only 1% working within AI. The third tenet, and this may even be the most challenging, is that the groups of people working to develop AI also have to be multidisciplinary. And it's not just in terms of who's developing AI responsibly, but who's crafting the governance around AI. So the way that we tackle this, of course, is through education, right? Education. These are, what you're seeing on this screen are all the different kinds of forms of education that we've rolled out across business function throughout IBM. We've got synchronous training, we've got asynchronous training, and we've got applied training. Of these different kinds of training, of these different kinds of education, by far the stickiest is the applied training. And the way that we do this applied training is through something called our Center of Excellence, where we say, we don't care what your background is. You have a background in psychology, sociology, anthropology, design, you're interested in social justice, you're interested in law, you're welcome here. You have a seat at this table. Work with our data scientists, with our machine learning scientists, and tackle challenges, real-life challenges around the subject of AI and trust. So here's an example. These are different examples of projects that we undertook through our Center of Excellence. And one of the more recent ones, which we completed, was with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. The challenge that we tackled with them was considering if you had an AI model that was having conversations with under-credentialed people in communities, so that you could help them determine what are their skills and competencies and attach evidence associated with those skills and competencies so that they could get a job, right? And we came up as an ecosystem with 4 different key personas: incarcerated people, the caregiver, the Uber driver, gig worker, the soldier. And again, global, diverse, multidisciplinary teams thinking about what are the unique challenges that each of these different kinds of people that may represent these different communities, what do they face? And what should we consider as practitioners as we're thinking about developing an AI model that's actually going to have a conversation about a person's skill? For example, the mom of 4, who, of course, you know, she's a logistician, she's an event planner, she's the financial analyst, a nurse, nutritionist, psychologist, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. She's going to communicate with an AI that's going to say, what are your skills and competencies, and now attach evidence? Here's my picture of my 4-year-old, right? Like, what does evidence look like? What about the incarcerated person who may end up oversharing and says, I want to retract my statement, or English is not their first language, or they're mentally ill and start talking about their suicidal thoughts. What do we, as practitioners, as folks who are designing artificial intelligence, what do we need to think about when we're approaching how do we design something like this? So we use design thinking frameworks. This one is a design thinking framework which our AI Design Guild donated to the open source community. So if you go to designethically.com, you can see this called Layers of Effect, along with a whole bunch of different other frameworks. And in essence, the way that you use this design thinking framework is you say, bring the most diverse and inclusive group of people together who have truly varied lived world experiences to think through unintended harm, to think through, given this particular potential harm, what are the values of the organization? What are the rights of your individuals or your subjects? And how would you design in order to mitigate for that potential harm? So some of the layers of effect that we came up with, the concerns around risk of such a model, included things like valuation of evidence. What is that mom gonna show? And is there gonna be bias against the evidence which she might attach to that model from the recruiter, right? Another one is language accessibility. If English isn't their primary language, how do you approach something like that? Or what if they're conversing in some form of slang, right? And then, of course, other different forms of bias as well.
Explaining what data is used in the models and how algorithms work is the most practical way to get AI implemented and adopted. What we did with the Chamber is, in order to showcase the technology that can really help augment these incarcerated people, the mother, the soldier, we wanted an artificial intelligence that could interoperate with the people and give them the language and help them understand why that mother is a logistician? Yes. Logistician, or why that mother understands supply chain, or why that mother understands budgeting, or why that mother is able to handle 4 kids under 10 years old. All of those things require explainability. And this is what I set out to do, and I opened my company exactly a year ago today. When I really started with understanding how to give people this type of information, you get really, really crazy sore eye charts like this, but what I'm trying to do is show my work. There is no hand-waving in math. And when we are talking about artificial intelligence, which has already impacted every single industry, every single person on Earth, everyone should demand evidence and demand what source of data was used in order to be able to give that prediction. About 3 months ago, I was out and I was doing a podcast, and somebody came to me and said, hey, I run a company that I really want to create a medic co-pilot for a medic in theater, in war. Have you ever heard of medevac? And I said, actually, my husband's been a medevac pilot for the last 20 years. And I remember that 19 years ago, he was studying in order to become a pilot. And we were driving from Dothan, Alabama, down to Florida to see my parents, and the child was screaming in the back of the car, and we were trying to distract each other. And he was telling me, he's like, "Hey, can you quiz me on what I need to know, my 5 and 9s, my safety procedures?" And as I was quizzing him, he would get really upset because he would get 1 or 2 words wrong. And I'm like, what does it matter if you get 1 or 2 words wrong? Can't you just give a variation of this? And he told me something that I am now using today. When pilots, when medics, when people are in an emergency situation, it is not the time to make crap up. It is the time to have exact, evidence-based information delivered to you in a way that makes sense to your muscle memory. So imagine a medic in theater dealing with multiple patients, multiple injuries, and the medic goes, "What's the next step in this protocol?" That information can now be delivered to that medic using my technology. And one of the reasons that I wanted to showcase this example is I wanted to build it so that everyone could have access. So it operates without internet connectivity. And that's something that's really, really important to me, because I imagine a world where people in rural places who do not have enough time to get to hospital, to have basic medical information that is validated, sourced. You show the picture of where it comes from. You show your confidence level in your classification based on your human input, and you show the source for every single reference that you give. This is how we should be demanding that all artificial intelligence be built. Here's another one that I'm using in order to really help oncologists talk to their patients about their diagnosis. And this is where we can get into the language of understanding and having an artificial intelligence that the human being who just got that diagnosis can ask all of the questions, and you know that those questions will be sourced by the information that you provided that artificial intelligence. The promise of AI is hyper-personalization. And very first thing that we did, or I did, is I put our entire book into my artificial intelligence system. And when I'm interacting with my conversational AI, which I call a cat because I wanted to differentiate it from a bot, I also named my company Bast. The cat delivers me information, and it's delightful because I trust it. I know how it works. I know where it comes from. I understand exactly why it's giving me the answer that it is. This idea of hyper-personalization, this idea of delivering information that is about you, that you own, that you maintain, that is not being used in order to engage you on a device. All of this is the promise of AI. So imagine that teacher having 30 different individualized plans and interacting with 30 different artificial intelligences from each one of their students, relating new information to their existing mental models. Making people understand the promise of AI is hyper-personalization, but we have to change how we look at artificial intelligence, and we have to change and show the world that we need to see the sources that are being used in order to train it. This is a creation, I call it a co-creation, that I do with Midjourney. And when I create something using an artificial intelligence that I do not have the referenceability for the sources, I try to explain what I was doing here. And one of the big things that Phaedra just talked about was multidisciplinary. And this prompt was, conversational AI will do for fuzzies what machine learning did for techies. And fuzzies are all you liberal arts majors like me who are out there really trying to get on in this world that is more statistically driven and probabilistically driven. So understanding that conversational AI can give you the language to math-splain to the math-splainers. Here's our book. We're really proud of it. We really wanted to put this out there so that everybody understood that AI is for the rest of us. AI is for every single human on Earth. If we want a representative sample, we need 1.6 billion, or 20% of 8 billion people who are AI literate.
Thank you for your time.
All right, well, we're going to get started. We have the illustrious positioning as the last panel of the day, so thank you for being here. It is all of our charge to leave everybody optimistic and inspiration, with a little bit of inspiration for the day. They specifically asked me to be future forward in this panel, so I'll give you that charge as we go. If we fail miserably at that, I hear there's a reception right afterwards, so you'll have a chance to drown your sorrows a little bit. So, but we'll get right into the content of this. You had a chance right before this to hear some of the promise of artificial intelligence and how that's transforming the way we think about labor force and workforce and education. we're going to dive into a little bit of that today as well, and really kind of drive that home. What does the future look like for your work, for our work, and how we see that impacting the lives of all the people that we interact with. My name is Matt Zieger, the Senior Program Officer for the GitLab Foundation. We are a foundation focused on economic opportunity, and we invest all around the world in projects that improve people's livelihoods. We think a lot about the implications of technology, and just recently launched a $10 million investment fund in artificial intelligence that improves livelihoods and economic opportunity around the world. Today I'm really privileged, we all privileged to have a really exceptional panel that sits at this ecosystem level from a very unique set of perspectives, I think you'll find as we go through the conversation today, that see the breadth of really how everything we've talked about today impacts employers, how it impacts the systems we work within, how it ultimately impacts workers. And I want you all to get a chance to really tell that story. So we're going to dive right into the content. Again, at the end of the day, try to really engage where people's minds are as you end this really full session today. We're going to be talking about technology, and I wanted to give the whole panel a little bit of a chance to look forward and paint a vision for where they see the future from their particular perspective. So today we have with us Bharani Rajakumar, from the founder and CEO of Transfer. I think you've had a chance to see some of their cool technology in the lobby. Aileen Alexander, the Chief Executive Officer of Diversified Search Group, one of the largest executive search firms in the world, sees a really wonderful landscape of how this impacts the C-suite and above. And Fernando Rodriguez Villa, the co-founder and CEO of Adept ID. I'm going to turn it over to Bharani first. So, when we think about this panel, they talked a lot about how AI and technology are impacting skills, workforce, training. But I want to propose a little bit of a different framing of it. It seems like this is transforming everything we know about and how people access education, how people access training, how people actually access employment. And I would love for you to say whether or not you agree with that generally, and also just paint a picture for maybe 10 years from now, what does the future of an AI-enabled workforce look like?
Sure. Well, first of all, thanks for inviting me to be part of the panel. For those who haven't met me, I run this company called Transfer Inc., and we create a platform to enable upward mobility using hands-on virtual reality training simulations. So to your point, I don't think it's just us. Morgan Stanley recently issued a report that said AI is going to impact, I think, 40% of all jobs. And I think the way we talk about AI today is a little bit different than maybe 10 years ago, because now everyone's played with ChatGPT. They've read about LLMs and these massive computing platforms that are just really good at pattern recognition. So one of the things that I think about is what are some of the problems in the labor force that can be solved with pattern recognition. And right now there's this massive structural problem. If you talk to Fortune 500 CEOs, they'll tell you there are just millions of people leaving the job market, right, because the baby boomers are retiring to the tune of about 11,000 per day. There are also about 8 million people, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, that are looking for a job. And this is the perfect kind of problem that AI could help solve, saying, hey, here are the openings, here are the jobs, here are the skills that are needed, and over here you've got people that maybe they don't have the exact skills that are needed, but they could be correlated to what their interests are to fit those jobs. So a specific example could be, for example, the automotive industry. So you asked you asked me, what does it look like 10 years in the future? Well, the automotive industry, if you go to any automotive factory, it's already about 90% automated. Like, you go in there and machines are doing like almost all the work. But there's still this demand for workers. So you need about 400, or the US needs about 400,000 automotive workers by 2030, and there's only 40,000 people entering that field as technicians every year. So their wages are actually going up. They're earning $50,000 to $100,000 a year without a 4-year degree requirement. And what's interesting is if you go to those factories, they're working right next to robots. This is an industry that's already widely using AI, and you've got humans working next to robots. The humans are kind of the people are earning wages. And I think if we just talked about AI as a cost-cutting mechanism, we're kind of missing out on the bigger opportunity to use that technology to kind of raise the standard of living for everybody.
Eileen, how do you find it?
Right. Well, I'm going to come from a perspective from the boardroom and what we're seeing with the clients we're engaged with, working with CEOs and other C-suite leaders. Before we get to 10 years from now, I think we have to look 10 years back plus. And we have been dealing with new technologies and digitization and disruption and transformation. As we all know, everybody in this room, March 2020 was really a pivot and an acceleration on that front. And I think one of the things we've observed is we've moved from, when we talk about AI or emerging technologies, is we've moved away from the back office to the front office to really a whole office approach. And we sometimes don't give ourselves as leaders enough credit for the muscle that we've been building along the way, organizationally, operationally, and culturally as well. And so what we see today, and when I look 10 years out, is really where we're going to continue to build that muscle in the form of governance, our governance structures, and from a board perspective to what we're doing at the executive leader ranks. What we're doing from an overall cultural perspective, we all talk about trust and having organizations that promote trust, live trust, not only with their customers, but also with their employees. And then, of course, there's the workforce dimension to this. So, knowing the importance of, digital literacy and AI is all part of that. And it's not just at that professional level, but in management and then up through leaders. So what we see today is we've got to start now for the next 10 years. I loved how you were talking about technology and how you're working with CEOs and in solving some of the matches there. But we're going to have to continue to be innovative and creative, be strategic in our planning, and really start to look out at that horizon, and also really encourage empathetic management along the way. Because this is a lot of change for a lot of people, and we can't forget the human dimension to all of this. And I get excited about AI. Coming to this panel, I said I can spell AI. But on that human element, when I look 10 years out, is we're going to have to continue to invest in those human skills, which are going to become, believe it or not, the hard skills when it comes to creativity, how we embolden collaboration, critical thinking, and just even effective human-to-human communication. So that's how I think about it.
Mando, paint us a picture.
Yeah, so I think that probably the analogous tech adoption shift, and I guess maybe taking a step back, I think, a lot of how we think about this, the last 9 months in the world of AI has been this kind of adoption inflection point rather than necessarily a change in some of the underlying technologies. I think, something happened last fall where all of a sudden, like, everyone was interacting with AI, and so there's something about that kind of interface and popularization that kind of really changed the way that and the number of people that are interacting with it. And so I think that kind of the analogous point or the analogous shift is actually, is our adoption of mobile. So I would say 45% of you right now are looking at your mobile phone, and maybe 70% of you are holding it.
I think he was calling you out, actually, on that.
But actually, like, our mobile phones have become just kind of an extension of ourselves, and so we interact with them without really thinking about it. And I think the way we'll be thinking about AI and the version of AI that we've been talking about, whether that's chatbots, LLMs, et cetera, will be as seamless and kind of unthinking as how we think about mobile right now. And so the implications for the world of talent, et cetera, is that almost every single working person will have their job transformed in the way that now having cell phones do. Like, we're all professionals and have been able to probably email throughout the day, again, with a couple of exceptions, without opening our laptops, right? So it has just kind of changed the day-to-day part of our job, but certainly for most of the frontline, hourly, et cetera, workforce, like, almost every job is going to be changed just as much by AI as it is by mobile, and we're not going to think about it as much 10 years from now.
Interesting. It's interesting that you've touched on, I think, really process governance and then kind of execution in some way. And I'm wondering, just off the top of mind, one of the themes I think I heard from the day was this concept of skill-based hiring and mobility. So how are we thinking about valuing people for the holistic value of what they bring to an organization and doing it in such a way that goes beyond just credentials or beyond just traditional degree attainment? Just wondering, if you, what you see as maybe holding organizations back from truly adopting those things. It's a little bit of of a curveball, but do you think that technology has a role or an implication in solving some of the ways in which organizations value people more holistically and find and retrain candidates or pull candidates up through organizations in some significant way? And I'll toss it open maybe to Aileen to start, since you are bringing people into organizations all the time. So.
Bringing people, well, I don't know that it's changing how we recruit, if that's what is that what you're asking, or?
Thinking about that, yeah, well, that's a good perspective. Why do you think so?
I don't know if it's changing how we, again, I tend to look at, and I loved your point around how 10 years from now, we're not going to think about, AI, and it's going to be just as instinctual as using our mobile devices. Because that is what we're seeing, is we tend to talk about AI and we go to the technology roles, right? There's been even roles out there for, chief AI officers. And what we're hearing more and more is that, listen, this is going to be part of every organizational function across an enterprise. And we need leaders that might not be, technically deep, but they've got the curiosity, the nimbleness, the ability to adapt in their own leadership to lead through the adaption and adoption of those kinds of technologies. So again, marketing. How it's impacting HR, finance, and being able to lead through that. So again, we're recruiting at that executive level and the executive ranks, but that is increasingly what we're getting asked. And when we look at job specs today, it's being embedded in terms of, again, do you have the ability to adapt? Less about the specificity of AI.
I love that response. Yeah, I mean, just to kind of connect the 2 points, you were talking about like career advancement. So one thing that I've done at our company is, we're growing pretty rapidly, around 100% year over year. And so one of the key things I got to pay attention to is sales. And so, I started watching, sales videos just to see like how people were pitching. And I was like, man, if I have to watch 700 videos, this is going to take me like years. And so I kind of tapped one of our developers on the shoulder. I said, hey, you want to go like use some AI to watch these videos for me? Huh. And so we started using this technology to just like watch just hundreds of hours of videos and see who was doing a good job, and those who needed some pointers, we would pull that out. And what was really interesting to see is how excited this developer got. All of a sudden he started working, like texting me, calling me on like Saturdays and Sundays. And to your point about like career advancement, I think not only could you use AI to kind of like analyze, the proficiency of someone and help coach them to do better in their job, but it's actually like a huge energy boost for folks to kind of change from doing their day-to-day to saying, hey, I want to try to use this new technology to do something even better. And if they do, they become more, they add more efficiency to the organization, but because they've added more efficiency to the organization, you tend to give them more responsibility, and that ends up helping them advance in their career as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think to kind of the earlier point around the breadth of the adoption of AI and AI tools now, there are a lot of folks who are not data scientists or developers who are getting to interact with the technology now that weren't 18 months ago. And so that has huge implications for access to kind of AI-supported thinking. I think there's kind of been this revolution, and children now know how to use Google to help them on their homework, right, in a way that the prior generation might not have been. And so I think, and that is across socioeconomic groups, that is across geographies, et cetera. And so there is this kind of broad base of opportunity for using AI in your work. And I think, one of the challenges that we'll have to succeed against is combining that ease of access and use with some sort of kind of quality assurance. And I think that's where that is not as much of a guarantee. I think it's a guarantee that there'll be broad access. It is not as much of a guarantee that access will be to something of high quality, which is similar to the adoption of the internet generally.
Yeah, I want to build upon something you just said too, is we're also thinking about the adoption of AI, and really going to the panel before us who did just a fantastic job speaking to their strategies around diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I'll say colleague, but the woman from Walmart who outlined the equation there as DEI, if you get it right, equals belonging. one thing that I think all of us as leaders have to be cognizant of is as we're looking at those strategies, which were so eloquently put, that those need to be embedded into all that we do, into the fabric of the organization, it also needs to be part of this adoption of AI. These cannot be disparate efforts. And so I thought it was great that we had that panel, prior to ours, and I just wanted to amplify what they were speaking to.
I'm going to pull on that thread. One of the values I think each of you bring, particularly for this group, is that you sit across such a broad range of customers. You work with so many different executives, so many different organizations, and I'm sure that you see themes of advice that you would like them to hear from you or hear from other people that they would adopt, or that you might have ideas for employers to really change practice in some way that would benefit them in such a way that would either benefit their business or benefit the workers that they're interacting with. So I'm wondering, as you think about emerging technologies like AI, it doesn't have to be maybe strictly to AI, what advice would you give to employers around staying competitive in the space, even out in a few years from now? What are the things you're hopeful that they're making decisions around that are going to advance them and put them in a better trajectory from your particular perspective and organization? And I'll turn it to you first from Transfer's perspective.
I think there is certainly a fear of like data leaking and proprietary information and stuff like that. So every organization should have guardrails to protect, the information that you need to have protected. But to Eileen's point earlier, like this is going to impact every single function. It's not just engineers. It'll impact HR, sales, marketing. I mean, you name it. Allow your team members, your employees, the opportunity to play. There are just hundreds of tools that are coming online. It's going to be impossible for you as a decision maker to figure out what the best tools are. Like, it'd be much more, I think, efficient if you allowed your team to kind of have the freedom to play and choose and upvote what they think are the most powerful tools to help your organization grow. And quite honestly, for a good majority of them, it's going to be fun. Like there are some horrible things like that AI does, and hopefully we can put more guardrails to protect people. But there is always this like magic of wow. It's like, oh my God, like this tool just saved me 3 days of work. Like, who do you know that likes to do more work? Like, I don't know anybody that likes to do more work. And so like that's the real power of this, is trying to find and navigate and lead the opportunity to create a win-win situation for everybody. I don't think AI is just about decimating jobs for everybody. That's why I was kind of talking about the automotive industry. Like that is still a job or an industry that is hiring and is highly roboticized, but that just comes down to the leadership and figuring out how you create a space for everybody to win.
There's going to be new industries and new jobs.
That's right.
So, do you want me?
Sure, go for it. Yeah.
Again, I'm going to keep double-clicking on governance, and this starts at the top, from the board level to the CEO to the entire C-suite when it comes to technology adoption. I'm going to go back to a world I'm more familiar with, which is cyber. I did work in cybersecurity for a period of time. And if we go back before the breaches, before the headlines, how many of you knew who a CISO was? A Chief Information Security Officer, where cyber was really in that back office. And then the headlines came, and we saw a movement and a pivot to board governance and really making it a holistic issue set, so to speak, and realizing the human element throughout the fabric of your organization to prevent a phishing scam could be to your biggest detriment. And I look at where we've advanced to, and I compare it, because sometimes it takes there's sort of this fear of the unknown. There's a fear amongst many of us in terms of my technically astute to lead through and navigate that. So I think, again, it starts at the top, where you get that culture of adoption, and it's not just over there.
No, I think it's true. Like every boardroom in the world is having an AI conversation right now, right? And so at the top is certainly trying to figure out, okay, AI seems like big deal. Like what's, like it's like World Wide Web 20 years ago. It's like, what are we doing about this internet thing? And I think that what we're hungry for, and I think what we're observing in some of the folks that are really differentiated in their approach, is kind of transparency and specificity, right? So transparency in saying like, okay, this is where we think we're at. When we are working with vendors or third-party providers of technology, like we are kind of holding them to certain standards of sharing. Okay, sure you have AI, but like what is it doing? Tell me a little bit more about the actual empirical results. And then that kind of segues into the specificity of saying like, well, what are like real workflows that we want to test against, with AI versus the status quo, and what are the metrics of success? Because otherwise, I think it gets into quite this kind of doom loop of like, well, we tried AI, it was kind of confusing, and it's hard to know really whether it's working or not. I think just kind of at the outset saying, this is what we want to test against, and this is what we think success looks like, just like with any technology adoption, I think cuts through some of that confusion and sense of anxiety around it.
You're all very nice with your advice to employers, and I want to ask maybe just a little bit of a firmer point. What do you think employers are getting wrong in this space, and how technology is impacting their workforce and retraining, reskilling, or even how they think about engaging with the labor market, engaging workforce development? What do you think they're getting wrong now, if anything? You can be optimists. Yeah. Remember, we're supposed to be optimists.
Of course. So I'm going to highlight an opportunity, and it's maybe zooming in a little bit too far. But I think one of the things, particularly in the world of talent, where I think we have an opportunity to flip the switch or flip the script. There is this challenge around often the kind of talent acquisition function. It's easier to bring folks in who are external versus internal. But there's actually this information asymmetry that companies should have about their own staff. And so, the adoption of these technologies that make use of data to identify, previously obscure parts of an individual's potential or skill set, that should allow companies to be better at internal mobility than they are at external mobility. And so there are kind of real workflows, et cetera, that are implied there. But we're certainly hopeful in trying to kind of sponsor as much as possible of a kind of revolution in internal mobility within companies and advancement.
I mean, just to build on what everyone was saying earlier, I think if you think you need a dedicated AI person in your company, you're definitely thinking about this the wrong way. I think that you use the word curiosity, which I think is a great word. There are going to be people in your organizations that are naturally curious, that are going to want to learn about this. Let them learn about it. Let them tell you about it. Let them experiment. It's funny when you mention like chief AI officer, because like I had that thought like in December, and I was like, what a dumb idea. Like why would I limit it to just one person? Mm-hmm. Like I want everybody to kind of be learning about this, because it is going to impact everyone, because it is going to be on their mobile phone, it's going to be on their desktop, it's going to be on their watch. And so I think the opportunity for everybody to contribute is what makes this really, really exciting. And maybe like the comment I'll make there is, maybe for the last like 20 years, some people had the conception that like you have to be a developer if you're going to like think about technology. Like, oh, I can't think about technology because I'm not a developer. Like I didn't learn computer engineering or computer science. This isn't like that, right? Because it is, a lot of the models have been created by great companies, and it is, a lot of it is text-based. So you can use these technologies to actually learn about them, which I think is a lot different than maybe the last 20 or 30 years of technology.
What do you think they're getting wrong?
I don't know if they're getting it wrong. I'm going to say they're getting it right. These guys. No, I think there's some who are doing a lot of thinking, a lot of talking, a lot of compartmentalizing versus planning and getting going. I mean, it's here. I think all of us know fear is false evidence appearing real. Like you got to get going. You can't let the fear of something new, cause you to be static. So I think those that are getting it right, they're moving ahead. Exactly, I'll repeat what you said. It's not, compartmentalized. They're bringing it across the organization. And they're also being really proactive and looking, when you come to workforce strategy, right? Look at where you need to be. Where are you today? What is your organization going to look like in the future? What are the kinds of skills? And it's not just, there's going to be a deficit of people who on the technical side here, but who can you identify now that you could reskill? and really, move into where you're going.
I think it's interesting. I mean, I'm struck by how those are really counter to the narrative around technology. Each of you have said something that there's a revolution in mobility that can happen. I think what we've all been looking for is this updraft within organizations to pull skilled people up through the organization. That you focused on the breadth of application, not just the kind of siloing of a technology, really that it's enabling for so many people. I love this idea of like breaking through fear, this relentless forward progress, being kind of leaning forward into things and being able to be trusting within the organization that you'll adopt it well with the right governance, with the right leadership. I think what's fascinating about all of those is that it's so counter to the traditional narrative, I think, that's been prevalent around this in employment circles and other spaces. And I think one of the things I learned that we have in common is that we both have 14-year-old children before we came out. And I think for parents particularly, there's a lot of negative narrative around the implications of technology for our children's future. What would it look like? What will jobs look like, right, in even 5, 10, 15 years? And what should we be doing as parents? I'm wondering if you have another piece of advice, all three of you, for those of us that are parents in the room, as we think about those coming into the workforce over the next few years. What would you say to parents thinking about their children's talent, development, education, other things related to how technology is transforming the workforce? And I'll toss it to you, Aileen, since we share the same age.
I got two 14-year-olds, daughters, by the way. So when we were talking about this earlier, and you said, look, 10 years from now, I got really excited because that means they'll be out of the house and they'll be working. So excited about that. So listen, I think, I'm always blown away by my kids, and just their, they got Google Assistants, they got Siri. I mean, they are adopting technology, every day. So their digital savviness and literacy is, definitely far surpasses mom. So does the attitude. But what I'm focused on with our daughters as part of the future of the workforce, again, they're gonna pick up these technical skills, and their comfort levels are gonna be there. I think for those of us that have kids and going through school, we're already seeing some adoption there in high school, and I know there's lots of conversations at the university level. But I'm gonna, with our kids, is really focus again on those human skills as well. In the human intelligence, complemented by, AI. So, reinforcing again critical thinking, project management, creativity, curiosity. Those things are not going to go away. And I think if we can get both right, it's going to be pretty. We'll make a quantum leap, here in not too long a time.
Yeah, so I have a 14-month-old son at home.
So you have slept.
I've been like 5 months into sleeping again. And what's been amazing, I think, in watching his brain over the last 14 months, while there's also been this narrative around the workforce and what's AI going to do for all of our jobs, is just kind of the observation that the way he interacts with things and learns how to do things and decides what he finds funny or interesting is so different than how this technology works. It is just, I think AI is almost a kind of an unhelpful name for how this works. Like, it'll be interesting when we have the stock picking algorithm that instead decides that it wants to make art, right? We have like art AIs and we have stock trading AIs, and they're not motivated by the same things that we are as humans. And so I think you hit the nail on the head. Like, there is a real opportunity for us to determine what are the human parts of work, what are the human motivations for working in the first place, right? And trying to kind of find ways for the technology to support that rather than replace it.
I had a thought while listening to everyone, and I kind of think of it as like AI is to the internet what the internet was to a textbook. So when it comes to kids, I have a 3-year-old and a 7-year-old. I mean, what I'm excited about is they'll be able to learn in a non-linear fashion, right? So we're in the middle of this whole process of of trying to create a new model that isn't so structured that it's like, hey, you graduate from high school, you got to do this thing after high school, and then you get a job. What I've noticed is, my daughter's only 7, and she's already started learning how to code because there's websites that teach you that, and that's very exciting. And they're actually teaching you how to code using AI, which is fascinating. And so I think when it comes to like what does their future look like, what we talk about is more like just be mission driven. Like don't necessarily be focused on like trying to become a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer or whatever. Pick like your mission. So in the United States, for example, I think the Department of Energy has this goal by the year 2050 of becoming net zero emissions, right? And in order to get there, you will need to have 900,000 electricians. So the first thing that people think about when they think of like net zero emissions is like, oh, I want to become an engineer. Like, yeah, maybe becoming an engineer is a great thing, but you could also contribute to that mission by becoming an electrician because that's who builds the stuff, right? And so I think using AI as an opportunity to like just learn about possibilities, you're not stuck and confined to learning about things like step 1, step 2, step 3 in your curriculum is like a really exciting thing.
It's interesting when you think about so much of the work in workforce development or in education and pathways to employment, so much of it is about process and structure and consistency and almost kind of moving people through in a very non-human, very linear fashion. And it's fascinating that each of you went to what makes humans humans? What is the potential of the person? And how beautiful that is, that maybe technology is really starting to get to a place where it might unlock that. And things like human skills. What are human skills, right? It's a beautiful concept. What's unique to humanity that we can really invest in our education systems and workforce? What is leaning into nonlinear education? How do we think about human motivation as a core part of how we build employment opportunities and pathways for learning in workforce? These are pretty fascinating things that you wouldn't think of as normally the response to technology, but it's top of mind for you all when you think about your own children and our children. And I think that's something hopefully to be optimistic about, that it is certainly not the dire narrative. It is not all about the doom and gloom of job loss, but it is maybe if we all gather together in venues like this and others, maybe unlocking potential in a new way that's really profound. So we have the last 90 seconds or so. I want you all just to leave, folks. We're named Talent Forward, this organization today. So let's lean forward and let's look at what's something that makes you optimistic about this work right now in your own organization. Maybe just a few words to the group on what you think is really something that makes you have a positive thought about the world of talent development, the world of workforce development that you want to leave folks with today on the last thoughts. Turn it to you.
I think empowerment is the key word. Now you've got people who, maybe they weren't experts in a given field, but they're able to empower themselves by using AI as a way to learn faster, ask lots of questions, get answers, not having to wait for an authority to dictate their future, but being able to power the way forward based on what their interest and curiosity takes them.
I love that. Listen, there's so much talent in this room, and so I get pretty jazzed knowing that it's the talent here, it's leaders who are going to help us navigate and really drive forward. I think all of us, now that we all learned we're parents, we're optimistic about the future and that our kids are coming up through all of this explosive, exponential change and what that means for our future and what they're going to bring forward as well. I also just want to build upon what you said around nonlinear paths and nonlinear learning, and then what that means for nonlinear paths. I think there's huge opportunities for what that means for our society as well as our economy. And I think as we are moving along it's incumbent amongst all of us that we're making sure all have access to these technologies. All kids, all families, are getting the digital literacy and exposure, because that's what's going to make a difference. But that nonlinear path is the way to go.
Fernando.
I'm the most optimistic, again, staying in this room, just that this is a community that I think is getting increasingly collaborative around these problems. And so, Matt, to call you out, right, the GitLab grant process, there were a ton of submissions that went in, and you were able to share after the fact, the names and proposed projects of everyone who put their hat in the ring. I think that is a level of kind of transparency and provokes a certain degree of collaborativeness that is going to help us get to much better outcomes for whether for workforce, talent, employers, this whole kind of system. So that's my most optimistic point, is this collaboration.
Awesome. I love it. Empowerment, leadership, optimism, nonlinear paths, and the impacts of that, transparency, and general optimism for what collaboration can bring. So we'll end on that note. We'll let you go. Thank you for your time. Thank you, panelists, for being wonderful today and painting a good and optimistic path forward. So.
Hello, hello. Man, I'm excited to be here, I gotta say. And I gotta admit that I'm excited for a few reasons. But by the way, I'm Joseph Davis, Director of Communications here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. And I'll level with everyone, all right? So a few reasons why I'm excited. So the first one, I'm excited because you all are still here at the end of the day with me. So we greatly appreciate you all still being here. Second reason, I'm excited because we all got an opportunity to hear some high caliber speakers here today. So I'm always excited. The last few years I've been here at the foundation, I've had the opportunity to attend a couple Talent Forwards, and we keep raising the bar every year. And the third reason, and okay, I'll admit it's a selfish reason. They never let the comms people talk in public, so for the next 3 minutes, I'm gonna savor this moment, because I'll be honest, I have no idea if it'll happen again, okay? Before we close out Talent Forward today, I just wanted to acknowledge some of the folks that made this event possible. So a special thank you to our event and thought leadership sponsors, Walmart, Accenture, National Association of Realtors, Pearson, Transfer, and Cengage Group. We really appreciate the support for making Talent Forward happen. And I could not leave the stage without acknowledging some of the people and teams that made Talent Forward happen. Our fantastic foundation events team, our chamber events team, our foundation communications team, of course, okay? Our education and workforce teams who put a lot into the content for this event today. Our chamber creative team and the wizards behind the scenes, our chamber AV team who, if you look around, you can see their work. This wouldn't happen without them putting in that work. So I just want to thank everyone who helped make this event possible. And just a couple reminders before we end today. So we want to hear from you. So after the event, we'll send out a survey to the emails that you registered for Talent Forward with. And we want to hear from you. We want to know how we did today. It goes a long way in informing our future events. One other thing, we did mention at the beginning about our digital swag bags. Includes a lot of publications, tools, resources, and things that were talked about here today. Like you'll see a lot of that in that digital swag bag, so check it out. And one more thing I want to make sure I mention, this is not the last foundation event of the year. We got one more big one happening, so you'll have to come back and join us November 1st and 2nd right here in the Great Hall for our foundation's annual conference and Citizens Awards. So Cheryl mentioned at the top that we're at a pivotal moment in shaping the future of work. Whether it's building sustainable, diverse pipelines of talent or strengthening our K-12 system for our kids to have a better future, or making it easier for working parents to stay in their jobs and support their families. Here at the Chamber Foundation, we're laser focused on meeting the moment when it comes to solving these challenges. Through our education and workforce programs, we'll continue to push innovation. We'll bring together the brightest minds in business, education, government, to confront the toughest issues facing families all across the country. Now, when I started, I talked about our Talent Forward speakers, how great they were, and they were excellent today. They gave us valuable insight into where we are now, where we want to be in the future. But I'll have to say that of all that we've heard today, I think the next thing you hear will be the most important thing said today. And that is, I now release everyone to our networking reception next door in the briefing center for great food and drinks. So I want to thank everyone for joining us here for Talent Forward today, and hopefully we'll see you all again next year. So thank you.